There's a silence more terrifying than chaos. It's the silence of a man who knows what he's doing, so deeply immersed in the moment that his sword becomes an extension of his breath becomes one with the wind, and time itself bows before his presence. That was Miyamoto Musashi. Not the fantasy version they feed you in sanitized history books, the real one. The man who fought over 60 opponents in life-or-death duels, who walked barefoot through fire and blood, who stared death in the face with a still mind and a steady hand. But what made Musashi so dangerous wasn't just the blade, it was the void he entered, the flow, a state beyond fear, beyond thought, where hesitation dies and instinct reigns. You know it, you've felt glimpses of it, maybe during a fight, a game, a moment of creation where everything just clicked. Time warped, distractions vanished. You were there, fully alive. Musashi lived in that space, and he didn't get there through brute force. He got there through Taoism, without ever naming it. He became the embodiment of Wu Wei, the ancient Taoist concept of effortless action, the art of doing without forcing. Today, in a world drowned in noise, distraction, and dopamine junk food, we've forgotten what that flow feels like. But Musashi can bring us back. If you're ready to step into the dark, let's begin. Part 1. Walking the Edge of Death. Musashi wasn't born enlightened. He was born into blood. By 13, he'd already killed a man. Not in a controlled dojo match, but in a real duel, in the mud, under the open sky, where hesitation meant death. And he didn't stop. Duel after duel, sword after sword, bone after bone. But something changed around age 30. After slaughtering dozens, he stopped fighting for ego. He began fighting from a deeper space, less violent, more void-like. He started meditating, writing, watching nature. He withdrew from society, walked alone through the mountains, and began recording his path in what would become the Book of 5 Rings. One ring in particular, the Book of Void, reveals the secret. By knowing things that exist, you can know that which does not exist. Here's where the Tao bleeds through his blade. Musashi wasn't chasing techniques, he was chasing emptiness. He realized that mastery didn't come from more effort, but from less ego, less thinking, less striving, what Taoism calls returning to the source. He became empty and therefore unstoppable. Part 2. Taoism, the art of becoming nobody. Taoism isn't about religion, it's not dogma, it's a code, a deep, quiet current underneath all things. Its highest virtue is Wu Wei, which means non-doing. But don't confuse this with laziness. It's not about doing nothing. It's about doing the right thing without forcing it. Like water flowing through a canyon, like a cat stalking prey, like Musashi drawing his sword without hesitation, without overthinking, without trying. Just pure, direct, lethal movement. In Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu wrote, "When nothing is done, nothing is left undone." Musashi understood this through blood. He discovered that flow, the state where you're untouchable, is found not by adding more but by removing everything that distracts you from the moment. And in that moment, you don't try to win. You become the win. There is no you, just the movement, just the now. Part 3. The mind that kills you. Most people today are murdered not by others but by their own minds. Your thoughts pull you from the present. You're worrying about your past, fearing your future, checking your phone, trying to control outcomes, forcing, pushing, trying harder, and only getting more stuck. This is why you can't focus. This is why anxiety strangles you. You're not in flow. You're drowning in mental noise. Musashi trained himself to kill that voice. Do nothing which is of no use. That line should haunt you, because if you were to follow it, you'd have to abandon 90% of your life. Your scrolling, your fake ambitions, your overthinking, your addictions. You'd have to become empty again. Part 4. Training the Void. How to enter flow like Musashi. Flow is not magic. It's not luck. It's a skill, and Musashi gave us a path. Here's how to train it. Cut the noise ruthlessly. Musashi traveled alone. He avoided luxuries. He had no wife, no servants, no soft bed. Why? Because he knew comfort breeds confusion. The Tao flows best through a quiet mind. That means eliminate the junk food, junk apps, junk thoughts. If it doesn't help you focus or fight, cut it. Flow hates clutter. Train daily, like death is watching. Flow comes when the mind and body are in sync. You can't think your way in. You have to move your way in. Musashi trained sword forms, painting, calligraphy, and breathing every day. He wasn't interested in mastery. He embodied it. Find your art, your craft, and train it daily, even when you're dead tired. Especially then, flow rewards discipline. Enter the present brutally. Musashi wrote, "Fixation is the way to death. Fluidity is the way to life." Most people live in mental projections. To enter flow, you must rip yourself into the now. Breathe. Feel your pulse. Look at the space around you. Say to yourself, "I am here. This is real. The present moment is your sword. Sharpen it. Die before you die." Musashi meditated on death, not to be grim, but to be free. He once said, "You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. That path, it's found when you stop fearing failure, stop fearing death, stop fearing loss." In Taoism, when you let go of desire, you gain power. When you're no longer afraid of death, you start truly living. Part 5. Flow is war. Let's be clear, flow isn't just about feeling good. It's not some feel-good yoga retreat spiritual fluff. It's a weapon, the most lethal kind, because it makes you precise, unshakable, and impossible to manipulate. In flow, you speak with authority. You move like lightning. You make decisions with force. You act without apology. Flow makes you dangerous. This is exactly why the modern world works overtime to keep you out of it. Your phone, your job, the social media circus, the endless, urgent notifications, all of it exists to keep you fragmented, distracted, and weak. Why? Because a man in flow is hard to predict, hard to program, hard to control. A man in flow doesn't beg for approval. He doesn't need permission. He doesn't hesitate, overthink, or ask, "Is this okay?" He knows, and he moves. He becomes the storm. Musashi didn't just study strategy. He became strategy. He flowed like water, struck like fire, moved like wind, and when it was all over, he vanished like smoke. And that's what makes you dangerous too. Not noise, not effort, not brute force, but clarity in motion, pure presence, no friction, no resistance, just action. Flow is not peace, it's war fought in silence. Part 6. Become the void. Let me leave you with this. Imagine walking into a situation, a confrontation, a deal, a high-stakes moment, and feeling nothing. No anxiety, no tension, no need to impress, no need to dominate or defend. Just clarity, just presence, just instinct, pure, undiluted action. That's what Musashi lived for. That's what Taoism whispers beneath the surface. That's what you were born with, before the world buried it under noise, fear, and ego. To enter flow is to empty yourself completely, not to become more, but to become less. Less reactive, less attached, less you, until all that's left is the moment, the blade, the breath, the silence. That's where power lives, in the stillness behind the storm, in the calm behind your eyes. Musashi didn't fight with emotion. He erased it. He didn't overthink. He dissolved thought. He didn't need to win battles. He simply showed up and became the void. That's what Taoism points to when it says, "The Tao does nothing, yet leaves nothing undone." You don't force flow. You disappear into it. It's not about becoming more aggressive. It's about becoming invisible to doubt, untouchable by fear, unreachable by noise. Because flow doesn't come from trying harder. It comes from surrendering the mask, dropping the ego, becoming nobody. And that is when you become unbeatable. There are people who crawl through life taking years to achieve what could be done in months. And then there are the outliers, the ones who rise so fast it seems almost supernatural. They cut through obstacles like a blade slicing air, leaving the rest of the world wondering, how the hell are they progressing so fast? If you want to be one of them, there's no better teacher than Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai who became undefeated in 61 duels, wrote the Book of 5 Rings, and lived by principles so sharp they cut through time itself. This man wasn't just a warrior, he was a master of rapid, ruthless progress. Musashi didn't just get better, he got better faster than everyone else, and that's exactly what you're about to learn how to do. 1. Burn the bridges behind you. No retreat, no distractions. Most people never progress quickly because they always have a way out. a backup plan, a safety net. Musashi never did. At 13 years old, he fought his first duel against a trained samurai. He didn't hesitate. He didn't second-guess himself. He simply had no choice but to win, and he did. That's the kind of mindset you need. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you have to destroy the possibility of failure. Want to get stronger? Lock yourself into a training schedule with no way out. Want to build a business? Invest your money so that failure means financial ruin. Want to master a skill? Make it impossible to quit. Go public with your commitment so backing out would humiliate you. When you have no retreat, your mind rewires itself to find solutions instead of excuses. 2. Learn in the chaos of battle, not the safety of books. Most people love to prepare. They research, they plan, they read every book on the subject before they take action. Musashi didn't do that. He learned in battle. His philosophy was simple. Real learning happens in chaos, not in classrooms, not in theory, not in quiet moments of contemplation, but in the fire of actual experience. If you want to progress at lightning speed, learn by doing. If you want to fight, get into fights. If you want to write, start publishing. If you want to speak, start talking. Seek the battlefield. Stop practicing in comfort. Throw yourself into situations where you must adapt and improve. Make failure your teacher. Every mistake should be a lesson, not a setback. Musashi lost his first battles. He learned, adapted, and became undefeated. 3. Adapt or die, the art of no style. People love rigid systems. They want one way to do things, a formula, a method, a blueprint. Musashi hated that mindset. He never locked himself into a single style. He used 2 swords instead of 1, breaking all traditional samurai rules. He adapted in real time. He changed his approach mid-fight, and that's why he won. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to abandon the idea of one right way. Be flexible. If a method isn't working, change it. Use everything. Mix techniques, strategies, and ideas from different fields. Break the rules. Don't be afraid to do things your own way. The fastest learners are the ones who don't get stuck in a single mindset. They flow like water, shifting and adapting as needed. 4. Cut the fat. Brutal simplicity wins. Speed comes from simplicity. Most people move slowly because they overcomplicate everything. They add layers of unnecessary nonsense to even the simplest tasks. Musashi was a master of cutting away the unnecessary. His fighting style was direct, efficient, and stripped down to the absolute essentials. If you want to progress fast, you must do the same. Eliminate fluff. If something isn't directly improving your skill, get rid of it. Focus on what works. Ignore what doesn't move the needle. Simplify your process. Complexity slows you down. Efficiency speeds you up. Most people fail because they drown in useless motion. They confuse being busy with being productive. Musashi understood that true mastery is about subtraction, not addition. 5. Develop ruthless self-discipline. No one is coming to save you. The biggest lie people believe is that they need motivation, that they have to feel inspired to take action, that they need the perfect conditions to succeed. Musashi didn't believe in that. He lived by discipline, not motivation. He practiced endlessly, trained without excuses. He didn't need someone to push him. He pushed himself. If you want to move faster than anyone else, stop waiting for motivation and force yourself into action. Set a brutal schedule and follow it. Ignore your feelings. They don't matter. Be relentless, even when you don't feel like it. Motivation is a lie. Discipline is everything. 6. Control your mind. Control your speed. Most people are mentally weak. They get distracted. They overthink. They hesitate. Musashi trained his mind like a weapon. He didn't let emotions cloud his judgment. He stayed calm in the face of death. He moved without hesitation. If you want to progress faster than everyone else, kill your distractions. Social media, pointless entertainment, mindless scrolling. These are enemies. Master your emotions. Fear, doubt, anxiety. Cut them down like an enemy in battle. Move without hesitation. Overthinking is just a fancy word for paralysis. Your mind determines your speed. Control it, and you'll move like lightning. 7. Die every day. Rebirth through relentless growth. Musashi lived as if every day was his last. Not in the reckless, foolish way most people imagine, but in the sense that he killed his old self every single day. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to die daily. The weak, undisciplined, slow version of you, kill it. Leave it behind. Recreate yourself every morning. Never stay the same. Constantly evolve. Destroy complacency. The moment you get comfortable, you start dying. Embrace discomfort. Growth only happens at the edge of pain. 8. Master the art of relentless execution. Most people fail because they hesitate, they overthink. They wait for the perfect moment that never comes. Musashi had no patience for hesitation. He lived by relentless execution, striking without delay, moving without second-guessing. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to master the art of taking action immediately, not tomorrow, not when you feel ready. Now, speed kills hesitation. The longer you wait to act, the harder it becomes. When you have an idea, execute it. When you see an opportunity, take it. Train yourself to move first, think later. Failure is fuel, not fear. Most people hesitate because they're afraid of messing up. Musashi understood that every mistake was another step toward mastery. Instead of avoiding failure, chase it, because the faster you fail, the faster you learn. Eliminate decision fatigue. The more choices you have, the slower you move. Simplify your process, reduce your options. Create strict rules for yourself so you don't waste time thinking about what to do, you just do it. Train like a warrior. Relentless execution requires relentless preparation. Musashi practiced constantly, not to be perfect, but to be ready. Train your skills so thoroughly that execution becomes automatic. The world rewards those who act, not those who plan forever. While others hesitate, you will move with the speed of a blade slicing through the air. Be the one who moves faster than time. The world belongs to those who move faster than everyone else, who cut through life like a sword, advancing while others hesitate, who learn in battle, adapt without fear, and push themselves beyond human limits. That's what Musashi did, and that's what you can do if you're willing to abandon the slow, weak, hesitant mindset that holds most people back. Most people will read this and do nothing, but a few will take it and become unstoppable. Which one are you? What if discipline could make you so relentless people think you're insane? Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated samurai, cracked the code in his Book of 5 Rings. Step into his 5 brutal lessons and transform yourself into a force that defies normal, ready to become unrecognizable. 1. Face the brutal truth, the Earth Ring. The first step to becoming a disciplined monster is to stop lying to yourself. Most people live in a fog of delusion, convincing themselves they're busy or trying hard. Musashi's Earth Ring is a cold slap to the face. It demands you confront the raw, unfiltered truth about where you stand. Musashi wrote, "In the construction of houses, choice of woods is made. Straight unknotted timber of good appearance is used for the revealed pillars, while knotted timber is used for the inner structure." Translation: you can't build anything strong until you know exactly what you're working with, flaws and all. Imagine a guy named Marcus. He's 32, works a desk job and thinks he's grinding. He wakes up at 8 a.m., scrolls social media for an hour, gets to work late, and spends half his day flipping between emails and cat videos. By evening, he's exhausted from doing nothing real. Sound familiar? Marcus decided to track every minute of his day for a week, inspired by Musashi's relentless self-scrutiny after his duel with Sasaki Kojiro, where he spent 2 years in a cave dissecting his near failure. Marcus's results were ugly. 5 hours a day on his phone, 3 hours of actual work, and a whole lot of mental noise. He wasn't busy, he was a slave to distraction. The Earth Ring principle is simple but savage. Know every crack in your foundation. Musashi didn't sugarcoat it. The way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death. In discipline, that means accepting the death of your ego. You're not as productive as you think, you're not as focused as you claim. Track your time, your habits, your thoughts. Write down every minute spent scrolling, every task you avoided, every excuse you made. The numbers don't lie, even if you do. Marcus saw his 5 hours of phone time and felt his stomach drop. That's the Earth Ring at work. It's not about feeling good, it's about seeing clearly. As Jordan Peterson once said, you can't change what you don't see. Start here. Rip the blindfold off. The truth hurts, but it's the only way to build something unbreakable. 2. Flow, don't force. The water ring. You've seen the truth. Now what? Most people, like Marcus, try to overhaul everything overnight. They set 5 a.m. alarms, plan 3-hour gym sessions, and swear off their phone forever. By day 3, they're burned out, back to square one, hating themselves. Musashi's water ring teaches you to stop fighting reality like an idiot. Water doesn't smash through a rock. It flows around it, carving paths over time. Musashi said, water adopts the shape of its receptacle. This isn't about being soft, it's about being smart. Marcus tried the perfect schedule approach and crashed hard. He woke at 5 a.m., but his body screamed for sleep. He aimed for 90-minute workouts but quit after 15 minutes. The water ring saved him. Instead of forcing a brutal routine, he started small. 15 minutes earlier than usual, 10 push-ups, 20 minutes of focused work before a break. Pathetic? Maybe. But by week 2, he was up to 20 push-ups and 40-minute work blocks without collapsing. Musashi himself didn't start with steel swords. He honed his craft with wooden ones, mastering the basics before dueling for blood. As Bruce Lee put it, don't pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure a difficult one. The water ring is about persistence over perfection. Can't read a book a week? Read a page a day. Can't run a mile? Walk a block. Your brain expects you to fail, so trick it by winning small. Each tiny victory rewires your identity. Marcus felt a rush every time he hit his 20-minute work block. Dopamine from progress, not from likes on a post. By month's end, he was up at 6 a.m. naturally, working out for 30 minutes and clocking 3 hours of deep work. Not because he forced it, but because he flowed toward it. Stop trying to be a hero, be water. It's not sexy, but it's unstoppable. 3. Burn your weakness, not yourself. The fire ring. Progress feels good until it doesn't. Marcus was killing it. Up at 6 a.m., workouts on point, work sessions laser-focused. Then he saw a coworker half his age pulling all-nighters and closing deals he couldn't dream of. The fire hit. Anger, envy, self-doubt. I'm a failure, he thought, skipping his next workout, then another. The fire ring is where most people burn out, but Musashi used fire differently. He wrote, "The spirit of fire is fierce, whether the fire be small or big. It's not about avoiding anger, it's about aiming it." Musashi's father died when he was 7, leaving him with nothing but rage. Instead of collapsing, he channeled it into 14-hour training days. Every sword swing was a middle finger to his pain. The fire ring principle. Your anger is fuel, but only if you aim it at your weaknesses, not yourself. Marcus caught himself mid-spiral, staring in the mirror, ready to call himself a loser. Instead, he flipped the script. I'm not staying this way. He started a nightly ritual. Write down what pissed him off about his day. Skipped a workout, ate junk, got distracted, then turned each into a mission. Angry about 20 push-ups? Tomorrow's 25th. Mad about scrolling during work? Phone's off tomorrow. This isn't about positive thinking, it's about productive rage. As Nietzsche said, that which does not kill us makes us stronger. Marcus's progress exploded. His workouts hit 45 minutes. His work block stretched to 4 hours. Not because he found motivation, but because he stopped wasting fire on self-hatred and started burning his mediocrity. Your anger is a weapon. Point it at the problem, not the mirror. The fire ring doesn't just keep you going, it makes you dangerous. 4. Stay hungry, never satisfied. The win ring. 3 months in, Marcus was unrecognizable. Up at 5:30 a.m. without an alarm, hitting 50 push-ups, nailing 5-hour work sessions. Friends started whispering, "What's wrong with him?" But then the wind whispered back, "You're good enough now, ease up." He skipped tracking his time, missed a workout, then 2. The wind ring is the trap of success. Musashi wrote, "In the way of strategy, do not think you have arrived." At 50, after 60 undefeated duels, he still called himself a student. Why? Because the moment you think you've made it, you're done. Musashi studied other sword schools not to mock them, but to stay sharp. He knew the real enemy was the voice saying, "I'm good enough." Marcus learned this the hard way. His skipped workouts turned into a week of regression. He'd lost 30% of his gains in days. The wind ring demands you stay a student forever. Marcus set a new rule. Every month, find someone better, a mentor, a colleague, even a stranger on social media crushing it, and study them. Their discipline made his look weak, and that discomfort kept him hungry. There is a quote that goes like this: "The first step is to establish that something is possible, then probability will occur." The wind ring keeps you chasing what's possible, never settling for probable. Stay curious, stay inadequate, stay growing. 5. Embrace the eternal war, the void ring. 6 months in, Marcus hit a wall, not physical but existential. He realized discipline isn't a destination, it's a war without end. The thought made him sick. I'll track my time forever? Fight laziness forever? The void ring is Musashi's final lesson, the one that separates warriors from quitters. He wrote, "In the void is virtue and no evil." The void isn't emptiness, it's acceptance. Accept that discipline never gets easier, you just get stronger. Marcus had a breakdown one night, exhausted, ready to quit. "When does it end?" he asked. Then it clicked. It doesn't. The void ring isn't about winning, it's about becoming someone who fights every day. Musashi painted, wrote calligraphy, meditated, not to arrive, but because that's what warriors do. Marcus stopped chasing an endpoint. He started asking, what's today's battle? A missed workout? Tomorrow's a double session. A weak work day? Tomorrow's phone stays off. The void taught him the struggle is the discipline. Here's the paradox. When you embrace the eternal war, it stops feeling like war. It becomes your nature, like breathing. As Musashi said, today is victory over yourself of yesterday. The 5 rings, earth's truth, water's flow, fire's fury, wind's hunger, void's acceptance, aren't steps to a finish line. They're a cycle, a way of living that makes you so disciplined, people call you crazy. And deep down you'll know, they're not wrong. You've just chosen to live like a warrior in a world of sleepwalkers. The rings are calling. Will you answer? Most men fear isolation because they confuse it with failure. Miyamoto Musashi chose it because he saw something most men never see. Belonging is expensive. It costs your edge, your hunger, your sovereignty. Musashi was not lonely because he was unwanted. He was alone because he refused to be softened. This is not a romantic story about a wandering swordsman painting flowers in caves. This is a brutal story about a man who looked at society, comfort, approval, routine, and said no. Not loudly, not dramatically, quietly, permanently. And that choice made him dangerous. Let's dive in. 1. The invisible cage of belonging. Every man is offered a deal early in life. Belong and you will be accepted. Belong and you will be safe. Belong and you will not have to find your own answers. But the fine print is never read. Belong and you will dull yourself to fit. Belong and your instincts will rot. Belong and you will trade potential for predictability. Musashi saw this cage clearly. Japan during his lifetime was obsessed with hierarchy, clan loyalty, reputation, ritual, appearances. A man's worth was defined by who claimed him, not by what he could become. Musashi rejected all of it, not because he hated people, but because he hated weakness more. 2. Loneliness was the cost. Sovereignty was the reward. Loneliness is not the same as isolation. Loneliness is wanting approval and not getting it. Isolation is choosing to stand alone even when approval is available. Musashi could have joined courts. He could have served lords. He could have traded his blade for comfort and status. He didn't, because he understood something most men avoid admitting. Once you belong, you are owned. Owned by expectations, owned by politics, owned by fear of being cast out. Inner sovereignty requires distance. Distance from noise, distance from comfort, distance from people who want to tame you for their own peace of mind. Musashi chose that distance. 3. The fear of being ordinary is not vanity. Most people hear that phrase and scoff. They say wanting to be extraordinary is ego, arrogance, immaturity. That's a lie told by people who gave up. The fear of being ordinary is the fear of wasting your one life. It is the fear of dying without ever meeting your own potential. Musashi was obsessed with mastery, not applause, not wealth, mastery. And mastery demands solitude. You do not sharpen a blade in a crowd. You do not hear your real thoughts in a noisy room. You do not confront your limits while being constantly distracted. Isolation was not his escape, it was his forge. 4. Comfort weakens faster than failure. There is a reason Musashi lived rough even when he did not have to. Cold floors, sparse meals, long walks, no attachments. Comfort dulls urgency. Comfort creates excuses. Comfort whispers tomorrow. Musashi lived like a man who knew tomorrow was not guaranteed. Think about modern men for a moment. Soft beds, endless entertainment, constant validation loops, infinite distractions, and yet they feel empty. weak, unfocused, angry without knowing why. Comfort did not save them. It hollowed them out. Musashi understood that comfort is not neutral. It erodes edge, so he removed it. 5. Rejection hardened him instead of breaking him. Here is the part that matters most. Musashi was not celebrated during much of his life. He was seen as strange, arrogant, uncivilized, excessive. He was rejected, and instead of begging to be understood, he leaned into it. Rejection does one of two things to a man. It turns him bitter, or it turns him precise. Musashi chose precision. He stopped needing permission, stopped explaining himself, stopped negotiating his path. That is why his presence alone unsettled people. Men who walk without needing approval radiate danger. 6. Why isolation sharpens perception. When you are alone long enough, the lies fall away. No audience means no performance. No group means no borrowed identity. You are forced to confront yourself raw, your cowardice, your excuses, your fantasies about who you think you are. Most men avoid this confrontation their entire lives. Musashi chased it. Isolation stripped him down to what worked and what didn't. He observed reality without cushioning, without emotional anesthesia. That is why his thinking was clean, brutal, efficient. He did not romanticize struggle. He studied it. 7. Movies get this right when philosophy fails. Look at characters like Batman in The Dark Knight. He isolates not because he hates people, but because the mission demands it. The moment he prioritizes belonging over duty, Gotham falls. Or think of anime like Vagabond. Musashi is not portrayed as peaceful. He is restless, haunted, driven, alone. The common thread is always the same. The man who chooses comfort over sovereignty becomes harmless. The man who chooses sovereignty over comfort becomes lonely and powerful. 8. A short story you will recognize yourself in. There was a man in his 30s, stable job, friends, weekend routines, nothing wrong on paper. Every night he scrolled, watched others living, achieving, becoming. He felt small, not because he lacked talent, but because he never risked isolation. He said yes too often, smiled too much, explained himself constantly. One day he cut it all. No more pointless gatherings, no more validation seeking, no more numbing entertainment. Silence replaced noise. At first it felt like death. Then something else happened. His thoughts sharpened, his standards rose, his tolerance for weakness vanished. People called him cold, distant, changed. They were right. He was no longer ordinary. 9. Why most men misunderstand Musashi. They fixate on the surface, the swords, the blood, the undefeated record, the quotes framed on walls, and in doing so, they miss the core entirely. Musashi was never obsessed with defeating opponents. He was obsessed with never being owned by fear, tradition, or expectation. Every duel was a confrontation with himself first, a test of inner authority under pressure. Every withdrawal from society was a deliberate refusal to be shaped, softened, or domesticated. He chose isolation because it created total alignment. Mind sharpened by silence, body hardened by hardship, action stripped of hesitation, no compromise, no negotiation. 10. Why weak men call discipline antisocial. This is where weak interpretations destroy powerful ideas. Musashi did not hate humanity, nor did he reject connection out of bitterness. He rejected dilution. He refused to let noise, approval, or emotional dependency blur his edge. Isolation was not a permanent exile. It was a phase, a tool, a ruthless filter. When he interacted, it was intentional, never habitual. When he taught, it was earned, never begged for. The problem is not people themselves. The problem is unconscious belonging. Belonging without standards, without self-respect, without a chosen direction. 11. The modern battlefield is internal. You do not need to fight duels with steel to live Musashi's path. Your battlefield is distraction, endless stimulation, constant comparison. Your enemy is comfort disguised as peace. Your real war is against slow spiritual decay and accepted mediocrity. Isolation today looks quieter but just as brutal, turning off noise while others drown in it, training discipline while others numb themselves, thinking deeply while others recycle opinions. It is not glamorous, it will not be praised, and that is exactly why it works. 12. The final truth Musashi lived by. Musashi chose isolation over belonging because belonging demanded surrender. Surrender of edge, surrender of hunger, surrender of self-authority. He would rather walk alone than live half alive. Lonely but sharp beats accepted and dull. Feared beats liked. Sovereign beats safe. If you feel uncomfortable when everyone agrees with you, good. If you feel restless in comfort, good. If you fear being ordinary more than being alone, you are already on the path. The question is simple. Will you pay the price Musashi paid? Silence, distance, discomfort, because on the other side of that sacrifice is something rare, a man who answers only to himself. There's a kind of power that doesn't shout, it doesn't wear chains, it doesn't chase likes, it doesn't need to prove anything, it just walks into a room and everyone feels it. That cold stillness, that silent intensity, the unshakable presence of someone who has seen chaos, faced it, tamed it, and now carries that darkness with elegance. That's the mind of a true warrior. A mind so disciplined, so sharp, so controlled, it terrifies people without a word. Miyamoto Musashi had that kind of mind. He was a ghost in human skin. He won over 60 duels, not with brute force, not with luck, but with mental dominance. He crushed opponents before they even drew their blade, because he had already won in his head. This video isn't about vision boards, manifesting, or chasing comfort. It's about building a mind so disciplined, so strategic, so damn dangerous that people don't know whether to fear you or worship you. And once you understand how Musashi built that mind, you'll never think the same again. Part 1. The monster was forged, not born. Musashi wasn't a prodigy. As you already know, his mother died early. He slept in the woods. He fought grown men when he was still a kid. His first duel was a kill. That's not childhood, that's war. But here's the catch. He never played the victim, ever. No pity parties, no tears on camera, just silent and ruthless self-discipline. Do nothing which is of no use. Do you remember this quote from Musashi? Let that line haunt you. Every video you binge, every excuse you make, that's weakness feeding itself. Musashi had one obsession: mastery. He didn't care about comfort. He didn't care about fitting in. He chose a path that would destroy most men, and he walked it alone. That's the first step to building a terrifying mind: isolation. Because when you're alone long enough, the real enemy shows up. Not other people, not the world, your own thoughts. And Musashi stared those thoughts down until they shattered. Part 2. Kill distraction, or be killed by it. I remember this one period in my life a couple of years ago. I was stuck, drowning in distractions. Every time I sat down to work, I'd scroll, I'd compare, I'd sink deeper into the spiral of feeling behind. Then I found this old book, The Book of 5 Rings by Musashi. It wasn't written to be inspirational. It was written like a war manual, cold, relentless. One line punched me in the face: if you know the way broadly, you will see it in all things. That changed everything for me. It hit me. I was trying to fix my life in pieces, my body, my money, my habits, but I didn't have a code. I didn't have a way. Musashi lived by one code: be prepared to die, but never unprepared to win. After that, I deleted everything, every application, every excuse. I treated every hour like a duel, not some motivational hype, life or death. And my mind started changing. Less noise, more edge, less emotion, more clarity, less reaction, more control. That's what Musashi teaches you. Not how to be happy, but how to be dangerous. Part 3. Emotion is the enemy of execution. Musashi once said, "The primary thing when you take a sword in your hands is your intention to cut the enemy, whatever the means." That's not just about battle. It's about life. You can't build a mind like Musashi's if you're constantly reacting. You can't build anything when emotions own your decisions. Musashi wasn't cold by nature. He became that way through discipline. He didn't act from impulse. He moved from strategy. Most men fold under pressure, not from lack of skill, but because they never trained their emotions to shut up. You can give them the sword, the plan, the perfect moment, and they'd still choke, because their feelings outrank their focus. True mastery, Musashi said, is a mind that moves with no hesitation, not because the path is easy, but because the inner noise is gone. He didn't rage, didn't beg, didn't fantasize, he just moved. And in today's world, that kind of restraint terrifies people. Because when you don't react, they don't know what you're thinking. And when they don't know what you're thinking, they start fearing what you might do. Musashi trained until his mind was quieter than his breath. Pain, fear, praise, even death became just data. He wasn't calm because life was easy. He was calm because he killed the chaos inside himself. And you? Ask yourself, when you're disrespected, when things fall apart, do you act from principle or panic? If your emotions still run the show, you'll never move like a warrior. You have to build a mind so stable, so locked in, nothing can hijack it. Because once you master emotion, you master execution. And once you master execution, you don't need to talk about power, you just become it. Part 4. Face death, then nothing can touch you. Musashi meditated on death daily, not in a poetic way, literally. He imagined himself being killed, torn apart, forgotten. Why? Because once you accept death, you stop fearing it. And once you stop fearing death, you become untouchable. Musashi said, "The way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death." Think about how many decisions you avoid out of fear. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of what people think. But what if you had already made peace with the worst-case scenario? What if you moved like a man who had nothing to lose but everything to prove? That's when you stop reacting like a civilian and start acting like a weapon. This is why Musashi was terrifying, not just because of what he could do, but because of what he had already faced. He didn't fear pain, he didn't fear death, he didn't even fear loneliness, and that's why no one could break him. Part 5. Modern weakness disguised as self-care. Here's a bitter truth. Most of what's called self-care today is just escapism. Take a break. Be gentle with yourself. Protect your peace. No, Musashi didn't protect his peace. He earned it by walking through fire. Your mind doesn't get stronger by avoiding stress. It gets stronger by conquering it. You don't grow by feeling safe. You grow by walking into fear, fully aware it might kill you, and doing it anyway. People today want the strength of warriors, but not their discipline. They want peace without sacrifice, power without suffering, wisdom without scars. But there's no path like that, and Musashi knew it. You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor. That means don't betray your potential just because the world makes weakness look trendy. Part 6. Create inner silence, or be a slave to noise. Musashi spent the last years of his life in a cave, alone, writing, thinking, training, dying slowly, but with grace. And here's what's wild. He didn't fear the silence. He became sharper inside it. Most people today can't sit in silence for 5 minutes without freaking out. They need noise, constant stimulation, something to run from the voice in their head. Musashi ran toward it. And the more you train your mind to sit in stillness, no music, no scrolling, no talking, the more your mind becomes a fortress. Because once your thoughts stop controlling you, you start controlling everything. Part 7. Be the storm, not the branch. Here's what they don't tell you. Life is brutal. People will lie, friends will vanish, plans will fail. You'll be betrayed, mocked, underestimated, and left for dead, and no one's coming to save you. Musashi knew that, so he trained his mind like a blade, not to cut others, but to cut through reality. No fear, no fantasy, just clarity, precision, purpose. And if you do that, if you build a mind that doesn't flinch, doesn't beg, doesn't need, you'll scare people. Not because you're cruel, but because they'll see something they don't recognize anymore. A man who cannot be broken. Blade's final breath. The world is full of noise, but Musashi teaches you to become the silence inside it. The world is full of fear, but Musashi shows you how to walk into the storm naked and leave calm. This isn't about swords. This is about your mind, your code, your future. Build a mind so strong it scares people, because they'll know they can take your money, your status, even your body, but they will never, ever touch your mind. And in that silence, in that stillness, in that deadly calm, you will smile, because you became the blade. Fear does not announce itself loudly. It whispers. It tightens your chest when you should speak. It freezes your legs when you should move. It convinces you to stay quiet, stay safe, stay small, and then it watches you rot. Miyamoto Musashi lived in a world where fear had a blade. One mistake meant death. One moment of hesitation meant blood on the dirt. Yet the lesson he leaves behind is not about swords. It is about domination of the inner battlefield. Because long before you lose to the world, you lose to fear inside your own skull. If you are a young man who feels powerless, who avoids confrontation, who fears failure because failure would expose weakness, this message is for you. Musashi was not born fearless. He forged fear into a weapon, and you can do the same. Musashi grew up in chaos, orphaned early, raised around violence, thrown into combat before most men today choose a college major. At 13, he killed a man in a duel, not because he was confident, not because he felt ready, but because fear was not allowed to decide his fate. That is the first lesson. Fear is not your enemy. Submission to fear is. Most men today confuse fear with danger. Musashi never did. He saw fear as information, a signal, a sharpening stone. When fear appeared, it meant something mattered. It meant growth was near. It meant blood would be spilled either externally or internally. Modern men spill it internally. You fear failure because failure threatens your identity. You fear confrontation because it risks exposure. You fear being seen as weak because weakness in the modern hierarchy means invisibility. So you avoid, you delay, you soften your voice, you agree when you want to disagree, you laugh when you want to stand your ground. Musashi would call this death before death. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi wrote about seeing clearly in the midst of chaos. He trained himself to remain calm while his opponent trembled. This was not mystical. It was brutal conditioning. He repeatedly placed himself in situations where fear had no exit. Over time, fear stopped controlling his hands. Here is the truth most self-help will never say. Confidence is not built through affirmation, it is built through exposure. Fear dies through repeated humiliation survived. There is a story about Musashi arriving late to his duel with Sasaki Kojiro. People misunderstand this moment. They think it was arrogance. It was psychological warfare. Musashi controlled the emotional frame. Kojiro burned with rage. Musashi remained empty. Fear thrives on urgency. Musashi killed urgency. Young men today live inside manufactured urgency. Social media clocks, fake deadlines, imaginary judgments. But real confrontation terrifies them. A real argument, a real boundary, a real risk. Musashi trained by rejecting comfort. He slept outdoors. He starved. He isolated himself. Not to be aesthetic, but to make fear familiar. When discomfort becomes normal, fear loses leverage. Fear of failure is fear of status loss. Musashi abandoned status early. He refused comfort. He refused attachment. He did not seek approval from clans or masters. He became dangerous by removing the need to be liked. This is where most men break. You want power without social risk. You want dominance without friction. You want strength without being tested. That is not how the nervous system works. Fear is a gatekeeper. It opens only when you walk through it. Musashi understood confrontation is inevitable. Avoiding it does not remove danger. It internalizes it. The man who avoids confrontation becomes bitter, passive, sharp only in his thoughts, harmless in reality. Think of characters like Thorfinn from Vinland Saga or Eren Yeager before his transformation. Lost, reactive, controlled by fear and circumstance. Power only arrives when avoidance ends. Musashi trained both stillness and aggression. This is the hybrid. He could sit in silence for hours. He could also end a life in seconds. That balance destroyed fear. Fear thrives in imbalance, either too soft or too violent. Musashi was centered. Here is something uncomfortable. Fear of being seen as weak is often justified. The world does not reward fragile men. It tolerates them at best. Musashi did not ask the world to be gentle. He adapted to its cruelty. He trained relentlessly, not for applause, but so his body would obey when his mind shook. Your body betrays you when it is untrained. Your voice cracks. Your posture collapses. Your breathing shortens. Fear loves weak vessels. Training is not optional. Lift heavy. Train combat. Stress your body, not for aesthetics, for authority. A man who trusts his body fears confrontation less. This is ancient knowledge. Musashi wrote about accepting death daily. This terrifies modern men. But this is the kill shot to fear. When death is accepted, failure loses its power. Embarrassment becomes trivial. Rejection becomes noise. You are afraid because you believe you have something to lose. Musashi removed illusion. He lived as if each day could be his last. This created clarity. When nothing is guaranteed, action becomes urgent. There is a story of a modern man I worked with. Smart, quiet, invisible at work. He avoided conflict at all costs. Every meeting felt like a threat. Fear of looking stupid controlled him. We did not work on confidence. We worked on confrontation reps, one disagreement a day, one boundary enforced daily, one uncomfortable truth spoken. 3 months later, his presence changed, not louder, not performative, sharper. There was weight behind his words now. Silence followed him into rooms. Fear did not disappear. It fell into line. It stopped grabbing the steering wheel and took its place in the passenger seat. That is the distinction most men never understand. Musashi never tried to erase fear. He put it to work. He treated it like a dangerous animal. Untamed, it mauls you. Trained, it protects you. Fear is a tool, like fire. Left wild, it consumes everything. Contained, it tempers steel. Young men today are drowning in safety and starving for meaning. Every comfort is available, yet something inside feels wrong. That tension you feel is not anxiety. It is unused potential screaming for pressure. Fear shows up because your instincts know you are playing below your capacity. Fear is not punishment. It is a signal that expansion is required. So stop asking how to silence it. Ask how to aim it. When fear rises before confrontation, lean forward instead of retreating. When fear whispers about failure, compress time and act faster. When fear exposes weakness, respond with training, not excuses. Musashi said the ultimate aim of martial arts is not victory, it is self-mastery. The man who commands fear commands his direction. You are not weak because fear exists. You are weak when you take orders from it. This is not motivation, it is mechanics. Stress the system daily, seek discomfort with intent. Confront without malice. Build your body until it becomes reliable under pressure. Speak even when your voice shakes. Fail where others hide. Absorb the hit. Recover. Repeat. Fear will resist. Then it will bargain. Eventually, it will serve. Musashi walked alone, not from bitterness but from clarity. Solitude strips illusion. If you feel lost, it is because noise has replaced direction. Endless input dulls instinct. Silence sharpens it. Silence builds killers. Comfort builds spectators. The world does not need more harmless men with clever opinions. It needs disciplined men who move despite fear. Musashi did not wait for readiness. He advanced while afraid. That is the secret. Fear bows to action, always. There's a demon living inside you, not the cartoonish red creature with horns, something worse, something human, something familiar. It's the anger you feed, the rage that simmers in your gut when someone disrespects you, the burning in your chest when things don't go your way. It's the part of you that explodes, ruins relationships, makes you weak, and you keep feeding it. But what if I told you there was a way to kill it, to bury it? To walk through fire with calm eyes while everyone else is screaming. Miyamoto Musashi, arguably the most dangerous man to ever walk Japan, did just that. He wasn't just a swordsman. He was a war machine wrapped in silence. He fought over 60 life-or-death duels and never lost. Not because he was the fastest, not because he was the strongest, but because he was emotionless in battle. This isn't some fairy tale. This is how one man destroyed anger and became a legend. And now, you'll learn his way. 1. Anger is a puppet string and you're the toy. Let's be brutally honest. Anger doesn't always make you powerful, it makes you owned. Every time you lash out, every time you explode, every time someone pushes your buttons and you react, you're showing your cards. You're telling the world exactly how to control you. Musashi understood this early on. He realized anger wasn't strength, it was a chain, a leash. A predictable reflex that made men easy to manipulate. Marcus Aurelius said, "When you are disturbed by external things, it is not they that trouble you, but your own judgment of them." Read that again. Because if someone can make you angry, they can make you do anything. You're not in control. You're just a puppet, and your strings are your emotions. Musashi cut those strings. He trained himself to become immune to provocation, to walk into battle with the same stillness you'd expect from a monk. No matter what insult came his way, no matter how brutal the fight, he was always watching, always cold. Not because he lacked emotions, but because he refused to be controlled by them. Real strength isn't how hard you hit, it's how impossible you are to provoke. That's what made Musashi terrifying. Not his sword, not his size, not his speed, his unpredictability, his void. A man with no emotional triggers is a man you can't manipulate, threaten, or break. And that is real power. 2. The day Musashi killed anger. There's a story, not many know it. When Musashi was still young, barely out of his teens, he challenged one of the finest swordsmen in Japan, Arima Kihei. Arima was skilled, confident, formal. He expected a duel with swords. Musashi showed up hot with a wooden stick. Arima mocked him, laughed, taunted. Most men would have cracked, thrown a punch, reacted emotionally. Musashi just watched, still, quiet, calculating. Then he struck hard, fast, and then killed his opponent. No rage, no screaming, no theatrics, just brutal, cold execution. Musashi didn't fight with emotion. He fought with awareness. He fought like death itself. Anger is not strength. True power is found in control. 3. The psychology of the blade. Musashi didn't just swing swords, he studied the mind. He controlled his anger. He wrote, "Do nothing which is of no use." Anger, if not used right, it's almost always useless. You think it helps you win arguments? It just shows you're weak. You think it helps you in conflict? It makes your enemies smile. They know they've already got you. The mind is like a blade. When you let it rust with emotion, it dulls. But when you keep it still, sharp, silent, it cuts through anything. 4. Why you get angry and why you'll keep losing. Let's make this personal. Why do you get angry? Someone insults you? Life feels unfair? Someone cuts you off in traffic? Here's the harsh truth. You get angry because you think you're entitled to control things you were never meant to control. You think the world owes you respect. You think other people should behave the way you want. You think life should be fair. Musashi would say, you are attached, and attachment is the root of suffering. Musashi trained himself to expect nothing from the world. He walked alone, slept in the dirt. He trained not just his body, but his soul to be untouchable. No comfort, no luxury, no illusion of control, and because of that, no one could anger him. 5. Training the void, Musashi's practice of emptiness. You don't beat anger by screaming into a pillow or doing 100 push-ups. You beat it by training your mind like a blade. Here's how Musashi did it. Voluntary hardship. Musashi slept outside, ate little, avoided fame and fortune. He believed comfort made the mind weak, and a weak mind is easily triggered. Try this. Pick one comfort and cut it. Cold showers, no sugar, no social media. Whatever makes you squirm, kill it. Get addicted to discomfort. You'll realize most of your anger was just entitlement in disguise. No reaction is the ultimate weapon. Musashi would go silent for hours, days even, while training. He trained himself to observe without reacting. Next time someone insults you, pause. Don't reply. Don't defend. Just watch them. The power shifts instantly. You'll feel it. Meditate on death. Every morning, Musashi meditated on his own death. Why? Because a man who isn't afraid to die can't be rattled by anything less. Musashi wrote, "Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Anger fades when death becomes your companion. What's a traffic jam or rude comment compared to the void?" 6. Kill the ego. Kill the fire. At its core, anger is ego wearing a mask. You don't get angry because the world is cruel. You get angry because your image is under attack. You get mad when your pride is bruised. Someone dares to challenge your worth. You feel unseen, disrespected, or dismissed. But here's the truth Musashi understood better than anyone. Ego is a weakness disguised as importance. And the more you feed it, the more fragile you become. Musashi's solution: kill the ego. Burn it. Starve it. Leave its bones behind. He didn't care if people liked him. Didn't care if his name echoed through history. Didn't cling to praise, validation, or status. He didn't wear fancy clothes. He didn't chase approval. He didn't smile for the crowd because he knew this. The more you crave recognition, the easier it is to control you. The more you attach your identity to how others see you, the more power they have to break you. Musashi walked like a shadow through the world, detached, free, silent. He lived like a ghost because he understood one thing. A man with nothing to prove is a man no one can provoke. When you kill the ego, insults become noise. Criticism becomes information, rejection becomes irrelevant, and anger, it dies, because there's nothing left to defend. You want to become untouchable? Don't build thicker armor, burn the ego that needs protecting, because the warrior with no pride left to wound is the one you should fear the most. 7. The final duel, Musashi versus Sasaki Kojiro. Let's end with this. Musashi's most legendary duel was with Sasaki Kojiro. Kojiro was a master, a national celebrity, fast, elegant, deadly. Musashi arrived hours late, not because he was lazy, but because he wanted Kojiro angry, frustrated, unbalanced. Kojiro was boiling with rage. Musashi stepped off his boat calm as a stone, holding a wooden sword carved from an oar. Kojiro lunged, furious. Musashi, still, calculated. One blow, Kojiro dropped dead. That's what anger gets you. 8. Musashi's Way, the modern code. This isn't about pretending to be a samurai. It's about adopting their core: emptiness, detachment, precision, silence. If you want to stop being angry, stop reacting, start watching, stop expecting, start detaching, stop screaming, start sharpening. And remember, the quieter you are, the deadlier you become. The way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death. Another quote by Musashi. When you no longer fear discomfort, when you stop needing others to act how you want, when you stare death in the face and laugh, there is no anger left, only stillness, only power. There's a state beyond thinking, a state where hesitation dies, where fear evaporates, and where your body moves with the precision of a god. A state where you stop being a man and become a force of nature. This is the no mind, Musashi's ultimate secret. Most people live trapped inside their own heads. They hesitate, they overanalyze, they let doubt creep in, and in those microseconds of weakness, they lose. They lose battles, they lose opportunities, they lose life itself. Miyamoto Musashi, perhaps the greatest swordsman who ever lived, discovered the power of the no mind through blood and steel. He fought over 60 duels, never lost a single one, and walked away from each fight as if it were nothing. No fear, no hesitation, no thought. What if you could tap into that power? What if you could train your mind to stop getting in its own way? What if you could operate with pure instinct, never second-guessing yourself, never flinching in the face of conflict? This is not just about sword fighting. This is about life. This is about making decisions without fear, acting without doubt, winning without hesitation. This is the power of the no mind. Let's unlock it. The man who killed his mind. Miyamoto Musashi was not just a warrior. He was a demon on the battlefield, but he wasn't born that way. He wasn't a chosen one. He didn't have supernatural gifts. He simply understood one thing: thought is the enemy of action. From an early age, Musashi knew that hesitation meant death. He fought his first duel at the age of 13 and killed a fully grown samurai. By 29, he had cut down the greatest warriors of his time, and then he walked away. He left the world of duels behind, undefeated. Why? Because he had nothing left to prove. He had achieved mastery not just over the sword, but over his own mind. He had reached a state where his body moved before his thoughts could interfere, pure instinct, pure action. This is what the ancient Zen masters called mushin, or no mind, a state where your actions flow like water, unburdened by hesitation, fear, or overthinking. Think about the last time you hesitated. Maybe you wanted to say something but overanalyzed it. Maybe you wanted to take a risk but second-guessed yourself. Maybe you had an opportunity but let doubt stop you. Musashi never allowed those thoughts to exist. He killed them, and in doing so, he became something else entirely, a force of nature. A man who could walk into battle without fear, without hesitation, and without thought. A man who was already dead inside, and because of that, he could never be killed. Why thinking is your weakness. Most people worship intelligence. They think the smarter you are, the better your life will be. But that's a lie. The mind is a double-edged sword. It helps you solve problems, but it also creates them. It tells you to act, but then paralyzes you with doubt. Musashi knew this. He understood that thought is slow, but action is fast. And in a fight, speed is the difference between life and death. Imagine you're in a duel. Your opponent moves. You see his attack coming, but instead of acting, you hesitate. You think, you analyze, you try to predict his next move, and in that tiny moment of thought, you're dead. This is why no mind is so powerful. It removes hesitation. It removes fear. It removes the self-imposed shackles of overthinking and allows you to act instantly, with precision, without the burden of doubt. The path to no mind. Achieving no mind isn't about meditating in a cave for 20 years. It's about training yourself to trust your instincts, to shut off the part of your brain that hesitates, and to act with absolute certainty. Here's how Musashi did it, and how you can too. Kill your fear. Fear is the root of hesitation. It's the little voice in your head that tells you to wait, to hold back, to reconsider. Kill that voice. How? By doing the things you fear the most, by stepping into the fire again and again until fear no longer controls you. Musashi fought over 60 duels. He put his life on the line every single time. Eventually, fear disappeared. It burned out of him like a sickness. You don't need to fight duels, but you do need to step into discomfort daily. The more you face fear, the weaker it becomes. The weaker it becomes, the closer you get to no mind. Trust your body. Your body knows what to do if you let it. Most people hesitate because they don't trust themselves. They think they need more information, more time, more certainty. Musashi knew that hesitation was a death sentence. He trained until every movement became automatic, until he didn't need to think, until his body simply acted. Whatever your craft is, train it obsessively. Not until you get it right, but until you can't get it wrong, until it's burned into you, until you don't think, you just do. Silence the mind. The mind is always talking, always overanalyzing, always second-guessing. No mind means silence, no thoughts, just presence, just action. Meditation isn't just for monks. Musashi spent hours in silent practice, not to escape the world, but to master it, to learn how to exist without the constant noise of thought. Try it. Sit in silence. Observe your thoughts, then let them go. The more you practice, the quieter the mind becomes. And the quieter the mind, the faster your reactions, the sharper your instincts, the stronger your presence. The power of no mind in everyday life. No mind isn't just for warriors. It's for anyone who wants to master life itself. It's the key to moving through the world with absolute clarity, unshaken by fear, hesitation, or doubt. When you embrace no mind, you stop second-guessing yourself, you stop hesitating, you stop getting lost in your own thoughts. Instead, you act fully, decisively, and with complete presence. Most people live in their heads, paralyzed by overthinking. They analyze every decision, replay past mistakes, and hesitate when opportunities arise. This hesitation isn't harmless, it's a slow death. Every second wasted in doubt is a second stolen from action. No mind erases this paralysis. It allows you to operate at your highest level, unburdened by hesitation. In business, make decisions instantly. Trust your intuition. Move forward without overthinking. While others hesitate, trapped in endless analysis, you take action and gain ground. Success isn't about knowing everything. It's about acting when others stall. In social situations, speak with confidence. Stop filtering yourself. Let words flow naturally. Overthinking in conversations makes you awkward, hesitant, and disconnected. But when you trust yourself, your presence becomes magnetic. People are drawn to those who don't hesitate. In personal growth, silence self-doubt. Act before hesitation creeps in. Build momentum through action. Every time you hesitate, you reinforce fear. Every time you act, you reinforce power. Growth isn't about waiting until you feel ready. It's about moving forward despite uncertainty. The more you embrace no mind, the more unstoppable you become. It's not just a mindset, it's a way of being, a way of moving through life with total certainty, unburdened by doubt. Until hesitation fades, doubt disappears, and you navigate life like a warrior, fearless, decisive, and untouchable. Move through life untouched. Musashi didn't win because he was stronger. He didn't win because he was smarter. He won because he had already killed the one thing that held everyone else back, his own mind. He moved without hesitation, acted without fear, lived without doubt, and because of that, he became a legend. Most people will never reach this state. They'll remain trapped in their own heads, slaves to hesitation, overanalysis, and fear. They'll choke in critical moments, paralyzed by their own thoughts. They'll dream of mastery but never claim it. They'll let fear dictate their lives. But you don't have to be one of them. Most people let fear control their actions. They hesitate when opportunity knocks. They overthink in moments that demand decisiveness, and in doing so, they remain ordinary. But mastery belongs to those who kill hesitation before it kills them. Kill your hesitation. Kill your fear. Kill your mind. and become untouchable. You're standing on a blood-stained battlefield. The air reeks of iron and sweat. Your hands shake, not from exhaustion, but from rage. An enemy lies dead at your feet, yet the fire inside you still burns. You want to scream. You want to carve through 10 more men just to feel the tension release. But then, silence. A voice, cold as a winter river, cuts through the chaos in your skull. Do nothing that is of no use. Miyamoto Musashi, the deadliest swordsman in history, didn't win 60 duels by being emotional. He won because he controlled emotion, turned it into a weapon instead of letting it control him. This video is a war manual for your mind, and if you don't master it, your emotions will kill you. Maybe not with a blade, but with regret, mistakes, and weakness that eats you alive over time. Let's begin. 1. The illusion of good and bad emotions. Most people think emotions are like weather, uncontrollable, something that happens to them. I can't help it, I'm just angry. I'm too anxious to do anything. Logically, I'm heartbroken, I'll never recover. Musashi would have laughed at this, not out of cruelty, but because he knew the truth. Emotions are not your identity. They are signals, distractions, fuel. When Musashi faced the Yoshioka school, alone against dozens, he didn't panic. He didn't let fear paralyze him. He observed it, then moved like a storm. Perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. Real control starts when you stop labeling emotions as good or bad. Fear isn't your enemy, hesitation is. Anger isn't evil, unfocused rage is. Example, a samurai doesn't waste time hating the enemy. He uses that adrenaline to strike faster. A general doesn't mourn lost soldiers mid-battle. He adapts. Your emotions are the same. Stop judging them. Use them. 2. The ritual of detachment. How to stop feeling like a puppet. Musashi didn't meditate under waterfalls or chant mantras. His version of detachment was brutal simplicity. Observe, don't absorb. When anger hits, don't become the anger. Watch it like a passing storm. Delay reaction. Musashi waited, sometimes hours, before striking in a duel. Why? Because impulse gets you killed. Physical stillness means mental control. Notice how the most dangerous people are often the calmest. Real-life application. Next time someone insults you, don't react. Let the words hang in the air. Watch how powerless they become when you refuse to play. Do not let your body be dragged by your mind. Do not let your mind be dragged by your body. This isn't repression, it's strategy. 3. The shadow of death as a teacher. Musashi lived like a man who'd already died. Not in a depressed way, in a free way. When you accept that everything is temporary, your rage, your pain, even your life, you stop clinging to emotions like they're precious. Dark truth. Most people are addicted to their own suffering. They replay betrayals like a favorite song. They nurture grudges like children. Musashi's solution? Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Stop taking your emotions so seriously. You're not that important. The world doesn't care about your bad day. Example, a soldier in war doesn't have time to cry over every fallen comrade. He must keep moving, or he dies. Your emotions are the same. Honor them, then bury them. 4. The sword that cuts through illusion. Most people spend their lives in an invisible prison. I can't because I'm scared. I'll never get over this. They hurt me, so I'm broken. Musashi's answer? Action, not reckless action, precise action. When doubt creeps in, train harder. When sadness lingers, create something. When anger boils, channel it into a skill. Step by step, walk the 1,000-mile road. Emotions lose power when you're too busy doing to dwell on them. 5. Become ungovernable. Society wants you emotional. Outrage gets clicks. Fear sells products. Heartbreak fuels drama. Musashi rejected all of it. He lived in caves, forests, and battlefields, free from the manipulation of others. You don't need to live in the wilderness, but you must become ungovernable by external chaos. How? Delete emotional bait. News, toxic people, pointless arguments. Cut them out like rotten flesh. Embrace solitude. Musashi wrote The Book of 5 Rings in a cave. What could you create without distractions? Let actions speak. Most emotional people talk endlessly. The dangerous ones, they're silent until it's time to strike. 6. The art of emotional alchemy, turning weakness into power. Musashi didn't just suppress emotions, he transformed them, turned fear into awareness. Most people freeze in fear. Musashi used it to sharpen his senses. In his duel against Sasaki Kojiro, Musashi arrived late, not out of disrespect but to unnerve his opponent. He turned Kojiro's frustration into his own advantage. Turn anger into focus. Blind rage gets you killed. Controlled anger? That's fuel. Modern equivalent. Athletes use pre-game adrenaline to enhance performance, not sabotage it. Turn doubt into preparation. Uncertainty is only dangerous if you let it paralyze you. Musashi over-prepared for every duel, eliminating doubt through sheer readiness. Exercise. Next time you feel a negative emotion, ask, how can this make me stronger? 7. The void mind, Musashi's ultimate mental state. Musashi's most advanced technique wasn't a sword stroke, it was a mental stance. In the void is virtue and no evil. Wisdom has existence, principle has existence, the way has existence, spirit is nothingness. Empty your mind of clutter and you become unstoppable. How to practice meditation for warriors. Instead of sitting passively, visualize your emotions as enemies. Cut through them one by one. The no mind state. Ever been in the zone? That's the void. No thoughts, just action. Real-world example. Elite snipers report their minds go completely silent before taking a shot. No fear, no hesitation, just the target. 8. The 5 Rings of Emotional Control. Musashi's Book of 5 Rings wasn't just about swords, it was a blueprint for total self-mastery. Apply these to your emotions. Earth, stability. Build unshakable routines. When emotions hit, your discipline becomes your anchor. Water, adaptability. Emotions are fluid. Don't resist them, flow around them. Fire, intensity. Harness emotional energy for bursts of productivity or creativity. Wind, awareness. Observe your emotional patterns like a strategist studying terrain. Void, emptiness. The ultimate goal, a mind so clear it reflects reality without distortion. 9. Modern enemies of emotional control and how Musashi would slay them. Social media, designed to hijack your emotions for engagement. Musashi's fix, do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Limit exposure. Victim culture, encourages wallowing in pain for validation. Musashi's fix, respect Buddha and the gods but rely on none. Take responsibility. Overstimulation, constant noise weakens your mental clarity. Musashi's fix, spend time in nature or silence daily. 10. The death blow to emotional weakness, a 30-day challenge. Want results? Act. Week 1. Observe your emotions like a scientist. No judgment, just data. Week 2. Delay all emotional reactions by 10 seconds. Gradually increase. Week 3. Channel one negative emotion into a creative or physical act daily. Week 4. Spend 1 full day in selective mutism. Speak only when necessary. By day 30, you'll feel like you've rewired your brain. The duel never ends. Emotional control isn't a one-time victory, it's a lifestyle, a series of battles fought every day. Musashi knew this. Even after retiring undefeated, he kept training, kept refining, because the moment you think you've mastered yourself is the moment you lose. So ask again, are you the warrior or the weapon? The answer will determine everything. Now go. The path is waiting. I used to wake up and reach for my phone before my eyes were open. Not because something was waiting, just because the silence felt wrong. Being alone with my own thoughts for 30 seconds had become unbearable. You don't fall into the trap all at once. You slide in degree by degree until one day you're sitting at dinner with people you love and you're not really there. I was 23 when I realized I hadn't felt genuinely good in over a year. Not depressed, just flat, gray, like someone had turned the contrast down on everything. Before we talk about Musashi, you need to understand what was done to you. This wasn't an accident. This was the product. In the 1960s, casino designers discovered that unpredictable rewards kept people at the slot machine far longer than consistent ones. The brain doesn't get excited by certainty. It gets addicted to maybe. 40 years later, Silicon Valley built the same mechanism into your pocket. The red notification dot was deliberately colored red because it triggers urgency in the nervous system. The infinite scroll removed the natural stopping point a page break gives you. These are not conveniences, they are traps. Chronic overstimulation causes dopamine receptor downregulation. Your brain reduces its own sensitivity to protect itself. Fewer receptors, lower baseline. More input to feel anything. More input causes further reduction. Nothing tastes as good as it used to. You achieve something real and the satisfaction lasts maybe an hour before the emptiness crawls back. That emptiness is not a character flaw. It is the intended result of a system that requires your dissatisfaction to function. Musashi wandered alone for most of his life and died writing one of the most precise documents on mastery ever produced. What he understood about surrendering your reward system to external forces reads like he was describing 2026. He called men enslaved to external stimulation one simple thing: weak. The man who was forged, not born. If you've read Vagabond Takahiko Inoue's manga on Musashi's life, you know the story. A violent, reckless kid who won early duels through ferocity more than skill. In one of its most brutal arcs, young Musashi sits surrounded by the aftermath of a massacre he caused, hands shaking, and realizes that strength without mastery is just violence with better aim. His inability to govern himself was the problem. That moment, the warrior looking at his own wreckage and deciding to become something different, is the actual beginning of Musashi's story. It is also the beginning of yours. The man modern life built. His name is Marcus. He's 22. Gym membership he uses inconsistently. Ambitions he talks about more than acts on. He stays up until 2 a.m. scrolling, watching videos he forgets within minutes. He'll work hard when something grips him. The problem is almost nothing grips him. He calls it being unmotivated. What he's actually describing is a dopamine system so desensitized that normal life cannot generate enough signal to hold his attention. He is not broken, he is hijacked, and hijacked systems can be reclaimed. The first move, 30 days of silence. Musashi wrote, "The way is in the training, not in the understanding, in the doing. Remove every super-stimulating pleasure source for 30 days. No social media, no streaming, no pornography, no alcohol, sugar, or video games. Plain food, water, work, training, sleep." I did this at 24. Week 1 is withdrawal, genuine and ugly, anxious for no reason you can name, reaching for your phone by muscle memory before you realize it. Week 2 is worse. Everything goes flat. You feel nothing. This is when most men quit. It is working. This is what working looks like. Week 3, something comes back. I was eating plain rice on a Thursday when I actually tasted it. Subtle sweetness, real texture. I'd eaten rice 1,000 times and never tasted it. My receptors, starved of overstimulation, had started upregulating. By week 4, morning light through a window felt like something. A hard training session felt like something. Not because the world changed, because my brain's ability to receive it had been restored. The second move, build your life low. After the reset, the trap is returning to exactly what you left. Most men do. Your dopamine system has a threshold. The higher your regular inputs, the higher it climbs. Set it high enough and almost nothing in ordinary life clears it. But a man who lives simply has a threshold low enough that the world is full of things that do. The quality of light at 6 a.m., finishing one hard thing with no one watching. Marcus restructured one thing at a time. Plain food during the week, no phone before noon, one screenless night a week. By month 4, he described his life as having texture again. Things had edges. He hadn't changed his circumstances. He'd changed his baseline. The third move, make the desire wait. There is a scene in Vagabond where young Musashi wants to challenge Sasaki Kojiro immediately. He is told to wait. He burns with it for months. When the duel finally comes, he is utterly different. The waiting changed him. The gap between desire and fulfillment is not empty space. It is training ground. When you feel the urge to check your phone, wait 20 minutes. You are teaching your nervous system that desire is information, not a command. Thirsty? Wait 30 minutes. Hungry? Wait an hour. The modern world eliminated this gap by design. Every craving has a 2-minute solution. The result is men who cannot sit with their own thoughts for 10 minutes. Musashi's patience in duels was not temperament. It was trained in thousands of small moments of choosing to wait when he could have had. The fourth move, choose the hard thing. Musashi practiced deliberate deprivation of even natural pleasures, not just cutting harmful habits, but going without things that were genuinely good and available, because choosing to do so proved something to his nervous system that words never could. The proof was this: I am not governed by comfort. Most men have never tested this. They believe they could handle hardship if it came, but they've never chosen it. The difference between believing you are strong and knowing it is the distance between a sword never used and one that has been. Pick the thing you rely on most, not your obvious addiction, the thing you'd most resist giving up. Give it up for 30 days, not for health, to prove you are in charge of it. A man who cannot choose his own discomfort will have discomfort chosen for him by systems that profit from his weakness. By his 40s, Musashi had built something no temptation could touch. Not willpower, not suppression, actual freedom. His dopamine system was calibrated to find real pleasure in simple things, so intense pleasures offered nothing his ordinary life wasn't already providing. Marcus, at 23, said it plainly: I used to feel like I was watching my life happen to someone else. Now I'm in it. I failed my first reset at 2 weeks, failed again at 3. Third time I finished it, and the texture slowly came back. There is no dramatic moment, just a Tuesday when something tastes good again. Musashi wrote as he was dying: think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. A man feeding a constant hunger cannot think deeply about anything. The question isn't whether you can do this, it's whether you're tired enough of feeling nothing to start. What is the one dopamine source you know is running you right now? Imagine this. You're standing on a quiet, sun-scorched field. Across from you is a man with murder in his eyes and a blade thirsty for blood. But you're calm, not pretending, not forcing it, just still, emotionless, unshaken. Because deep down, you've trained yourself to be this way, to act as if nothing bothers you, until it becomes true. That's not just confidence, that's power. And Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated Ronin, mastered this so completely that it turned him into a legend. Not because he was the strongest, not because he had the best sword, but because he was unbothered by anything. He fought over 60 lethal duels and never lost once. Why? Because his enemies always defeated themselves first, emotionally. You think staying calm is a passive trait, a chill personality quirk? Wrong. It's a weapon. And in this video, I'll show you how to forge it, step by step. Part 1. They're already losing when they try to trigger you. You don't need to swing a sword to destroy someone. Most people are so emotionally weak that all it takes to unravel them is a rude comment, a delayed text, or a minor inconvenience. Their egos are glass, their peace, fragile. They perform outrage like it's theater. They get offended, they get triggered, they spiral, while thinking it makes them look strong. It doesn't. Here's what Musashi understood. From one thing, know 10,000 things. What does that mean? If someone shows you they can't control their emotions in one area, it reveals how weak they are in all others. Think of the modern world. People rage at tweets, spiral over gossip, obsess over exes who left them 2 years ago. You don't need to fight these people. You just let them exhaust themselves, like Musashi did to the Yoshioka clan. They tried to ambush him with over 70 men. He didn't show up on time. They waited. Hours passed. Anxiety grew. Rage built. Fear kicked in. And by the time Musashi casually walked into the trap, they were so mentally wrecked, he walked right through them like a ghost. You want to win in life? Here's the first rule. Don't be the one who reacts. Be the one who watches. Part 2. Emotions are a trap built by your own mind. Control your emotions or be controlled by them. That's not just a quote. It's a law of power. Most people think strength is about expressing your feelings. Wrong. That's just romanticized weakness. Real strength is quiet. It's what Musashi called the stillness in combat. The path he took was this: total inner stillness, indifference to chaos, peace under pressure. Think about this. When something bothers you, it's not the thing itself that creates pain. It's your resistance to it. Your mind goes, why is this happening? This is unfair. I need to fix this now. And that spiral builds tension. That tension becomes stress. That stress becomes overthinking. And that's when your peace dies. Musashi never resisted what was happening. He simply accepted it, not in a soft spiritual way, in a lethal tactical way. If it's raining, he doesn't curse the clouds. If he's ambushed, he doesn't panic. If someone insults him, he doesn't flinch. Because the moment you need things to be different to feel okay, you've already lost. Part 3. Your peace is a threat. Musashi once delayed a duel on purpose, made his opponent wait on a beach under the boiling sun for hours. The man grew furious, agitated, his pride got bruised, his technique got sloppy. And when Musashi showed up with a wooden sword carved from an oar, he killed him in one strike, not because he was stronger, but because he was calmer. Let me say this again, calm is a weapon. Today's version, you ignore the message they sent to trigger you. You stay quiet when they try to bait you. You smile when they expect a reaction. They get angrier, more desperate, more drained. You stay still. They implode. Every second someone spends trying to disturb your peace is a second they're not working on themselves. Let that sink in. Part 4. Real indifference is earned, not faked. You can't fake being unbothered. A lot of people try. They act cold on the outside while boiling inside. You know what that creates? Burnout, depression, implosions. That's not the Musashi way. He didn't pretend, he trained. And through training, indifference became natural. He was orphaned young. He had no guidance, no mentorship, no stability, but he didn't complain. He didn't make excuses. He turned pain into practice. So here's another rule. Everything is training. That betrayal, practice emotional detachment. That failure, practice resilience. That insult, practice stillness. Every moment you don't react builds the muscle of inner power. Part 5. Become the watcher in the chaos. You've probably felt it before. That feeling of stepping outside yourself, watching a heated conversation like it's a scene in a movie, not reacting, just observing. Musashi studied people like maps. He read fear and arrogance. He spotted insecurity and insults. And while his enemies postured and shouted, he was analyzing patterns. You want to win in life? Start asking, what is this person actually revealing? The coworker who gossips nonstop, weak attention span. The ex who keeps reaching out, loneliness. The person flexing online 24/7, insecurity. Their actions are confessions. Your job, watch. Don't engage, don't judge, just learn. This turns every social interaction into data, and data is power. Part 6. Nothing can hurt you if you decide it's just fuel. Here's the most terrifying realization. Nothing can truly disturb you unless you grant it permission. You can be insulted, cheated, betrayed, mocked, but only you can decide what those things mean. Musashi once wrote, "Respect Buddha and the gods, but do not rely on them." Translation, respect life, but rely on your mindset. Respect others, but rely on your discipline. Respect circumstances, but rely on your response. You are the weapon. Everything else is noise. So when life throws chaos at you, thank it. Why? Because most people are never tested. They live soft lives, emotionally weak, spiritually hollow. But you get to train. Every irritating moment is a new rep in the gym of stoic power. The obstacle is the way. Let them talk while I sharpen my sword. Your peace disturbs them more than your words ever could. Walk like Musashi. You want to become unstoppable? Then stop being bothered by what doesn't matter. Musashi didn't waste energy on feelings. He didn't explain himself. He didn't flinch at insults or panic when things got unfair. He just acted, moved, adapted, like water flowing through combat. And the reason he was unbeatable wasn't because he never felt fear, pain, or anger. It's because those feelings had no power over him. Let people talk. Let them rage. Let the world burn in outrage culture, gossip, distraction, drama. You're building something colder, sharper, stronger. A mind that stays calm while others collapse. A soul that doesn't flinch while others explode. A presence so still, it unnerves everyone who tries to shake it. You don't chase revenge. You don't beg for validation. You don't dance for attention. You walk alone, quiet, dangerous, deliberate, and in a world that overreacts to everything. That silence, that stillness, that unbothered nature, that is terrifying. Because when nothing disturbs you, no one can control you. When nothing shakes you, people can't figure you out. And when people can't read you, they fear you. Now ask yourself, what if, starting today, you acted like nothing bothers you, and eventually it became true? That's when the world stops controlling you, and you start controlling everything. What if I told you that unlocking insane focus isn't about tricks, hacks, or caffeine-fueled desperation? Imagine a state where distractions dissolve and your mind becomes a razor-sharp weapon, slicing through tasks with precision and ease. This isn't a pipe dream. It's a discipline, a practice. And perhaps no one understood this better than Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai and strategist. He wrote the timeless Book of Five Rings, not just as a guide to swordsmanship, but as a philosophy of life. His teachings offer a roadmap to a level of focus most people will never experience. It's not about being perfect, it's about being present. Musashi's way is about more than just winning battles, it's about mastering yourself. In this video, we'll dive deep into Musashi's methods and translate his timeless wisdom into actionable steps. Forget about motivation. This is about creating focus on command. By the end, you'll not only understand the mindset of a samurai, but also have the tools to channel that mindset into your own life. The myth of multitasking, Musashi's single path. One of Musashi's core principles is embodied in his phrase, "Do nothing which is of no use." In a world buzzing with notifications, this sounds almost radical, but Musashi wasn't worried about juggling tasks. He was obsessed with mastering one thing at a time. Modern neuroscience backs him up. Multitasking is a myth. Your brain isn't built to handle multiple high-level tasks simultaneously. Instead, it's constantly switching, draining your mental energy and breaking your focus. Musashi's way teaches us to commit fully to a single purpose. This means asking yourself, with brutal honesty, what truly matters right now. Are you trying to master a skill, finish a project, strengthen a relationship? Whatever it is, eliminate everything else. That's where the magic happens. The power of no distractions zones. Musashi believed in training environments free from distraction. He spent years in isolation, honing his craft, far from the noise of society. While you don't need to vanish into the mountains, you can create your own no-distraction zones. Here's how. Designate your space. Find a place, a desk, a room, or even a corner that is solely for focused work. No phones, no TV, no social media, no interruptions. Set time blocks. Just as Musashi would dedicate hours to practicing his strikes, set aside specific times for deep work. Use a timer if you have to. Protect your energy. Guard your focus as fiercely as a samurai guards his honor. Let those around you know that your zone is sacred. Mind like water, the samurai's calm. A distracted mind is like turbulent water, cloudy and chaotic. But Musashi emphasized a mind like water, calm, clear, and adaptable. In his teachings, this mental state wasn't just advantageous, it was necessary for survival. When your mind is calm, you can respond to challenges with precision instead of panic. To cultivate this calm, practice these techniques. Breathing drills. Start each session of focused work with deep, controlled breaths. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 6. This simple act can reset your nervous system and center your mind. Meditation. You don't need to sit cross-legged for hours. Even 5 minutes of mindfulness each day can sharpen your ability to stay present. Embrace the void, the ultimate focus hack. One of the most mysterious sections of the Book of Five Rings is Musashi's concept of the void. It's not emptiness in the sense of nothingness, but a state of pure potential. When in the void, you're not overwhelmed by the past or future. You're fully immersed in the now. This is the ultimate focus state. But how do you get there? By learning to let go, detach from outcome. Musashi believed that obsession with results could cloud judgment. Instead, focus on the process. The results will follow. Practice presence. Train yourself to notice when your mind wanders. Gently bring it back to the task at hand. It's not about never losing focus. It's about returning to it again and again. The art of repetition, sharpening your blade. Musashi's mastery didn't come from dabbling. He repeated strikes thousands of times, each one sharpening his skills and focus. Repetition isn't glamorous, but it's the foundation of greatness. To unlock insane focus, you must embrace the grind. Here's how to make repetition work for you. Break it down. Instead of trying to tackle everything at once, focus on one small piece. Master that, then move on. Track progress. Whether it's journaling or another method, make sure you measure your improvement. Seeing progress fuels motivation. Simplicity is strength. Cut the clutter. Musashi's lifestyle was very minimalistic. He carried only what was necessary, believing excess to be a distraction. In today's world, clutter, both physical and mental, saps our focus. Simplify your environment and your routines to free up mental energy. Declutter your space. A messy desk can lead to a messy mind. Keep your work area clean and minimal. Streamline decisions. Limit choices for unimportant things, like what to wear or eat. Save your decision-making energy for what truly matters. Harness the power of deadlines. Musashi understood the urgency of life and death situations. While your tasks may not be as dramatic, creating urgency can supercharge your focus. Deadlines, even self-imposed ones, force your brain to prioritize and eliminate distractions. Try this. Use timers. Set a timer for 25 minutes and work intensely during that period. Rest for 5 minutes, then repeat. Set micro deadlines. Break big projects into smaller tasks, each with its own deadline. This keeps momentum high. The warrior's rest. Recovery as a weapon. Even Musashi rested. Focus isn't about working non-stop. It's about managing your energy. Burnout kills focus faster than any distraction. Sleep ruthlessly. Prioritize quality sleep. A well-rested mind is sharper and more resilient. Active recovery. Take breaks that refresh your mind. Walk, stretch, or even do something creative. Living Musashi's way, a focused life. Musashi's way wasn't just about winning duels, it was about mastering life. By adopting his principles, you're not just improving your focus, you're reshaping how you approach everything. It's not easy, but it's worth it. When you practice focusing like a samurai, distractions lose their power. Your mind becomes your greatest weapon, capable of tackling any challenge. This isn't just theory, it's a practice, a path, and it starts now. Musashi's way is waiting for you. Focus and get ready to walk it. You can feel it when someone with an unshakable aura enters the room. Heads turn, conversations pause. There's an electric buzz that says, this person is different. It's not arrogance, charm, or even good looks. It's something deeper, an undeniable presence that draws people in. This is the power of an aura. Most people think an aura is some mystical, unattainable quality, but it isn't. Developing an aura is like forging a sword. It takes intention, discipline, and time. And no one understood this better than Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated samurai whose aura struck fear into opponents before a single blow was exchanged. In this video, I'll walk you through what I call the Musashi method, a practical blueprint to building an aura so strong it reshapes how people see and treat you. Forget the fluff about crystals or chakras. This is about actionable steps rooted in ancient wisdom and human psychology. Ready? Let's start forging. Part 1. Understanding the essence of aura. An aura is not something you are born with. It's built. It's the culmination of your thoughts, actions, and the energy you project. Think of it as the invisible field surrounding you, a reflection of your inner world made manifest. What makes a powerful aura? Certainty, confidence is the cornerstone. It's not about knowing all the answers, but believing in your ability to figure things out. Intentionality. People with a strong aura move with purpose. Their words, actions, and even silences feel deliberate. Emotional regulation. Someone with an aura isn't easily shaken. They project calmness, even in chaos. Authenticity. Pretenders are exposed quickly. Real power comes from embracing who you are without apology. Musashi embodied all of these qualities. His aura wasn't just about being a warrior. It was about being fully present and operating from a place of absolute authenticity. And that's where we'll begin. Part 2. The Musashi method, step by step. Sharpen your inner blade. Master your mind. Musashi famously said, "The primary thing when you take a sword in your hands is your intention to cut the enemy, whatever the means." While you're not wielding a katana, the principle holds true. Your mind is your first weapon. Develop mental clarity. Practice meditation or mindfulness daily. Even 5 minutes of focused breathing can help you become more aware of your thoughts. Journal your intentions each morning. What do you want to achieve today? Writing it down forces clarity. Eliminate internal noise. Cut out distractions. Social media, endless notifications, and mindless chatter dilute your focus. A powerful aura comes from a sharp, undistracted mind. Identify your fears and confront them. Fear is the fastest way to weaken your presence. Face what scares you, and your energy shifts dramatically. Live by a code. Musashi followed his own philosophy, the way of walking alone, which emphasized self-reliance and discipline. Define your core principles and stick to them, no matter what. Move like water, stand like stone, master your body. Your physical presence plays a massive role in your aura. Posture, movement, and even how you breathe can either amplify or diminish your energy. Own your posture. Stand tall, shoulders back, head high. A slouched posture signals insecurity. Command respect by owning the space you occupy. Master movement. Watch how martial artists move, fluid, yet deliberate. Every step is intentional. Practice walking with purpose, not rushing, not dawdling, just present. Pay attention to your gestures. Avoid fidgeting. Instead, make slow, deliberate movements that convey control. Cultivate physical discipline. Train your body. Whether it's martial arts, weightlifting, or yoga, physical discipline builds confidence and projects strength. Control your breath. Slow, deep breathing keeps you grounded and calm, even under pressure. Forge your presence. Control the energy you project. Musashi's enemies often felt defeated before the fight began. Why? His energy, his aura, was overpowering. Here's how to forge yours. Control your emotions. Learn to master emotional triggers. When you're reactive, you're easy to manipulate. Practice responding thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Cultivate stillness. People with a strong aura aren't frantic. They're calm, composed, and measured. Dedicate time to stillness each day, whether through meditation, reflection, or simply sitting in silence. Project confidence. Speak with certainty. Even if you don't know everything, your tone and delivery should convey assurance. Avoid over-explaining or seeking validation. Say what you mean and let your words stand. On the power of observation, awareness is key. Musashi's strength wasn't just in his swordsmanship, it was in his ability to read people and situations. Building your aura requires the same skill. Read the room, observe before you speak. Powerful people listen more than they talk. Pay attention to body language, tone, and unspoken cues. Anticipate responses. Consider how your words or actions will be received. This foresight allows you to navigate interactions with precision. Stay present. Don't let your mind wander. Being fully engaged in the moment enhances your presence. Radiate authenticity, the core of an unshakable aura. Fake personas are easy to spot. A truly magnetic aura comes from embracing who you are, flaws and all. Stop people-pleasing. Trying to make everyone like you is exhausting and weakens your energy. Focus on being respected, not liked. Know your strengths and weaknesses. Confidence isn't about pretending to be perfect. It's about owning who you are and showing up authentically. Live with integrity. Say what you mean and mean what you say. People can feel when your words and actions align. Part 3. Practical exercises to amplify your aura. Building an aura isn't just a theoretical exercise. Here are practical steps to bring the Musashi method to life. Daily presence practice. Spend 10 minutes a day observing your surroundings without judgment. This sharpens your awareness and grounds your energy. Posture. Check. Set reminders throughout the day to adjust your posture. Over time, it becomes second nature. Silent observation. In social settings, practice listening more than speaking. Observe how the dynamics shift when you're fully present. Mirror work. Stand in front of a mirror and hold eye contact with yourself for 2 minutes. This builds self-assurance and familiarity with your own presence. Breath control. Practice box breathing. Inhale for 5 counts, hold for 5 counts, exhale for 5 counts, hold for 5 counts, to regulate your energy and stay calm under pressure. Musashi didn't have an aura because he was a samurai. He had an aura because he mastered himself. He honed his mind, body, and spirit until they worked in perfect harmony. His presence was the result of years of discipline and intentionality. You don't need to wield a sword to adopt the Musashi method. By mastering your mind, refining your body language, controlling your energy, and embracing your authenticity, you can build an aura that commands respect and admiration. The world is full of noise, but those with a powerful aura cut through it. Be that person. Start building your aura today, and watch as the world begins to see you differently. Remember, an aura isn't given, it's earned. The Musashi method is your blueprint. Imagine this. You're standing face to face with a man who wants to kill you. There's no escape, no backup, no second chances. The only thing that stands between you and death is your mind. Will you freeze? Will your hands tremble? Will your heartbeat betray you? Or will you stay as still as a mountain, unaffected by fear, detached from the chaos, fully in control? This is not just philosophy, this is survival. Miyamoto Musashi, the most legendary swordsman in Japanese history, fought over 60 duels and he never lost. He didn't just survive, he dominated. But here's the thing, he wasn't just a master of the sword, he was a master of the mind. And in his teachings, he left behind a roadmap for how to stay calm in any confrontation, whether you're facing an enemy on the battlefield, an opponent in business, or a manipulative person trying to push your buttons. If you can stay calm under pressure, you win. Every time. Let's dive deep into Musashi's philosophy and extract the cold, hard truths that will make you unshakable in any confrontation. 1. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. The first mistake people make in confrontations is taking things personally. The moment you let your ego get involved, you've already lost. You get emotional, you overreact, you lose clarity. Musashi never fought with ego, he fought with strategy. In his Dokudo, Musashi wrote, "Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world." This means detach from your emotions. Don't take things as a personal attack. Instead, step back and analyze the situation as if you were watching someone else. The more you detach, the calmer you become. Take business negotiations, for example. The moment you let pride or insecurity control your reactions, you become easy to manipulate. The person who can stay emotionally neutral always has the advantage. The next time someone insults you, challenges you, or tries to provoke you, remember, it's not about you, it's about control. The person who stays calm has control. 2. Fixation is the way to defeat. Ever noticed how people panic when they fixate on only one way to win? Musashi called this a death sentence. He wrote, "Fixation is the way to defeat. Fluidity is the way to victory." Let's say you get into an argument and your only goal is to prove you're right. You've already lost. The other person can sense your emotional investment. They will exploit it, push your buttons, and make you react. Instead, think like Musashi. Be formless, be unpredictable, be adaptable. In battle, Musashi never used the same tactics twice. Sometimes he used 2 swords. Sometimes he used a wooden sword. Sometimes he arrived late to frustrate his opponent. He always kept them guessing. This applies to real life too. If someone is trying to pressure you, don't react in a predictable way. Stay unreadable. If they expect you to get angry, stay silent. If they expect you to argue, agree with them in a way that throws them off balance. Confrontation is war, and war is won by those who stay fluid, not rigid. 3. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Most people panic in confrontations because they fear losing. They think there's only one way to win, dominate, overpower, or outmaneuver. But what if I told you that true mastery isn't about following one rigid path? It's about knowing that there are always multiple ways to reach the same goal. Musashi said, "You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain." Most people lose battles because they let their opponent dictate the terms of engagement. They react instead of strategizing. But those who think beyond the obvious understand that victory isn't always about brute force or direct confrontation. It's about control. In a fight, sometimes the smartest move isn't to engage, but to walk away, letting your opponent self-destruct. An insecure person thrives on reaction. If you deny them that, you starve their power. In an argument, sometimes silence is more powerful than words. If you let the other person overextend, they'll reveal their weaknesses without realizing it. In negotiation, sometimes pretending to concede positions you for a bigger win later. The best strategists make their opponent feel comfortable right before taking everything. The key is never becoming predictable. Never lock yourself into one way of winning. Adaptability is power. The moment you understand that multiple paths lead to victory, you stop playing by their rules and start playing by your own. 4. From one thing, know 10,000 things. Musashi was undefeated, not because he was the strongest, but because he was the most prepared. His philosophy was based on pattern recognition, understanding the underlying structures behind every conflict, every game, and every human interaction. He said, "From one thing, know 10,000 things." What does this mean? It means that once you deeply understand one fundamental truth, you unlock an entire world of knowledge. Every confrontation follows a pattern. If you recognize the pattern, you can predict the outcome before it happens. This applies to everything. If you understand human nature, you'll see power plays before they happen. You'll know who's trying to manipulate you before they even make a move. If you understand body language, you'll detect lies before they're spoken. A twitch of the mouth, a glance to the side, these reveal more than words ever will. If you understand psychology, you'll know how to break people without even raising your voice. You'll see their insecurities, their fears, their weaknesses, and you'll use them. Musashi trained obsessively. He studied not just sword fighting, but strategy, psychology, philosophy, and warfare. He wasn't just skilled, he was 10 steps ahead of everyone else. That's why he never lost. The best way to stay calm in any situation, already knowing what's coming. 5. You can only fight the way you train. Most people crumble under pressure because they've never trained for real conflict. They live in a fantasy where they assume they'll suddenly rise to the occasion when the time comes. Musashi called this delusion. He said, "You can only fight the way you train. If you never prepare for battle, how do you expect to win one? If you've never trained yourself to stay calm under pressure, why would you magically do it when the stakes are high? If you flinch when someone insults you, how will you handle real confrontation? If you panic when money is tight, how will you survive a financial collapse? If you crumble under stress, how will you ever rise to greatness?" Training isn't optional, it's the price of mastery. Train yourself every day. Stay calm when someone tries to provoke you. Your self-control is a weapon. Stay still when someone pressures you. The ability to withstand pressure is what makes or breaks people. Stay unreadable when someone tries to manipulate you. If they can't figure you out, they can't control you. Every conflict you face is training for the next. Every reaction you master is another step toward power. Master yourself, and you master the game. The final cut. Musashi's teachings are not just about fighting, they are about mastering yourself. The world is full of people who react emotionally, get stuck in rigid thinking, and crumble under pressure. But not you. You will be different. If you stop taking things personally, you become unshakable. No one can control you through emotions. If you stop fixating on one outcome, you become unpredictable. Your flexibility makes you impossible to outmaneuver. If you see the bigger picture, you become strategic. You won't fall into obvious traps. If you recognize patterns, you become unstoppable. Every move your opponent makes is already anticipated. If you train for real conflict, you become invincible. You won't break when it matters most. Most people live life on autopilot, reacting without thinking, lashing out without strategy, and fearing every confrontation. But in a world where everyone reacts, the person who stays calm is the one who wins. So the next time someone challenges you, don't panic. Smile, because you already know that they've already lost. What makes a man superior? Not richer, not more liked, not more comfortable. A superior man is the one who cannot be broken. Most men today, they fold at the first taste of adversity. They crumble when life pushes back. They sell their souls for approval, and they chase validation like dogs chasing scraps. But a superior man, he doesn't beg. He doesn't bend. He builds himself into a fortress of discipline, a weapon so sharp that the world cannot ignore him. And if you want the blueprint for becoming that man, there's no better teacher than Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi wasn't just a samurai, he was the samurai. No one ever defeated him, not even in his first duel when he fought with nothing but a stick. He became a legend not just because of his sword, but because of his mind. His book, The Book of Five Rings, is still studied by warriors, leaders, and entrepreneurs today. But Musashi's teachings weren't about killing, they were about conquering. Conquering fear, conquering weakness, conquering yourself. He carved the path to what I call the way of the superior man. And if you understand it, if you live it, you'll never see the world the same again. 1. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Musashi wrote, "Do not seek pleasures for yourself. Do not, under any circumstances, depend on a partial feeling." Translation, stop looking outside for strength. Stop begging the world for permission to be powerful. Musashi didn't care about comfort, status, or approval. He lived on the road, slept where he could. He trained his body and his mind until nothing external could shake him. That's the first step to being superior: detachment. Weak men are slaves to comfort. Superior men bend comfort to their will. Ask yourself, if you lost everything tonight, money, house, friends, reputation, would you still stand strong, or would you break? The superior man never breaks. 2. The superior man accepts reality without complaint. Imagine Musashi standing on the edge of a duel, knowing one wrong step meant death. Do you think he wasted time whining about fate? No. He accepted reality exactly as it was. He taught, accept everything just the way it is. Acceptance isn't weakness, it's power. Weak men resist reality. They complain, they cry, they say, why me? The superior man says, it is what it is. Now let's move. Think about your own life. The girl leaves you. The deal falls through. The car breaks down. Weak men spiral into pity. Superior men, they adapt. They look reality in the eye and cut straight through it. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. That's the heart of Musashi's law. You don't get to choose the battlefield, but you do get to choose how you fight. 3. Regret is poison. A key tenet of Musashi's philosophy was to act without regret. Sounds harsh, but it's the truth. Regret is mental quicksand. It drags you down and keeps you from moving. Regret is weakness disguised as reflection. Musashi didn't have the luxury of regret. On the battlefield, hesitation meant death. If he missed a strike, he adapted. If he stumbled, he recovered. Always forward, never backward. Think about your own regrets. The opportunities you missed, the relationships you ruined, the stupid mistakes you replay in your head. Do they help you now, or do they chain you down? The superior man burns regret. He extracts the lesson, then moves with a sharper blade. 4. Home means nothing. Mindset is everything. Musashi wandered for most of his life. He didn't own a mansion. He didn't cling to a city. His discipline was his only home. Be indifferent to where you live, he said. And yet today, men think moving to a new city will fix their lives. They think a bigger apartment, a new job, or a different environment will suddenly make them disciplined, confident, and unstoppable. Wrong. No matter where you go, there you are. You can't outrun yourself. If you're weak, you'll carry weakness everywhere. If you're strong, you'll thrive anywhere. The superior man builds himself into a fortress so solid that no location, no environment can break him. 5. Master one thing, learn 10,000. Musashi's most famous teaching was this: to know 10,000 things, know one well. He wasn't just a swordsman, he was a strategist, an artist, a calligrapher, even a philosopher. But he understood that mastery starts with one thing. If you can conquer one domain completely, you'll see patterns that apply to all. Most men today, they're dabblers. They jump from one skill to another, from one business idea to the next, from one relationship to another, never committing, never mastering. Shiny object syndrome destroys them. Musashi picked one thing, the way of the sword, and mastered it so completely that it gave him insight into everything else. That's the way of the superior man. Pick your path, dig deep, and through that mastery, you'll begin to understand the world. 6. Separation and loss are nothing. Musashi faced death, separation, and loss constantly. Students left him, friends died, possessions vanished. His response: never let yourself be saddened by a separation. This doesn't mean he was heartless. It means he was unbreakable. The superior man feels pain, but he doesn't bow to it. He accepts loss as part of the warrior's path. Ask yourself, are you so attached to things, people, or comfort that losing them would destroy you? If the answer is yes, you're not free. The superior man loves deeply but never clings. He uses possessions but never lets them own him. He's grounded in himself, not in what he holds. 7. Jealousy is a slave's emotion. Musashi despised jealousy. He wrote, "Do not be jealous." Why? Because jealousy steals focus. A jealous man is looking sideways at other men instead of forward at his own path. Picture Musashi in his time. Other swordsmen bragged, strutted, chased status. Do you think Musashi cared? No. He was sharpening his blade while they wasted energy envying others. That's why he became a legend while they became corpses. And today, men waste their lives scrolling, envying Instagram lifestyles, envying other men's women, cars, money. Jealousy is weakness. It says, I'm too distracted to build myself. The superior man doesn't envy. He competes. He looks at another man's success and says, "Good, now let's see if you can outlast me." 8. Musashi's dark edge. Here's the truth nobody tells you. Musashi's greatness wasn't built on positivity. It was built on blood, discipline, and ruthless self-mastery. He lived like a ghost, wandering, training, dueling, observing. He knew death could strike any second. That's why he said, "The way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death." Read that again, acceptance of death. Weak men avoid thinking about mortality. Superior men face it head-on. Death is the ultimate clarity. When you accept it, fear loses its grip. You stop wasting time, stop procrastinating, stop living like you're immortal. Musashi meditated on death daily. That's why he lived so intensely, so focused, so unshakable. 9. Becoming the superior man today. Now you're not fighting duels at dawn, but you're still in a war against distraction, a war against weakness, a war against mediocrity. Musashi's way isn't about swords, it's about becoming the kind of man the world cannot bend. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Build your power within. Accept reality without complaint. Adapt, move, strike, burn regret. Learn, then advance. Master one thing until it opens the door to everything. Don't cling to places, people, or possessions. Kill jealousy. Focus only on your path. Meditate on death. Live as if time is running out, because it is. That is the way of the superior man. 10. The last cut. Musashi didn't write to inspire you, he wrote to warn you. Life will test you, weakness will kill you, discipline will save you. If you want to live like the average man, keep seeking comfort, keep scrolling, keep envying, keep drowning in regret. But if you want to live like a superior man, if you want to become untouchable, unbreakable, unstoppable, then walk Musashi's path. As Musashi himself wrote, "From one thing, know 10,000 things. Master yourself, and the world bends to your will." Imagine standing on the battlefield, your body aching, your enemies circling, your life hanging by a thread. What do? Do you give up, collapse in despair? Or do you stand firm, clear your mind, and move with the precision of a master? Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai, lived his life like a razor-sharp blade, unshaken, ruthless in discipline, and immune to the distractions that destroyed lesser men. His philosophy wasn't just about combat, it was a blueprint for life itself. If you feel lost, stuck, or broken, you're not alone. Life is war, and if you want to conquer it, you need a strategy. Musashi left us a path to follow, a set of rules that forge unshakable warriors out of ordinary men. These are not just ideas, they are battle-tested principles that will drag you out of whatever pit you're in and reshape you into something stronger. Let's get into it. Rule 1. Acceptance, the art of seeing clearly. The hardest battle isn't against the world, it's against reality itself. Most people waste their lives resisting what already is. They rage against heartbreak, failure, aging, loss. They refuse to accept the truth, so they stay stuck in a fight they can never win. Musashi taught that to master life. You must first accept it exactly as it is. No illusions, no false hope, no sugarcoating. If you are broke, admit it. If you are weak, own it. If you are lost, stop pretending you know where you're going. Why? Because only when you accept reality can you begin to change it. Think of life like a battlefield. If you pretend your enemies are not there, they will cut you down. If you accept their presence, you can strategize, adapt, and overcome. The same applies to your struggles. The pain is real, but your suffering comes from resisting it. When you accept where you are, your mind clears. You stop wasting energy on denial and start using it for action. And action is the only thing that changes anything. Rule 2. Do not chase pleasure, escape the trap. Most people are slaves, not to chains, but to their own desires. They chase pleasure like starving dogs, believing that happiness is always just one more drink, one more scroll, one more cheap dopamine hit away. Musashi saw through this illusion. He knew that the pursuit of pleasure was the quickest way to weakness and ruin. Why? Because pleasure is a mirage. The more you chase it, the further it runs from you. And worse, the chase itself destroys you. Think about it. Every time you reach for a distraction, junk food, social media, shallow relationships, you are weakening your mind. You are teaching yourself that discomfort must be escaped, not endured, and when real hardship comes, you crumble. The strongest men are those who reject this weakness. They do not chase pleasure, they chase purpose. They find joy, not in cheap thrills, but in mastery, discipline, and growth. They do what is hard because they know that pleasure is not something you chase. It is something that comes as a byproduct of strength. Stop running, stop escaping, face the discomfort, master it, and you will master yourself. Rule 3. Control your emotions. Never be a slave to feelings. Emotions are powerful, but they are also dangerous. One moment of uncontrolled anger, and you destroy a relationship. One wave of fear, and you abandon your dreams. One hit of sadness, and you give up. Musashi understood that to be truly powerful, a man must never be controlled by his emotions. He must feel them, but he must never act blindly because of them. Imagine two warriors on the battlefield. One lets his rage take over. He charges blindly, swinging his sword wildly, exposing himself. The other remains calm, controlled. He observes, waits, and strikes with precision. Who do you think survives? Your emotions are like fire. Controlled, they give you warmth and light. Uncontrolled, they burn everything to the ground. When life hits you with pain, betrayal, or disappointment, remember, your feelings are not commands. They are signals. Acknowledge them, understand them, but never let them dictate your actions. Master your emotions, and you master life itself. Rule 4. Do not obsess over yourself. The freedom of letting go. Most people are trapped in their own heads. They overanalyze every mistake, every flaw, every moment of embarrassment. They are prisoners of their own egos, obsessed with how they are perceived, afraid of looking weak, terrified of being judged. Musashi had no time for such weakness. He lived by a simple truth. The less you focus on yourself, the stronger you become. Obsession with yourself is a disease. It makes you insecure, anxious, and weak. The more you think about yourself, the more fragile you become. The solution? Shift your focus outward. Stop worrying about how others see you. Stop replaying your failures in your mind. Instead, focus on action. Focus on improving, building, doing. When your mind is occupied with something greater than yourself, you stop being a slave to your ego. You become free. A man obsessed with himself is like a warrior who never looks up from his own sword. He is blind to the battlefield. And in life, the battlefield is always moving. The only way to win is to stop looking in the mirror and start looking at the war around you. Rule 5. Do not be jealous. The death of weak men. Jealousy is poison. It eats away at your mind, making you bitter, resentful, and weak. It makes you hate those who have what you want instead of focusing on how to get it yourself. Musashi had no room for jealousy in his life. He knew that the only enemy worth fighting was the one in the mirror. Comparing yourself to others is a waste of time. Their success does not take away from yours. Their victories do not make you a failure. The only question that matters is this: are you better than you were yesterday? Jealousy blinds you. It makes you focus on what others have instead of what you can build. It turns you into a beggar instead of a warrior, and warriors do not beg. They take action. Whenever you feel jealousy creeping in, use it as fuel. Let it remind you of what is possible, of what can be achieved, then get to work. Because the only cure for jealousy is action. The path of strength. Life is war. It is a battlefield where the weak are trampled, the undisciplined are lost, and the lazy are enslaved. Victory does not belong to the comfortable or the hesitant. It belongs to the strong, the disciplined, the relentless. Strength is not something you are given. It is something you take, something you forge in the fires of hardship. Musashi's rules are not just ideas, they are weapons. Sharpen them, wield them, let them carve away your weaknesses until only steel remains. Accept reality as it is, and you will never be blinded by illusion. Most people live in a dream, clinging to fantasies that shield them from the harshness of truth. Face life as it is, and you will never be deceived. Reject the chase for pleasure, and you will find true satisfaction. Comfort is a trap. The endless pursuit of pleasure leaves men empty, weak, and lost. True fulfillment is found in purpose, not indulgence. Control your emotions, and you will never be controlled by them. Rage, fear, and envy are chains. The man who cannot control his emotions is a slave to them. Master yourself, and nothing will master you. Stop obsessing over yourself and you will become unstoppable. Ego is the enemy of growth. The more you think about yourself, the weaker you become. Shift your focus to action, to purpose, to battle. Kill jealousy before it kills you and you will be free. Envy poisons the mind and rots the soul. If you waste your energy comparing yourself to others, you will never build yourself into something greater. Now the choice is yours. Will you remain broken, a prisoner of your own weakness? Or will you rise, sharpen your mind, harden your body, and walk the path of the warrior? The battlefield is waiting. Step forward or be forgotten. Miyamoto Musashi never lost a single duel, not once. More than 60 fights. More than 60 men walked away defeated or didn't walk away at all. And the most terrifying part? He said the secret was learning to stop trying. Most people hear that and laugh. We live in a world that worships the grind, the hustle, the 4 a.m. alarm clock, the LinkedIn post about sleeping 5 hours and still closing deals. We've been conditioned to believe that suffering equals success, that the harder you bleed for something, the more you deserve it. That pain is proof of progress. Musashi watched men die because they tried too hard. This video is about why everything you've been told about effort might be wrong, and how the deadliest swordsman who ever lived figured out what most people won't understand in an entire lifetime. Let me remind you what Musashi actually was. Born in 1584, rural Japan, his mother died young. His father abandoned him before he could form a real memory of the man. He killed his first opponent at age 13, not with a sword, with a wooden stick. He beat a trained adult warrior to death with a piece of wood he picked up off the ground. By 30, he had survived 60 duels, each one a situation where the wrong heartbeat, the wrong thought, even the wrong blink meant you left the field in pieces. He wasn't gifted. Historians don't describe him as naturally talented. He wasn't physically imposing in a way that gave him obvious advantages. He was something far more dangerous, a man who learned how his own mind worked and then learned how to turn it off at will. He wrote about it in the Book of 5 Rings, short book, dense as iron. Took him years of isolation to write. In it, he describes a mental state called mushin, Japanese for no mind. It's a concept borrowed from Zen Buddhism, but Musashi took it off the monastery walls and made it lethal. Mushin means your mind isn't attached to anything. No fear, no plan, no desperation to win. Just pure, total, present moment awareness, the kind that responds before conscious thought even starts forming. Think about Neo in The Matrix, not when he's dodging bullets anxiously, desperately calculating trajectories, but the moment he finally stops, stands completely still, and just watches them curve around him. That stillness inside absolute chaos, that total absence of panic, that's Mushin. That's Musashi's entire philosophy compressed into 4 seconds of cinema. Here's where it gets uncomfortable. Most men are slaves to outcome, completely dominated by the result they need. They walk into a job interview thinking, I have to get this. They approach someone they're drawn to thinking, please like me. They start a business thinking, this needs to work or I'm finished. And that desperate, clinging energy doesn't stay inside your head. It leaks. It shows in your voice, your posture, the micro expressions you can't control. People feel it before you say a single word. Opponents sense it like blood in water. Musashi called this the disease of trying, and he considered it the single greatest cause of defeat. Not lack of skill, not lack of strength, but the mental disease of needing the outcome too badly. There's a story about a young swordsman in Kyoto who traveled 3 days on foot to train under a master. When he arrived, exhausted and eager, he asked, how long will it take me to become great? The master looked at him and said, 10 years. The student, desperate to impress, said, what if I train twice as hard as everyone else? The master paused. Then 20 years. The student thought he was joking. He wasn't. The harder that young man pushed from a place of fear and ego, the more tension he'd inject into every movement. And tension, in a sword, in a muscle, in a mind, is where precision goes to die. This is the paradox Musashi lived by. The more desperately you chase something, the more energy you hemorrhage pursuing it. You stop moving cleanly. You start second-guessing. You become loud in situations that demand silence. And the moment you release that grip, the moment you stop performing for the outcome and start moving from genuine stillness, things begin to land in ways that feel almost unnatural. Watch the greatest athletes in any sport when they describe their best performances. They never say, I was trying extremely hard in that moment. They say the opposite. Everything slowed down. I wasn't thinking. I was just reacting. It felt easy. Michael Jordan described it, Kobe described it, Roger Federer at Wimbledon described it, Ayrton Senna described it so vividly before his death that it almost sounds spiritual. Every peak performer, across every field and discipline, describes the exact same phenomenon, a total release of forced effort that paradoxically produces the most extraordinary results. Musashi didn't stumble onto something mystical. He discovered neuroscience roughly 400 years before neuroscience had a name. When you try too hard, your prefrontal cortex dominates, the analytical, self-monitoring, deeply self-conscious part of your brain. It questions every movement. It anticipates consequences. It catastrophizes. It slows everything to a crawl. But when you enter mushin, when you genuinely release attachment to the outcome, your basal ganglia takes command, the deep, ancient pattern recognition system that has been absorbing information your whole life. The part that operates at a speed conscious thought can never match. Athletes call it the zone. Musashi called it the way. The neuroscience calls it implicit processing. All three descriptions point at the same door. That's the sword moving before the mind decides to move it. But here's the red pill Musashi actually drops, the part most people conveniently skip. Not trying is not the same as not working. He trained harder than almost any warrior of his era. He slept in mountains through winter. He fasted for days at a time to sharpen mental clarity. He sparred in darkness, in rain, sick, injured, sleep-deprived. The effortlessness he's famous for came after years, decades of effort so intense and so consistent that the skills were no longer stored in his conscious mind. They were carved into his nervous system like grooves worn into stone by a river. The not trying wasn't laziness, it was graduation. It was the moment when the skill stopped needing management from the ego and simply became part of how he moved through the world. This is where the modern self-help world completely mangles Eastern philosophy. They take concepts like Mushin and Wu Wei and flatten them into just relax and trust the universe. They make discipline sound optional. They make preparation sound like anxiety. That is not what Musashi taught. What he actually said was closer to this. You build the skill with everything you have, every single day, without excuses and without shortcuts. And then, when the moment arrives, you get your ego out of the way and let the skill operate. There is a vast difference between a man who doesn't try because he's unprepared and afraid, and a man who doesn't try because he's so thoroughly prepared that conscious effort would only slow him down. The first is avoidance, the second is mastery. Never confuse them. So what does this actually look like in your life today? It looks like preparation done in silence, without needing an audience for the suffering. It looks like walking into a negotiation without desperately needing the deal, because you've put in the work beforehand, and you genuinely know your worth. It looks like building something every single day, without refreshing analytics every hour, without demanding external validation to confirm that the effort matters. It looks like Musashi's concept of shoshin, the beginner's mind. Approaching your craft each day without the crushing weight of yesterday's failures or the suffocating pressure of tomorrow's expectations. Just this moment, just this task, just the work directly in front of you, given everything you have, released the second it leaves your hands. The men who are genuinely dangerous, in business, in competition, in any arena, carry a particular stillness around them. You've seen it. It doesn't look like arrogance. It doesn't look like indifference. It looks like presence. They're not performing for the room. They're not seeking your approval. They don't need to announce their capability because it simply shows in how they operate. They move like water, finding the path without forcing the path, with zero wasted motion and zero wasted emotion. Musashi died alone in a cave he chose for himself. Not exiled, not broken, chosen. He walked into isolation deliberately, the way a man walks into a room he built himself. In his final days, he wrote Dokodo, The Way of Walking Alone, 21 Principles. The very first one, written by a man who had killed 61 people and outlived every enemy he ever made. Accept everything exactly as it is, not as it should be, not as you're forcing it to be with white-knuckled desperation, as it actually is. That's not surrender. That is the rarest form of strength that exists. The ability to look at reality without flinching, without distorting it to protect your ego, without forcing it into a shape that makes you feel safer, and still choose to move forward with everything you have. The art of not trying isn't about giving up. It never was. It's about finally, completely getting out of your own way. Let's be honest. You've been grinding. You've been showing up. You've been doing everything they said would work, but nothing's happening. No breakthrough, no applause, no sign that it's even worth it. And something inside you is starting to rot, a slow erosion, not of your effort, but of your hope. This is where most people quit, not because they're lazy, but because they can't carry the silence anymore. The silence of doing the work while the world doesn't notice. But there's a different path, a darker, quieter one, and at the end of it is power. Let's walk it together. Let's start with a man who knew exactly what it meant to move without validation, Miyamoto Musashi. 1. The man who chose the shadows. Musashi was a swordsman who walked into over 60 life-or-death duels and walked out of all of them alive. He wasn't famous at first. He wasn't talented. He didn't belong to a noble school. He was dirty, wild, obsessed. He didn't wait for applause. He didn't need a stage. He trained in forests, slept under bridges, and studied death more intimately than most study life. And he kept going, even when no one was watching, especially when no one was watching. Musashi said, "Step by step, walk the 1,000-mile road." That quote isn't about progress, it's about madness, because only a madman keeps walking when there's no sign of the destination. But Musashi understood something most people miss. The path is the destination. 2. The pain of invisible progress. Let's bring this to your life. You've been working out, writing, building something. Whatever your sword is, you've been sharpening it, but the world stays quiet. No followers, no recognition, no results, and it's killing you inside. This is the test most never pass, because no one warns you that progress is invisible until it isn't. Think about bamboo. You water it for years before anything breaks the surface. Then, almost overnight, it shoots up 90 feet. But that growth isn't magic. It's delayed confirmation of what was always happening beneath. Most people rip the seed out of the ground and say, "It wasn't working." Musashi, he'd sit in the rain and keep watering. 3. Detach from outcome, the samurai way. You've been lied to. You were told that motivation comes from results. It doesn't. It comes from purpose. Musashi didn't fight to win. He fought to become. His duels weren't about beating the opponent. They were a mirror to test who he was becoming inside. Do nothing that is of no use. Another quote by Musashi. That includes obsessing over results you can't control. The moment you become addicted to progress, you've already lost. You become desperate, emotional, weak. Detach. Detach from needing to see the reward. Focus on becoming the kind of person who doesn't care if the reward ever comes. That's power. 4. Darkness is the forge. Let's talk about the silence. That place where nothing seems to work. That's not failure. That's the forge. It's the dark room where your identity is rewritten, where you go from someone who wants to someone who is. Most people escape it. They distract themselves, give up. You sit in it. Let it break you. Let it rebuild you. The Stoics had a word, apatheia, not indifference, but emotional control, to stand in the fire of failure, boredom, and insignificance, and not flinch. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." So what if no one sees your progress? So what if the numbers don't move? You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for you, to become the kind of person who keeps going in the absence of applause. That's when you become dangerous. 5. Train like a ghost. Musashi trained alone, without fanfare. His philosophy was simple. If you're seen too soon, you're a target. Better to be underestimated, better to be invisible. Today's world is obsessed with showing off the process, but power grows best in silence. Real killers train in the dark, because they're not training to be seen. They're training to win. So stop broadcasting every step. Let the world think you're doing nothing, while you're quietly turning into something they can't comprehend. 6. Embrace boredom like a monk. Boredom is a signal. Not that you're on the wrong path, but that the path is starting to work. It's your ego dying. Monks sit for hours in silence, not because it's exciting, but because it's transformative. Samurai practiced the same strike thousands of times until their bones remembered it better than their minds did. You want to win? Then fall in love with repetition. Boredom is the gatekeeper of mastery. 7. Examples from the modern shadows. Let's zoom out. David Goggins ran on broken legs. He trained with no one watching. He kept going through failure after failure, not for validation, but because he had something to prove to himself. Kobe Bryant practiced at 4 a.m., not because the cameras were on, but because that's when the weak slept. These men had a monster behind their eyes, a quiet rage, not at the world, but at their own potential going unused. You need that monster. 8. The void is where you're forged. There's a phase in every journey called the void. It's the dead zone, the long silence, the space between starting and succeeding that no one warns you about. It's when nothing seems to work. The feedback is gone. The numbers stall. Your momentum dies. You're not a beginner anymore, but you're not winning either. You're floating in limbo, unseen, unvalidated, uncertain. That's where most people quit, not because they're weak, but because the void is cruel. It doesn't scream at you, it whispers. It tells you that you're wasting your time, that you've got nothing special, that the dream was just a fantasy. The void strips away everything, your identity, your ego, your illusions. It takes your why and sets it on fire. You start questioning who you are without results, without recognition, without progress. But here's the truth. If you stay long enough, if you don't flinch, don't fold, don't run, something else begins to grow in that silence. Something raw, something sharp, colder, leaner, more focused. You begin to see clearly. You stop needing permission. You stop explaining yourself. You stop chasing motivation. You become unreasonable, unshakable, unapologetic. And ironically, that's the shift. That's the moment the world starts to respond. Because the second you stop needing results to keep going, that's exactly when they start to show up. Not as a reward, but as a side effect of your transformation. The void didn't break you. It forged you. And most people never get that far. 9. One strike can change everything. If you've watched my other videos, you already know this story. But let me remind you, when Musashi fought Sasaki Kojiro, he won with a single strike. Here's the lesson. One strike can change everything, but it takes years to earn that one strike. Years of being ignored, years of walking in silence, years of becoming the kind of person who's ready when the moment finally arrives. 10. Burn the timeline. Your biggest enemy is not failure, it's expectation. You thought it would take 6 months. You thought you'd have 10,000 followers by now. You thought you'd be making money by year 2. You thought hard work guaranteed results. That discipline came with a deadline. But reality doesn't care about your calendar. Progress doesn't run on your clock. And mastery laughs at your timeline. Burn that timeline. Rip it to pieces. Replace it with one simple vow. I'll keep going until it breaks, until I break, until the lies peel away and there's nothing left but truth. No illusions, no guarantees, just raw, brutal effort, just the grind that outlasts hope. Because the ones who win, they didn't win because it happened fast. They won because they kept showing up when it took forever, when the finish line disappeared, when the noise stopped, when no one clapped. They became dangerous in the dark, and so will you, if you keep going until 11. The final cut. Musashi died undefeated, but more than that, he died unshaken, not because he always won, but because he always showed up. Rain, blood, silence, rejection. He kept walking the 1,000-mile road, step by brutal step, no shortcuts, no applause, no guarantees, just discipline, sharpened by isolation, just purpose, carved into his bones through repetition and hardship. That's your path too. It's not a highlight reel. It's not aesthetics. It's the dark, unsexy, invisible road to mastery, where no one claps for you, where the lights stay off, where your demons walk beside you, whispering doubts you must ignore. It's the road where you train in silence while others chase trends, where you bleed with no witnesses, where your only fuel is a fire you must protect alone. And if you can survive that, if you can keep moving forward with cracked hands, empty results, and a mind screaming for rest, then there's no one left to fear. Not the critics, not the competition, not even the future, because you've already faced the worst enemy, the silence, and you didn't flinch. You kept walking, you kept swinging, and whether the world saw it or not, you were forging something deadly. Musashi wrote in his book, "Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. So what now?" Now you keep going, even if no one's watching, even if nothing's working, even if everything in you is begging to quit. Because deep down, beneath all the noise and doubt, you know, you are the blade, you are the steel, you are becoming sharper, colder, harder to break every damn day. Imagine this. You wake up in a dark room. No sunlight, no soft music, no comfort. Just silence, a hard floor beneath you, and a sword leaning against the wall. You know what today demands of you. Fight, endure, sharpen yourself. Not because someone asked you to, not because the world cares, but because you refuse to live as a weak man. That's the art of ruthless self-discipline. Most people think discipline is about routines, calendars, gym memberships, and motivational quotes plastered on their wall. That's child's play. True discipline is darker, it's violent. It's a war inside your mind, and every day you're either the conqueror or the conquered. Miyamoto Musashi, the greatest samurai who ever lived, understood this. He made his first kill at a very young age. He went on to fight duel after duel and never lost once. He wasn't born special. He forged himself through ruthless training, self-denial, and a hatred for weakness. And Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, ruled the largest empire in the world, yet lived as if every day was his last, constantly reminding himself that comfort was poison and that mastery over self was greater than mastery over nations. Two men, two different worlds, yet both carried the same weapon, brutal self-discipline. And if you're watching this right now, chances are you're tired of being ordinary, tired of waking up weak, tired of being controlled by cravings, fears, distractions. You want to build a life that feels sharp, unbreakable. You want power. Then stay with me, because what you're about to hear is not self-help fluff. It's war strategy for your soul. Let's dive in. 1. The enemy within. Musashi teaches that the primary battle is an internal one. Your goal each day should be to surpass who you were the day before. Only after achieving this self-mastery can you expect to outperform others. Think about that. The greatest samurai wasn't obsessed with beating others. He was obsessed with beating himself, because he knew the real enemy wasn't out there, it was inside. Your enemy is the voice that tells you to hit snooze, the hunger that tells you to binge, the fear that whispers you're not ready, the distraction that pulls you from your mission. Weak men obey that voice. Strong men crush it. Marcus Aurelius says that while we cannot control what happens to us, we have absolute control over how we perceive and react to those events. Understanding this fundamental difference is the source of true resilience. Self-discipline is not about controlling the world. It's about controlling the animal inside you. If you can't control your own urges, your own laziness, your own emotions, then you're already enslaved. Doesn't matter if you drive a nice car or flash money on Instagram. If you can't govern yourself, you're just another slave dressed in gold. 2. The dark truth about comfort. Here's the harsh truth. Comfort is killing you. Musashi despised comfort. He rejected luxury, refused to own anything unnecessary, and lived like a monk even at the height of his fame. Why? Because he knew comfort softens the blade. A warrior who indulges becomes a warrior who dies. Marcus Aurelius, despite being emperor of Rome, slept on the ground like a soldier when he was at war. He constantly reminded himself of death, disease, betrayal, because he didn't want to get drunk on the illusions of comfort. And look at us today, drowning in convenience, food delivered in minutes, entertainment at a swipe, comfort everywhere. And yet men are more depressed, more anxious, more hollow than ever. Why? Because the body thrives on challenge and the soul starves in comfort. If you want strength, you must choose the path of hardship voluntarily. Cold showers, brutal workouts, fasting, long nights of work when everyone else is partying. That's how you carve a man out of flesh. 3. A small story. The man in the cave. There's an old story I once heard of a man who wanted to train himself to endure any pain. He locked himself in a cave for 1 year. No light, no soft bed, just stone, water, and the echo of his own thoughts. Every day he meditated. Every day he forced himself to endure hunger, silence, solitude. When he finally came out, people didn't recognize him. His body was lean, scarred, hardened. His eyes looked like steel. He had become a weapon. That story might be a myth, but the point is clear. Discipline is forged in suffering. You cannot escape it. If you want to be unbreakable, you must bleed for it. 4. Why most men fail. Most men fail at discipline because they treat it like motivation. They think they'll feel like it. But Musashi didn't wait to feel ready before drawing his sword. Marcus didn't wait to feel motivated before waking up before dawn to rule an empire. You don't wait for feelings, you act despite them. You want to know the difference between weak men and strong men? Weak men wait for energy, confidence, inspiration. Strong men move without it. That's discipline. Discipline is doing push-ups when your body screams stop. Discipline is writing when your mind is empty. Discipline is rejecting pleasure when it's served to you on a silver plate. 5. A scene from a movie. Think of Batman Begins. Remember when Bruce Wayne trains with Ra's al Ghul in the mountains? He's beaten down, frozen, starved, but he learns to control fear, anger, and pain. That scene resonates because it's a mirror of our own struggle. Batman wasn't born fearless. He built it through discipline, through enduring what others run from. Your life is no different. You may not fight crime in Gotham, but every man faces his own battlefield. The question is, will you sharpen your blade or let it rust? 6. The red pill of self-discipline. Here's the red pill. Waiting for a hero is a waste of time. You must become the hero of your own story. Nobody cares about your excuses. The world respects results, not reasons. Musashi didn't have a coach, a therapist, or a self-help book. Marcus didn't cry on social media for validation. They carried their burdens in silence and built themselves into legends. That's what ruthless self-discipline is. The ability to kill weakness before it kills you. 7. How to build ruthless discipline. Practical steps. Kill comfort before it kills you. Start cutting luxuries. Sleep on the floor once a week. Skip meals. Walk in the cold without a jacket. Train your body to suffer so your mind doesn't collapse when life gets hard. Win small battles every day. Musashi said victory is daily, so stack wins. Wake up without snooze. Do the workout. Read a page. Write a sentence. Every small victory is a knife in the heart of weakness. Face death. Marcus Aurelius told himself that since he could die at any moment, he should let that truth guide all of his actions, words, and thoughts. Detach from pleasure. Musashi avoided women, alcohol, and wealth because he knew indulgence destroys clarity. Start by saying no to one pleasure a day. Watch your strength grow. Create an iron code. Both Musashi and Marcus had codes. Write yours, rules you never break. Then live by them, even if it burns. That's how men become legends. 8. The way of the disciplined mind. While Musashi teaches that there are many valid paths to the summit of success, Aurelius provides the essential rule for walking them. Never compromise your integrity. The way forward is flexible, but your principles must not be. Different paths, same mountain, the mountain of self-mastery. You don't need to be a samurai. You don't need to be an emperor, but you need to be ruthless. You need to carve discipline so deep into your bones that you can no longer even recognize the weak, fragile man you used to be. Because here's the truth. The world will always bend for the disciplined. The weak will serve you, the masses will envy you, and death itself will respect you. So sharpen your blade, harden your mind, burn away every ounce of softness. Become a man of ruthless self-discipline, because anything less is slavery, and slavery is death. There's a specific kind of silence that terrifies people. It's the silence of a man who doesn't flinch, who doesn't blink, who doesn't need to prove anything. That's the silence Miyamoto Musashi carried into more than 60 duels and walked out of every single one alive. His enemies brought rage, fear, and adrenaline. He brought stillness, and that stillness killed faster than any blade. You want to know what's scarier than a man with power? A man with power who stays calm. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly how Musashi built a mind so steady that death itself couldn't shake him, and how you can use that same mindset in your modern battles, in conflict, in arguments, in business, in life. But first, let's talk about why you lose your composure when pressure hits. 1. The body that betrays you. You've felt it before. Someone challenges you, physically, verbally, emotionally. Your pulse spikes, hands tremble, thoughts scatter like birds. You freeze, or you lash out, or you say something you'll regret. 10 seconds later, the shame hits like a brick. You replay the moment over and over in your head, hating yourself for not being calm when it mattered. Meet Kaito. He's not a fighter, just a regular guy. Every time someone disrespected him, he either exploded or shut down. Someone mocked him in front of others. His face went red, his voice cracked. His girlfriend said something sharp during an argument. He snapped back, said something he didn't mean, then regretted it for days. At work, when his boss called him out, his brain went blank. Kaito wasn't weak. He was just ruled by his biology. Because when pressure comes, your body can't tell the difference between a sword aimed at your chest and a coworker testing your confidence. It releases adrenaline, tightens your muscles, and hijacks your thinking brain. You're not calm because your body thinks you're dying. And that's exactly what Musashi learned to defeat, not with strength, but with awareness. 2. Musashi's first weapon, detachment. Musashi wrote, "Do not let the body be dragged along by mind, nor the mind be dragged along by body." That sounds poetic until you realize it's deadly practical. When your body panics, you don't fight it, you observe it. You feel your heart pounding? Good. You feel your breath quickening? Watch it. Don't resist it. You separate yourself from the chaos inside you. Imagine someone steps up to you, veins popping, voice raised, your chest tightens, adrenaline floods in. Most people let that reaction drive their next move, yelling back, backing down, posturing. You just breathe out, long, controlled. You're not trying to look calm, you are calm, because you're watching it all happen without becoming it. That 3-second exhale tells your body, we're not dying. We're thinking, that's the power Musashi carried. He didn't suppress emotion, he contained it. His opponents were slaves to adrenaline. He turned adrenaline into awareness. 3. No difference between peace and war. Musashi once said, in strategy, your spiritual bearing must not differ from normal. That means, stop switching between peace mode and fight mode. The reason most people crumble under pressure is because they live in two mental worlds, calm in comfort, chaos in conflict. You rehearse confrontation in your head, you hype yourself up, you create an enemy, and then when it happens, boom, your system overloads. Musashi's method, there's no difference between pouring tea and facing death. Every moment is treated the same. He walked into duels the same way he walked into breakfast. No emotional spike, no panic, no over-preparation. Kaito tried this. He stopped getting ready for stressful situations. He stopped overthinking what he'd say if someone tested him. He just lived as if every moment could be a confrontation, calm, alert, ready. And suddenly, the pressure stopped feeling special. Because when pressure isn't special, it isn't scary. 4. The observing mind. This is where Musashi reached a level of mastery that bordered on supernatural. He didn't just fight his enemies, he fought himself. He trained to see himself in real time, to swing his sword while watching the swing, to react while being aware of the reaction, to move without being moved internally. That's what he called the observing mind, a consciousness that watches you from above, detached, calm, analytical. It's like having a silent witness inside your head, a hidden camera recording your every move without judgment or emotion. While everyone else is consumed by the chaos of their own impulses, you're standing outside of it, watching it unfold. Most people are prisoners of the moment. Their emotions hit and they become the emotion. Anger shows up and they are anger. Fear shows up and they are fear. They don't even realize a choice exists. But Musashi saw that choice, the invisible gap between stimulus and response. It's microscopic, but it's there. The split second before you explode, before you freeze, before you say something you'll regret. That's the moment of truth. That single breath, that single instant, is where control actually lives. You can't control emotions once they've already consumed you. You control them in that gap, that razor-thin moment where awareness whispers, wait. When you start training this awareness, it changes everything. You begin to see yourself mid-reaction. You catch your face tightening, your breath shortening, your words forming out of anger. And in that instant, you step out of the loop. You stop the automatic program that's been running your whole life. Instead of being the storm, you watch it pass. That's how warriors are truly made. Not by removing fear, because fear is natural, but by mastering the distance between fear and action. Musashi understood that control isn't about never feeling emotion. It's about never letting emotion make the decision for you. The true science of martial arts means practicing them in such a way that they will be useful at any time, and to teach yourself to see everything accurately. That's what the observing mind does. It makes you accurate, precise, unshakable. Because while others drown in their reactions, you've already risen above them. And once you begin to see yourself like that, from the outside, you can't unsee it. You start noticing every flinch, every ego-driven response, every emotion that tries to hijack your focus. And little by little, you stop being controlled by them. That's the birth of calm under chaos. That's the point where discipline meets enlightenment, where reaction turns into strategy, and where you stop being just another person and start becoming a weapon sharpened by awareness itself. 5. Why you'll fail first. Let's be real, you're going to mess this up because the world raised you to react. You've been rewarded for emotional outbursts since childhood. Stand up for yourself, defend yourself. Don't let anyone talk to you like that. So you react, fast, emotional, loud. It feels like strength, but it's not. The spirit is to have no spirit. That means the man who stays calm isn't suppressing emotion. He's beyond it. His ego doesn't need to prove he's strong, because his strength is obvious in his stillness. Kaido learned this in the gym. He sparred with a better fighter, someone who taunted him, kept landing clean hits. He wanted to fight angry, to prove himself. His coach stopped the fight and said, "You're not in control. You're just fast at being controlled." It destroyed him because it was true. Every emotional reaction was someone else pressing his buttons. He wasn't strong. He was predictable. This concept was clear to Musashi. The moment you react, you give your power away. You become readable, controllable. So instead of trying to win every exchange, Musashi aimed to win himself. When your emotions no longer dictate your moves, nobody can. 6. The breakthrough. When you finally start mastering this, something strange happens. People stop testing you, not because you've become passive, but because you've become unreadable. They can't tell if you'll fight or walk away. You have no tells, no twitch, no flinch, no emotional spike. That's what real power looks like. The calm man in chaos unnerves everyone, because chaos needs company. Kaido noticed it too. He stopped defending himself. He stopped explaining himself. He stopped reacting to every slight, every disrespect, and one by one, the people who used to challenge him stopped, because there was nothing to grab onto anymore. As Robert Greene said, the more you say, the more common you appear. The less you say, the more powerful you become. 7. The side effects of calm. Once you learn to stay still when others panic, you start seeing through people. You see the fear behind their aggression, the insecurity behind their arrogance. You stop taking things personally because you can see that most people's words are just smoke trying to hide their weakness. And when you can see clearly, you start choosing your battles with precision. Most fights aren't worth your time. You start walking away, not because you're scared, but because you see how pointless the noise really is. You also start gaining back energy you didn't even realize you were wasting. Think about it. How much energy have you burned replaying arguments, defending yourself, proving your worth, getting rattled by what people said? That energy could have been used to build your body, your business, your empire. Musashi was aware of this truth. That's why, in his later years, he isolated himself in a cave to write the Book of 5 Rings. He didn't run from conflict. He simply transcended it. When a man conquers his reactions, conflict can't find him anymore. 8. Becoming scary calm. To become scary calm, like Miyamoto Musashi, you don't just learn to chill, you train for it, like a warrior sharpening a blade every day until it reflects nothing but focus and deathly silence. Calm isn't a personality trait, it's a weapon. Musashi wasn't calm because he lacked emotion. He was calm because nothing inside him could be used against him. That's what makes someone scary calm. They don't flinch, they don't rise to the bait, they don't react, they choose. And that choice, in a world full of chaos, is pure dominance. To reach that level, you have to train across 3 layers: physical, mental, and strategic. Each layer builds on the last until control becomes your nature, not your effort. Layer 1, the physical, control the breath, command the body. When adrenaline floods your system, your heart races, your hands shake, your vision narrows. That's your body telling you it's dying, even when it's not. This is a lesson Musashi learned. He mastered the battlefield through the breath. Inhale shorter, exhale longer. That's the reset button. It tricks your nervous system into believing you're safe, because the body follows the breath. And when your breath slows, your mind follows. You've probably seen this in fighters. Before stepping into the cage, they close their eyes, breathing slow and steady while the crowd screams. They're not relaxing, they're programming their bodies for control under chaos. That's what Musashi did before every duel, breathing rhythmically, moving fluidly, syncing mind and body until panic had nowhere to hide. Layer 2. The mental, observe without merging. This is the heart of calm. Fear rises, anger flashes, stress bites, and you watch it happen instead of drowning in it. You don't try to suppress emotions, you separate from them, because you are not the emotion, you are the awareness behind it. Imagine an argument. Someone insults you, expecting you to react. Instead, you pause. You see the anger rise in your chest, you feel your pulse quicken, but you don't become it. You let it pass like a wave that can't reach the shore. That's how you win without saying a word. That's what real strength looks like. Control when every cell in your body is begging to lose it. Musashi once wrote, "Do not let the body be dragged along by the mind, nor the mind be dragged along by the body." That's the formula. You're the observer, not the puppet. You move through emotion without being moved by it. Layer 3, the strategic. Make calm your default state. This is where most people fail. They try to be calm only when life tests them. But Musashi didn't switch between peace and war. He lived in both simultaneously. He said, in strategy, your spirit should remain the same whether you are in combat or in ordinary life. That means every small action, brewing coffee, walking to work, dealing with disrespect, is training. When you treat everything as practice, nothing surprises you anymore. Your composure becomes constant, and when you're constant, no one can shake you. That's why people back off from truly calm men. They don't know what's coming. They can't read you. You're unpredictable, and unpredictability is terrifying. The man who stays calm under threat holds all the power because everyone else's strength depends on your reaction. And when you stop reacting, they lose control. They realize they never had power, only access to your triggers. You took those away. That's what scary calm really means. It's not peace, it's silent dominance. It's walking through fire and breathing like it's wind. It's being the stillness that makes everyone else question themselves. When people sense that energy, they stop testing you because something in them knows they're standing in front of someone who doesn't fear chaos, someone who commands it. 9. The way of no reaction. Imagine this. One day, a young warrior asked Musashi, "How do I remain calm when my life is on the line?" Musashi looked at him and said, "By the time you realize your life is on the line, it's already too late to learn calmness. That's the secret. Calm isn't something you summon in the storm. It's something you build every day until the storm no longer matters. So the next time someone tries to rattle you, pause, breathe. Watch the urge to react and let it burn itself out. You'll know you're evolving when silence becomes your sharpest weapon, when your stillness makes others nervous, when they can't figure you out anymore. That's when you've become dangerous, not because of your rage, but because of your calm. Because the scariest man in the room isn't the loudest. It's the one who can stand in chaos and smile. Imagine standing on the battlefield, the air thick with tension, facing an opponent who has every advantage over you. More resources, more allies, a better position. Yet somehow you manage to walk away victorious, not by sheer strength or luck, but by wielding an understanding of human nature so profound that it turns every encounter into a game you cannot lose. This isn't a fantasy. It's the essence of dark psychology, a collection of psychological principles that, when understood and applied, can give you an edge in life. Miyamoto Musashi, one of Japan's greatest swordsmen and strategist, was one of the people who perfectly embodied this mastery. Musashi wasn't just another samurai. He was a master of the mind. Through his philosophy and life, a series of more than 60 undefeated duels, he demonstrated an ability to outthink, outmaneuver, and outlast his adversaries. But Musashi's principles aren't confined to the battlefield. In today's world, they translate into tools you can use to dominate in your career, relationships, and personal goals. Let's delve into how Musashi's teachings and dark psychology principles can help you get ahead of everyone else. The art of perception, seeing through masks. Musashi's success began with his acute perception. He had an almost supernatural ability to read people, their fears, weaknesses, and desires. In modern terms, he mastered what psychologists call theory of mind, the ability to understand what others think and feel. To use this in your life, you must become a student of human behavior. Watch how people react in different situations, what makes them nervous, what lights up their eyes. When you enter a room, don't just see faces, observe body language, tone of voice, and subtle micro-expressions. People are constantly broadcasting information about themselves, and most of it is subconscious. Musashi famously said, "Perception is strong and sight is weak." He didn't just see, he perceived. In a duel, he would anticipate his opponent's moves before they made them. In life, this translates to understanding motivations. The colleague who acts overly friendly might be masking competition. The partner who avoids eye contact might be hiding resentment. Once you start seeing through these masks, you gain a decisive advantage. Manipulating the frame, control the narrative. Musashi's duels weren't just physical battles, they were psychological wars. One of his strategies was to control the frame, the context and perspective through which events were interpreted. He often showed up late to duels, throwing his opponents off balance. By disrupting their expectations, he forced them to react emotionally rather than rationally. In dark psychology, this is called frame control. Whoever controls the frame controls the interaction. Want to win a negotiation? Frame your offer as the only logical choice. Want to assert dominance in a group setting? Reframe someone's criticism as a misunderstanding of your vision. For example, imagine you're in a meeting and someone challenges your idea. Instead of defending yourself, you could say, "I see why you might think that, but here's why this approach will solve the problem more effectively." You've just reframed the conversation from me versus you to us versus the problem. Musashi's ability to manipulate the frame was not about deception, but about positioning himself as the inevitable victor. Learn to do the same, and you'll find yourself winning battles before they even begin. Be emotionless, the power of indifference. One of Musashi's core philosophies was detachment. In his book, The Book of Five Rings, he writes about the importance of not being bound by emotions, possessions, or even life itself. This wasn't cold-heartedness, it was clarity. Emotional detachment is a cornerstone of dark psychology. When you detach, you can make decisions based on logic rather than impulse. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. Recognize when anger, fear, or excitement is clouding your judgment and learn to step back. Musashi's detachment allowed him to stay calm in the face of death. For you, it might mean staying composed during a heated argument, refusing to panic in a high-pressure situation, or walking away from a toxic relationship without second-guessing yourself. Detachment is freedom, and freedom is power. The shadow side, embrace your inner darkness. Musashi's philosophy wasn't about morality, it was about victory. He didn't shy away from using tactics others might consider dishonorable. In one duel, he arrived with a wooden sword instead of a steel one, tricking his opponent into underestimating him. He won decisively. Dark psychology encourages you to embrace your shadow side, the parts of yourself you've been taught to suppress. This isn't about being cruel or unethical, but about acknowledging that everyone has a darker side and learning to channel it constructively. Are you competitive? Use it to drive yourself harder. Are you manipulative? Use it to navigate complex social dynamics. Are you obsessive? Channel it into mastering a skill. By integrating your shadow side, you become whole, and wholeness is unstoppable. The power of deception, the art of feints and illusions. Musashi was a master of deception. He often used feints, fake moves, to mislead his opponents. In one famous duel, he carved a wooden sword from an oar while traveling by boat. His opponent expected a traditional weapon, but Musashi's unorthodox choice threw him off entirely. In modern life, deception isn't about lying, it's about strategic misdirection. For instance, if you're competing for a promotion, you might downplay your ambitions, making others underestimate you. Or if you're negotiating, you could feign disinterest to gain leverage. Deception works because people are predictable. They react to appearances and assumptions. By controlling what others perceive, you can influence how they behave. But remember, deception is a tool, not a weapon. Use it sparingly and wisely. Persistence, the long game. Musashi's undefeated record wasn't built overnight. It was the result of relentless persistence. He understood that mastery requires time, effort, and an unwavering commitment to improvement. In dark psychology, this translates to the principle of the long game. While others chase quick wins, focus on sustainable success. Build alliances, gather resources, and invest in skills that compound over time. For example, let's say you're entering a competitive industry. Instead of trying to outshine everyone immediately, spend time building a reputation, studying your competitors, and perfecting your craft. Over months or years, this persistence will position you far ahead of those who took shortcuts. Musashi's philosophy teaches us that true power comes from consistency. The more you show up, the more you refine your strategy, and the more you can outlast anyone who stands in your way. Adaptability. Flow smoothly like a river. One of Musashi's key teachings is the importance of adaptability. He believed that rigid strategies lead to failure because no two situations are the same. In his duels, he constantly adjusted his tactics based on his opponent's behavior. This principle is crucial in dark psychology. To stay ahead, you must be flexible. If one approach isn't working, try another. If the environment changes, adapt. Rigidity is the enemy of progress. For instance, if you're managing a team and your usual leadership style isn't resonating, switch it up. Maybe your team needs more autonomy or a more hands-on approach. By staying adaptable, you ensure that you're always one step ahead, no matter the circumstances. Strategy over strength, outsmarting the competition. Musashi often faced opponents who were physically stronger or more experienced, yet he consistently won by outthinking them. His strategies were calculated, deliberate, and always aimed at exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. In life, strategy trumps brute force. Whether you're competing for a job, a contract, or a relationship, think several moves ahead. Identify what matters most to your opponent and use it to your advantage. Maybe it's time, resources, or recognition. Whatever it is, tailor your approach to hit where it hurts, metaphorically speaking. For example, if you're vying for a promotion, don't just work harder, work smarter. Understand what your boss values and align your contributions with their priorities. This strategic approach ensures that your efforts have maximum impact. The final duel, mastery of self. Ultimately, Musashi's greatest battles weren't against other swordsmen but against himself. His philosophy was rooted in self-discipline, self-awareness, and self-mastery. He believed that to conquer the world, you must first conquer your mind. Dark psychology begins and ends with self-mastery. Before you can influence others, you must understand and control your own thoughts, emotions, and actions. This means confronting your fears, breaking your bad habits, and pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone. Musashi's life teaches us that the path to dominance is a path inward. The more you understand yourself, the more you can understand and influence others. And once you've mastered this, there's no limit to what you can achieve. The way of the warrior in modern life. Miyamoto Musashi's principles aren't relics of a bygone era. They're timeless strategies for success. By combining his teachings with the insights of dark psychology, you gain a roadmap to navigate the complexities of modern life. From mastering perception to controlling the frame, embracing your shadow side, and playing the long game, these tools will set you apart in any arena. Remember, dark psychology isn't about manipulation for its own sake. It's about understanding the human mind, yours, and others, and using that knowledge to create outcomes that benefit you. Just as Musashi wielded his sword with precision and purpose, so too must you wield these principles. The question is, are you ready to step onto the battlefield and claim your victory? Miyamoto arrived late again, at least 3 hours late. No armor, no entourage, no polished blade, just a wooden stick he carved on the way there. On the other side of the beach stood Sasaki Kojiro, Japan's most elegant swordsman. Perfect stance, perfect weapon, perfect reputation. He'd been waiting in the burning sun, rage eating through his calm, when Musashi finally stepped off that boat, dirty, unshaven, eyes half closed like a man just waking from a dream. Kojiro snapped. He charged, screamed, attacked first, and that's when it was already over. One clean strike, Kojiro collapsed, dead. Musashi didn't win because his sword was sharper. He won because his mind was sharper. He controlled the fight before the fight began. That's psychological warfare. That's what happens when your mind becomes so clear, so detached, and so intelligent. People feel fear without understanding why. And today I'm going to teach you exactly how to build that kind of mind. A mind that doesn't just think, but dominates. Let's begin. 1. The mind that terrifies. You think people fear strength? No, they fear intelligence they can't predict. Most people's minds are open books, scrolls written by their impulses. You can read their emotions from a mile away. They want approval, comfort, status. They react when insulted. They chase when flattered. They retreat when threatened. Predictable, controllable. But when you train your mind to be silent, cold, and analytical, you remove all the handles. No reaction, no validation, no emotional tells. That's when people feel it, the same way animals feel an earthquake before it hits. They sense the power. Their brain fires the amygdala, the threat center. They don't know why they're uncomfortable around you, they just know they are. You've become a mirror. They see themselves, nervous, impulsive, insecure, while you stand still, calm, unreadable. That's when fear begins. As Musashi said, multiple strategies can lead to the same great outcome. The smartest man in the room isn't always the loudest. He's the one whose silence bends the atmosphere. 2. The lie that weakens you. But you'll never reach that level if your mind keeps lying to you. Every day, your brain whispers comforting lies to protect your ego. I failed because of bad luck. They don't listen because they're jealous. I'm not lazy, I'm just tired. All lies. And every lie builds a prison around your intelligence. Musashi's first principle was earth. Do not think dishonestly. That means you stop bullshitting yourself. You strip every excuse down to its bones. You didn't fail because of luck. You failed because you weren't prepared. They didn't ignore you because they're jealous. They ignored you because your emotions leaked into your words. You're not tired. You're undisciplined. When you confront the brutal truth, you become dangerous, because now you can no longer be manipulated by comfort. You've detached from the illusion. People who chase comfort are slaves. People who chase truth become free. Start by writing down one hard truth you've been avoiding. Face it, no filters. You'll feel pain, but that pain is clarity ripping through delusion. Musashi said it clearly: respect Buddha and the gods, but do not rely on them. That means stop waiting for someone to fix you. No one's coming. No one's saving you. You are the only sword you have. 3. Perception is power. Now you've built truth, but clarity alone isn't enough. You must see what others can't. Musashi's second principle was water. Perceive those things which cannot be seen. Most people listen to words. Musashi listened to intentions. When someone talks to you, don't just hear what they say. Ask yourself, why are they saying it? What are they trying to achieve? That's level 1, seeing intent. Level 2, seeing patterns. Level 3, seeing systems. Let me give you an example. Your coworker agrees with you every time but never takes action. Most people feel supported. You see manipulation, avoidance of responsibility masked as alliance. That's pattern recognition. And when you can read patterns, you control outcomes. Every human is a predictable system of triggers and habits. Once you see their rhythm, you can strike at the gap between thought and reaction. This is where intelligence becomes a weapon. The enemy acts. You already saw it coming. They bluff. You read their breath, the shift in tone, the micro-hesitation. That's the Musashi mind. Cold perception, fluid response. Water takes any shape, so should you. 4. Cross-discipline intelligence. Musashi wasn't just a killer. He was a philosopher, artist, sculptor, strategist. He studied everything because he knew intelligence trapped in one field is predictable. He wrote, "Know the ways of all professions." Modern translation, cross-train your brain. Don't be the finance guy or the gym guy or the tech guy. Be a weaponized polymath. Learn something outside your field: psychology, strategy, history, warfare, art. Every new discipline adds another layer of perception. It gives you new lenses to view the world. Now you're not just smart, you're unpredictable. Your enemies expect logic. You hit them with psychology. They expect emotion. You hit them with data. They expect stillness. You explode with movement. That's the fire principle. Multiple skills, multiple models. The more unpredictable your intelligence, the more terrifying it becomes. And just like in battle, timing is everything. Musashi defeated Kojiro not just because of skill, but because he controlled when the fight began. Timing equals control. In conversation, silence is a weapon. Wait 3 seconds before replying. Watch how people panic to fill the void. They reveal everything. Control rhythm, control timing. Now you don't just speak, you strike. 5. Deconstruct the enemy. You're sharp, you're fluid, you're unpredictable. But Musashi's fourth principle, wind, takes you from strong to untouchable. He wrote about studying every sword school in Japan, not to imitate them, but to find their flaws. He called it knowing your enemy's sword. Here's what that means today. Don't just learn ideas, dissect them. Every belief, every argument, every system has a hidden assumption underneath. Find it, expose it, break it. That's how you destroy people intellectually before they even realize it. Your competitor brags about their strategy. Ask, what's the assumption this relies on? Their argument collapses. A self-help guru preaches positivity. Ask, what happens when positivity fails? The illusion cracks. Deconstruction is power, because now you understand their mind better than they do. You know the weaknesses they refuse to see. Most people learn to repeat wisdom. Few learn to analyze it, and almost no one learns to question it. The feared mind does all three. It learns, it analyzes, and it dismantles. 6. The void, thoughtless intelligence. But there's still one final barrier. You think too much. The modern man is drowning in information, overanalyzing, over-planning. By the time he acts, the moment's already gone. Musashi called the final principle the void. Mushin, no mind. That's the point where intelligence becomes instinct. You don't think, you just do the right thing instantly. Musashi didn't overthink in duels. He didn't pause to weigh pros and cons. He moved correctly, fluidly, without hesitation. You build this through repetition. Pick one principle, truth, perception, fluidity, deconstruction, and drill it daily. After a month, you'll no longer have to try. You'll just be it. That's when fear sets in, because people feel when someone moves without hesitation. You radiate certainty. You act before they finish their sentence. You speak with purpose. Every move cuts through the noise. You've reached the void, a mind beyond thought, a blade that moves before the hand knows it has drawn. 7. The modern Musashi. Picture this. You walk into a room. You don't say a word, yet the entire atmosphere changes. Conversations slow, eyes shift. The air thickens. Your silence speaks louder than their noise. You don't fidget. You don't rush. You move with purpose. Every glance calculated, every breath controlled. You observe. You listen. When you finally speak, every word lands like a blade. Measured, precise, impossible to ignore. People feel it in their chest. They can't read you. They can't manipulate you. They can't predict your next move. That's not arrogance, that's clarity, the rarest, most dangerous power left in this world of chaos. You've built it piece by piece. Earth, brutal honesty, no lies, no excuses. Water, perception so sharp it cuts through intent, patterns, and systems. Fire, skill diversification and timing control. Your rhythm dictates the battlefield. Wind, deconstruction of every illusion, every false belief that blinds others. Void, the calm instinct to act without hesitation, pure flow. You've become the embodiment of Musashi's philosophy, a weapon forged in silence, discipline, and strategy. You don't chase validation, you command respect. You've built the mind people fear, not because it's smarter, but because it's unreadable, uncontrollable, unshakable. 8. The blade's edge. Musashi said that the most important battle is against the person you were yesterday. Win that, and you'll be ahead of everyone soon. That's the path. Not competing with others, but mastering yourself so completely that no one can even stand on the same battlefield of thought. A truly dangerous man doesn't show his intelligence. He conceals it beneath silence, discipline, and control. He lets others speak, expose, reveal. Then he cuts through their delusions with one clean sentence, like a blade through air. That's how you become so smart people fear your mind. You train it to be sharp, detached, fluid, and silent. You use it as a weapon, not an ornament. You learn from everyone, but bow to no one. You speak rarely, but when you do, reality bends. Remember this, Powerful men are not feared for what they can do. They are feared for what they can see. And once your mind reaches that level of clarity, you won't need to prove anything. Your silence will do the talking. Let me take you to 17th century Japan. The air is thick with the scent of cherry blossoms and the metallic tang of blood. Swords clash, warriors fall, and amidst the chaos, a lone samurai stands, undefeated, untouchable, and utterly enigmatic. His name is Miyamoto Musashi, a man who carved his legacy not just with a blade, but with a mind sharper than any sword. He was a ronin, a masterless samurai who wandered the land, dueling the greatest fighters of his time. But Musashi was more than a warrior. He was a philosopher, an artist, and a strategist whose insights transcend time. His magnum opus, the Book of Five Rings, isn't just a manual on sword fighting. It's a guide to life, a blueprint for mastering the art of existence. And at the heart of it lies a concept so profound, so elusive, that it has captivated thinkers, fighters, and dreamers for centuries. The void. The void is not emptiness. It is not nothingness. It is everything and nothing all at once. It is the space between thoughts, the silence between notes, the stillness before the storm. It is the ultimate state of being, where the mind is free from distraction, fear, and desire. To understand the void is to unlock the secrets of Musashi's undefeated record, his unparalleled creativity, and his ability to see the world with crystal clarity. But more than that, it is a key to understanding ourselves, our potential, our limitations, and the infinite possibilities that lie within us. So, let's dive into the mind of Miyamoto Musashi and explore the power of the void. This isn't just a history lesson or a philosophical rant. This is a journey into the depths of human potential, a story of how one man's understanding of the void can teach us to live, fight, and create with unparalleled mastery. Buckle up. This is going to be a ride. The Way of the Warrior, Musashi's Path to the Void. Musashi's life was a testament to the power of the void. Born in 1584, he fought his first duel at the age of 13 and won. By the time he was 30, he had fought over 60 duels and never lost a single one. But Musashi wasn't just a brute with a sword. He was a thinker, a strategist, and an artist who understood that true mastery goes beyond physical skill. It requires a mind as sharp and unyielding as the blade itself. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi outlines his philosophy through 5 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and void. Each element represents a different aspect of strategy and life. The earth ring teaches the fundamentals, the foundation upon which all else is built. The water ring emphasizes adaptability, flowing like water to overcome obstacles. The fire ring is about intensity, the explosive energy needed to seize victory. The wind ring deals with understanding the enemy, their tactics, and their weaknesses. And then there's the void. The void is different. It's not a technique or a strategy. It's a state of being. Musashi describes it as that which has no beginning and no end. It is the space where all things are possible, where the mind is free from attachment and distraction. To enter the void is to see the world as it truly is, without the filters of fear, desire, or ego. It is the ultimate freedom. But how do you reach the void? Musashi doesn't give a step-by-step guide. He can't. The void isn't something you can grasp or hold on to. It's something you become. And to become it, you must first understand what it means to let go. The art of letting go. Imagine you're in a duel. Your opponent is skilled, perhaps even better than you. Your heart is racing, your palms are sweaty, and your mind is flooded with thoughts. What if I lose? What if I die? What if I embarrass myself? These thoughts are like chains weighing you down, clouding your judgment. In this state, you're already defeated. Now imagine the opposite. You step into the duel with a mind as clear as a still pond. You're not thinking about winning or losing. You're not thinking at all. You're simply present, fully aware of your surroundings, your opponent, and yourself. You move without hesitation, without doubt. Your actions are fluid, natural, almost effortless. This is the void. Musashi writes, "In the void is virtue and no evil. Wisdom has existence, principle has existence, the way has existence, spirit is nothingness." What he's saying is that the void is not a place of emptiness, but a place of infinite potential. It is the source of all wisdom, all creativity, all power. But to access it, you must let go of everything that holds you back. Fear, desire, ego, even the need to win. This is easier said than done. Letting go is one of the hardest things a human can do. We cling to our identities, our beliefs, our desires. We fear the unknown, the uncertain, the uncontrollable. But Musashi teaches us that true strength lies in embracing the unknown, in surrendering to the flow of life. The void in action, Musashi's greatest duel. One of Musashi's most famous duels was against Sasaki Kojiro, a swordsman known for his swallow cut, a technique so fast and precise that it was said to mimic the movement of a swallow in flight. Kojiro was a formidable opponent, and many believed he would be the one to finally defeat Musashi. But Musashi didn't see it that way. On the day of the duel, he arrived late, a tactic meant to unnerve his opponent. When he finally appeared, he was carrying a wooden oar he had carved into a makeshift sword. Kojiro, armed with his razor-sharp katana, was furious. He attacked with all his skill and speed, but Musashi remained calm. He didn't try to match Kojiro's technique. Instead, he entered the void. In the void, Musashi saw the fight not as a series of moves and counter-moves, but as a single flowing moment. He didn't think about winning or losing. He didn't think at all. He simply acted, responding to Kojiro's attacks with perfect timing and precision. With a single strike of his wooden oar, he ended the duel. Kojiro fell, and Musashi walked away, undefeated once again. This duel is a perfect example of the power of the void. Musashi didn't win because he was stronger or faster. He won because he was free, free from fear, free from doubt, free from the need to prove himself. He was in the void, and in the void, he was unstoppable. The void in everyday life. You might be thinking, that's great for a samurai, but what does the void have to do with my life? The answer is everything. The void isn't just for warriors. It's for anyone who wants to live with clarity, purpose, and power. Think about the times when you felt most alive, most in the zone. Maybe it was during a creative project, a sports game, or a deep conversation. In those moments, you weren't thinking about the past or the future. You weren't worried about what others thought of you. You were fully present, fully engaged, fully free. That's the void. Musashi's teachings remind us that the void is always within us, waiting to be accessed. But to access it, we must let go of the things that hold us back, our fears, our desires, our need for control. We must learn to be present, to flow with life, rather than fight against it. The infinite possibility of the void. Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of Five Rings is more than a book about sword fighting. It's a guide to mastering the art of life. And at the heart of it lies the void, a concept so simple yet so profound that it has the power to transform the way we think, act, and live. The void is not a destination, it's a journey. It's the space where all things are possible, where the mind is free and the spirit is limitless. To enter the void is to see the world with new eyes, to act with clarity and purpose, and to live with a sense of freedom that few ever experience. So the next time you find yourself overwhelmed by fear, doubt, or distraction, remember Musashi's words. In the void is virtue and no evil. Step into the void, let go of everything that holds you back, and discover the infinite possibilities that lie within you. This is the power of the void. This is the legacy of Miyamoto Musashi, and this, my friend, is the key to mastering the art of life. There is a war being waged inside your skull right now. It's not a war of swords or fists, it's a silent civil war, a battle between the man you promised yourself you'd become and the comfortable sighing creature that just wants to hit the snooze button. And in that one moment, the split second between the alarm screaming and your hand slamming it into silence, entire futures are decided. Empires of the mind are built, or they are left as ruins, buried under the soft, suffocating pillow of just 5 more minutes. This is where you are forged or broken, not in the grand gesture, but in the first quiet, brutal decision of the day. The ancient samurai Miyamoto Musashi, the man who became a blade, understood this. He didn't just wander into greatness, he built it, day by day, stroke by stroke, in solitude, in silence. He carved a code out of his own will, a set of disciplines so sharp they could cut through any doubt, any weakness, any storm. These aren't tips, they are not life hacks, they are weapons. And the first one is the most important because it sets the tone for every battle to come. Let's dive in. 1. Win the first battle of the day by getting up on time. The alarm rings, and the committee in your head starts voting. You're tired, you had a late night, you can start tomorrow. This is the first insurrection. This is the enemy at the gates, and most men open the gates and surrender before the sun has even risen. You must become a tyrant to that weakness. Do not ask your body if it's ready. Do not consult your mood. The sun does not take a vote before it rises. A blade does not warm up before it cuts. It is simply ready. When your eyes open, you move. Your feet hit the floor. You are vertical. You have won the first and most critical battle. You have, in that single motion, declared to the universe and to the coward inside you, "Today, I am in command." Every day you do this, you are not just waking up, you are sharpening the edge of your will. 2. Focus on your responsibilities, not just your desires. Let's be clear, motivation is a myth sold to you to make you feel better about being lazy. It's a fickle, fleeting ghost. You think the man building his business feels like making those cold calls at 8 a.m. You think the warrior feels like running drills in the freezing rain. You think a father feels like being patient after a 10-hour day. No, they don't. But they do it anyway, because they are not slaves to their feelings. Their actions are not dictated by the weather in their minds. Your desires are a spoiled child. Your responsibilities are the stern father. You must listen to the father. The child does not know what is best for it. The child only knows what it wants. As the modern Stoics say, the obstacle is the way. The feeling of not wanting to do it, that is the path. That resistance is the training. Lean into it. 3. Build resilience by not avoiding hardship. Think of a man's hand, soft, smooth, untouched. Now think of a blacksmith's hand, leathery, scarred, tough. Which hand can grip the hammer? Which hand can shape the world? Your mind is no different. You build mental calluses by deliberately leaning into discomfort, by not taking the easy way out. It's choosing the stairs over the elevator. It's taking the cold shower. It's having the difficult conversation you've been avoiding. It's reading the book instead of scrolling. You are seeking out friction. You are creating small, controlled fires to temper your own steel. Because when the real inferno comes, and it will, you will not burn. You will already be fireproof. 4. Cut out the things that don't add value to your life. Look around your life. The apps on your phone, the people in your circle, the thoughts in your head, the junk in your diet. Every single thing is either fuel or poison. There is no neutral. The video game that drains 3 hours of your evening, the friend who only calls to complain, the constant drip feed of social media outrage, the extra drink that fogs your morning. It all has to go. This isn't minimalism. This is warfare. You are clearing the battlefield of clutter so you can move, think, and strike with precision. You are cutting the vines that are slowly, silently strangling your potential. Musashi lived a life of radical simplicity. He owned almost nothing. Why? Because every possession, every attachment is a thread that can be pulled to make you stumble. Be ruthless. Ask of everything. Does this make me sharper, or does it make me dull? If it's the latter, cut it without mercy. 5. Don't let your mood decide if you put in the work. Here's the red pill, swallowed straight. Your mood is irrelevant. It's background noise, static on the radio. You feel sad? Good. Acknowledge it, then get to work. You feel angry? Fine. Feel it, then channel it into your training. You feel tired? We're all tired. Move anyway. Your mind will lie to you. It will tell you that you can't possibly perform because you're not in the right headspace. This is the greatest trick weakness ever plays. Think of Tyler Durden in Fight Club. It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. He wasn't talking about material things. He was talking about the prison of our own feelings. When you stop caring how you feel about the task and just do the task, you are free. You are no longer a passenger in your own body. You are the pilot. 6. Practice moderation in your diet, your words, and your sleep. A king does not gorge himself. He eats to fuel his body for the day's rulings. A king does not chatter. His words are few, and they carry the weight of law. A king does not collapse into sleep like a drunkard. He rests to restore his strength for the next day's battles. You must become the sovereign of your own body. Let's talk about food. That burger, that sugar, that third drink. It's not pleasure, it's sabotage. It's a fog in your brain, a weight in your limbs. You think with a stomach full of garbage. You're feeding the lazy creature, not the warrior. Eat like your mind depends on it, because it does. your words. Every time you speak to complain, to gossip, to fill the silence with noise, you are leaking power. You are handing out pieces of your focus to anyone who will listen. Speak with purpose, or do not speak at all. Let your silence be a wall that lesser men break themselves against, and sleep. This is not a suggestion. It is a tactical retreat. You don't burn the midnight oil scrolling on a screen. That's not dedication. That's stupidity. You go to bed like you're sharpening a weapon for the next day. Because you are. Control the fuel, the noise, the rest. This is the trinity of self-ownership. 7. Guard your focus like a fortress under siege. Your attention is the most valuable territory you own. And right now, it's a kingdom with no walls, being pillaged by every notification, every headline, every pointless demand. You must become a tyrant of your time. Every ping, every buzz, every quick question is an invader at your gate. You wouldn't let a stranger walk into your home and demand your time. So why do you let your phone do it? This is war. Act like it. Turn off the notifications, delete the apps, create hours of deep, impenetrable focus. When you work, the world does not exist. The door is closed. The phone is in another room. This is non-negotiable. A scattered mind is a weak mind, and a weak mind loses every single time. 8. Become invisible to praise. The need for applause is a cancer. It makes you soft. It makes you predictable. You start making choices not because they are right, but because they will be seen. You train in the dark. You do the right thing when no one is watching. You build your empire in silence. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who decided to get in shape. For 90 days, he told no one. He didn't post a single picture. He didn't mention it to his friends. He woke up early, he lifted in his garage, he ate clean alone. For 3 months, his transformation was a secret between him and his will. On the 91st day, he walked into a party. The reaction was shock, but the real victory wasn't their praise. It was the 90 days of silence that forged him. He had proven to himself that his worth was not for sale to the opinions of others. Stop fishing for compliments. The most powerful men in the room are the ones who don't need you to know they're powerful. 9. Keep death over your shoulder. Memento mori. Remember, you will die. This is not morbid. This is the ultimate liberation. You are not going to get out of this alive. Let that truth sink into your bones. Let it chase the hesitation out of you. That project you've been putting off, that truth you've been afraid to speak, that woman you're afraid to approach. Death is coming, and it doesn't care about your excuses. Live every day as if it were your last charge up the hill. Would you waste it scrolling? Would you spend it in a job you hate? Would you leave words of love unsaid? No. The man who remembers death stops procrastinating. He acts with urgency and clarity. He forgives quickly. He loves fiercely. He risks everything because he knows, deep in his soul, that the clock is ticking down, and when your time is up, the world will not ask for your list of excuses. It will only ask what you did with the time you were given. 10. Maintain your position and don't give up. This is it, the final discipline, the one that binds all the others together. There will be days you don't want to, days you're tired, days you fail, days it feels pointless. This is the test. Most men are fair-weather warriors. They're disciplined when it's easy, when the sun is shining and the motivation is high. But you are not most men. You hold the line. When it's raining, you hold the line. When you're betrayed, you hold the line. When you're alone, you hold the line. When you feel broken, you hold the goddamn line. Think of the Spartans at Thermopylae. They didn't hold the pass because they thought they would win. They held it because it was their duty, because their code demanded it, because to break, to run would be to betray everything they were. Your life is your Thermopylae. Your code is your shield. You don't do it for the victory. You do it because to do anything else would make you a stranger to yourself. You hold the line until either you break the enemy or the dawn breaks. But you do not retreat. You do not surrender. You do not yield. This is the way. These 10 disciplines are the path. There are no shortcuts. There is only the fire and the steel you choose to temper within it. Now go, forge yourself. Most men will go their entire lives without ever picking up a sword. Not a literal sword, but the kind that matters, the one that cuts away everything weak inside you, the one that separates who you are from who you are pretending to be. Miyamoto Musashi found his before he was 13 years old. You still haven't found yours, and the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to feel the grip. Here's the part they never tell you about Musashi's path. It doesn't start with discipline. It starts with violence, failure, and a boy who had no other choice. That truth changes everything about what this road actually demands. Level 1. Novice Sword Student. You are 12 years old. You don't know anything. Your hands are soft. Your stance is wrong. Your grip is too tight because fear makes everything tight. Your instructor corrects you 17 times in 1 hour, and you feel the heat of embarrassment climbing your neck. The sword feels foreign, almost insulting in your hands, like it knows you haven't earned it yet. This is the most important stage, not because of what you learn, because of what you discover about yourself when you're bad at something and have to keep showing up anyway. Most men quit here. They find a reason. The schedule is inconvenient. The instructor is harsh. They'll start again next month. Next month becomes next year. Next year becomes never. The dojo empties out every January, and by March it's just the same 6 faces who were there before the new year brought its empty promises. What Musashi had at this stage wasn't talent. It was an inability to picture himself as anything other than a swordsman. That singular obsession is either a gift or a curse, depending on what it's aimed at. In his case, it built a legend. In yours, it could build a life. Level 2. First duel survival. At 13 years old, Musashi claimed his first life. A man by the name of Arima Kihei. He was a trained adult warrior who had issued an open challenge. Musashi accepted. Everyone around him thought it was a joke. The boy is going to get himself killed. His uncle tried to back out on his behalf. Musashi refused. When they met, Musashi didn't draw his sword. He picked up a wooden staff and beat Arima to death with it. Think about what that means. His first real test, and he didn't even follow the rules everyone else was playing by. He solved the problem in a way nobody expected. That is not a beginner's mindset. That is something colder and more dangerous. Your first duel isn't a sword fight. It's the moment life puts something real in front of you and says, let's see who you actually are. A business that fails, a relationship that implodes, a betrayal that rewrites everything you thought you knew. Most men respond by retreating into the version of the story where they're the victim. Musashi responded by picking up whatever was available and winning. Survival isn't enough. Survival without understanding is just delay. Level 3. Lone Ronin. By his mid-20s, Musashi had survived more than 60 duels. He had no school, no master, no affiliation. He wandered the countryside of feudal Japan, challenging established swordsmen, sleeping rough, eating poorly, forging himself through friction instead of comfort. While other samurai cultivated powerful patrons and political connections, Musashi chose the road. There's a scene in the novel Musashi by Eiji Yoshikawa where a young Musashi sits chained in a tree as punishment, left to starve or to think. He chooses to think. He emerges not broken but refined. Some men need to be stripped of everything before they can see what was essential all along. The Ronin stage is the one nobody warns you about. You've left the structure. You've rejected the comfortable path, but you haven't yet found your own code to replace it. You're in the wilderness, not metaphorically, psychologically. That wilderness is not a detour. It is the road. This is where most men make the worst trade of their lives. They get tired of the wilderness and accept a cage that comes with a salary and a title. They call it growing up. Musashi called it surrender. Level 4, Master of Two Swords. At level 4, you have developed your own system, not borrowed from someone else, not a copy of what worked for your mentor or your culture or your generation. Something original, forged from your specific failures and your specific insights. This is when other people start to notice. This is also when they start to push back. Musashi wrote in the Book of 5 Rings, "Do not think dishonestly." In context, he wasn't talking about lying to other people. He was talking about lying to yourself about your own level, about calling preparation avoidance, about calling hesitation patience, about dressing up fear in the language of wisdom. The Master of Two Swords has stopped doing that completely. They will tell you the system is too aggressive, too unconventional, too hard to follow. They are not wrong about the difficulty. They are wrong about whether difficulty is a problem. Level 5, Strategist of the Void. In his 40s, Musashi stopped fighting, not because he lost. He had never lost. He stopped because he had nothing left to prove to anyone except himself. He began writing. He began painting. He began sculpting. He turned the same precision that had ended 60 lives toward the creation of beautiful things. His brush paintings are extraordinary. There's one called Shrike on a Dead Branch, a single bird on a single limb in sparse black ink. The empty space is more powerful than the marks. That is not a coincidence. That is philosophy made visible. This is the stage most men in the self-improvement world never reach because they confuse the trophy with the path. They want the record, the proof, the ranking. Musashi had all of it and walked away because he understood something that men still don't understand 300 years later. The map is not the territory. The title is not the man. The win is not the warrior. Think about every movie where the best fighter finally faces himself. The Last Samurai, Ghost of Tsushima, even the quiet third act of any Kurosawa film. The moment of real power is never the battle. It's the stillness before it. Level 6, unattached mind. Consider a man named Kenji. Kenji was 28, obsessively productive, working 16-hour days, building a business that was growing but never arriving. He had read every book on discipline. He had optimized his morning. He had the habits, he had the goals, he had the systems. And he was miserable in a way that felt shameful to admit, because from the outside, he was winning. Then he read the Book of 5 Rings in a single night. Not for productivity tips, for the line that reads, roughly translated, "Do not let your mind be captured by any one thing." He had been doing the opposite his entire life, captured by results, captured by the opinion of people he didn't even respect, captured by the fear that if he ever stopped forcing it, everything would collapse. The unattached mind is not an empty mind. It is not passive. It is not detached from the world. It is a mind that can be fully present with the sword in the duel, fully present with the brush at the canvas, fully present in a conversation, and then set it down completely when it's over. No residue, no obsession, no identity wrapped around the outcome. That is harder than 60 duels, significantly harder. Level 7. Living embodiment of the way. Musashi wrote the Book of 5 Rings in a cave, weeks before he died. He was 61 years old. His body was failing. He had no students waiting, no ceremony, no grand audience. He sat in Regondo Cave on the island of Kyushu and wrote down everything he had learned across a lifetime of war, solitude, creation, and searching. He was not writing for posterity. He was writing because the truth demanded to be written. The final level is not mastery of the sword, not mastery of strategy, not even mastery of the self in the way most people imagine it. It is the moment when the practice and the practitioner become indistinguishable, when you no longer do the work to become someone, when you do the work because the work is what you are. Most men spend their lives becoming stronger, becoming wealthier, becoming more respected. Musashi at the end was not becoming anything. He was simply being fully and completely what 60 years of absolute commitment had made him. The path does not end with a certificate or a ceremony or a moment of recognition. It ends, if it ends at all, with a quiet cave, a brush, and the knowledge that you gave everything you had to the one thing that mattered. Here is the question you need to sit with, not answer right now. Sit with. If you stripped away the approval, the income, the status, and the audience, would you still walk this road? If the answer is yes, you've already found the first step. If the answer is no, you're not on the path yet. You're on the performance of the path. And those are two very different roads leading to two very different men. The sword does not care how good your intentions are. It only knows whether you swing. Most people will never feel it. The silence, the stillness, the cold, ruthless clarity of being locked in, not checking your phone, not craving approval, not needing dopamine, just pure intent, like a blade drawn with no hesitation. Most people, they live scattered, distracted, fragmented, but the rare few, they become dangerous because they've mastered the art of full focus. There is no modern drug that compares to the lethal efficiency of a man who can enter that state at will. Not Adderall, not caffeine, not Notion templates. We're talking about the kind of focus that can kill. Miyamoto Musashi was the epitome of that trait. A man who didn't just talk about discipline, he bled for it. If you're serious about mastering your life, your mission, and your mind, you need to understand this. The way is in training. That's what Musashi told us. But this isn't about becoming better. It's about becoming unshakable, obsessed, unreachable, and it starts by entering what I call the Musashi mode. 1. The duel inside your mind. Let me tell you a story. I once locked myself in a basement for 3 days. No phone, no Wi-Fi, just me, a notebook, and a mission. I needed clarity. I was tired of doing everything poorly. Work, fitness, relationships. I'd lost a girl who said I was always somewhere else. And she was right. I was living with a million tabs open in my mind. But down in that basement, something snapped. I remember the moment. It was 2 a.m. My pen froze mid-sentence, and for the first time in years I was fully present. Not anxious, not excited, just still, focused, like a monk with a gun to his head. That's when I realized focus isn't natural, it's forged. Musashi didn't find focus. He hunted it, he earned it, he carved it into his soul with blood, death, and silence. At a young age he overcame an adult in a duel, not because of physical prowess, but because he saw everything clearly. His opponent blinked once. That was enough. Musashi won all his duels because he fought them all before they ever began, in his mind. That's what full focus is. It's not about trying to concentrate, it's about killing the noise before the battle even starts. 2. Burn the bridge behind you. Here's the first red pill. You can't be focused if you haven't cut off escape. Most people keep 1 foot in and 1 foot out. They try something for 30 days. They chase 5 goals at once. They want to build a business, get shredded, date models, and still scroll TikTok for 4 hours a day. No wonder they fail. Musashi had nothing to go back to. No plan B, no comfy life. His focus was forged by necessity, by fire. He wandered the country alone, carrying only 2 swords and a death wish. Want to enter full focus? Then burn your plan B, delete the app. Block the girl. Quit the weak friendships. Make it so you have no choice but to win. Because when survival is on the line, your brain wakes the hell up. You must corner yourself with purpose. Like Musashi said, step by step walk the 1,000-mile road. 3. Mizu no Kokoro, the mind like water. Musashi wrote of a concept few understand. Mizu no Kokoro, mind like water. Imagine a still pond. Drop a pebble, it ripples, but only for a moment, and then stillness returns. Now imagine your mind. You read a hate comment, boom, spiral. You see your ex's story, crash. You get bad news, days ruined. Your focus gets hijacked like a child's toy. But Musashi's mind? You could fire bullets at it. It would not move. Still, calm, ready. He trained himself to see without emotion, to act without hesitation. Want that level of focus? Then practice emotional control, because a reactive man is a weak man, and weak men can't focus. Anger, fear, doubt, these are enemies disguised as feelings. Every time you respond instead of react, you're sharpening the blade. 4. Train until it's boring. Let me say something that will trigger your dopamine-hungry brain. Focus is boring. True focus isn't flashy, it's repetition. It's waking up and doing the same brutal, untrendy task again and again. No applause, no likes, just sweat and silence. Musashi didn't chase motivation, he chased mastery. He said there are more ways to win. But every path requires the same thing, daily training. You can romanticize the warrior life all you want, but unless you're doing your reps, writing, lifting, building, you're just a fanboy. Discipline isn't aesthetic, it's war, and focus is your only weapon. 5. Strategic isolation, the cave of mastery. In his later years, Musashi retreated to a cave called Reigondo. There, he meditated, trained, and wrote the Book of 5 Rings, his death note to the world. Why the cave? Because Musashi understood something you still resist. Isolation breeds transformation. You want to level up? Lock yourself away. Silence the external world so you can hear your inner one. The cave isn't literal, it's strategic solitude. That means waking up before the noise, turning your phone on airplane mode for hours, saying no to plans that offer you nothing but escape, creating a sacred space where your mission is the only voice in the room. Men do not fear solitude, boys do. You don't need more input, you need more intensity. And that kind of intensity lives in silence. 6. Use death as a focus tool. Musashi meditated on death almost every day, not as a morbid fantasy, but as a weapon, because when you remember you'll die, your distractions die first. You don't waste time gossiping, you don't chase temporary pleasure, you don't scroll, you build. Because you realize every second counts. You could die tomorrow, so why the hell would you live like a man with unlimited time? Write this on your wall. You are already dead. Now act accordingly. That's how you enter full focus. 7. The two swords of focus, external and internal. Musashi was the creator of the Niten Ichi-ryu style. Two swords, one strategy. One for action, one for awareness. External sword equals execution. Internal sword equals reflection. You need both. Too much action without reflection, you burn out and repeat mistakes. Too much reflection without action, you become a philosopher with no empire. Here's the formula. Mornings are for execution. Go hard, move the needle. Evenings are for reflection, journal, review, adjust. That's how you refine your blade, day after day, until your focus becomes lethal. I started doing this ritual last year. Morning war, night clarity. My results tripled, not because I worked more, but because I was finally aiming the sword right. Hush the noise, embody the weapon. Every man says he wants to win, but most aren't willing to do what's required. Musashi didn't just win battles, he won his mind. He killed comfort. He became untouchable, not because he had superpowers, but because he mastered something 99% of men never will: total focus. No distractions, no apologies, no weakness. So here's the truth. If you want to rise above, you don't need more motivation. You need to kill the noise. You need to be alone. You need to choose the hard thing every day without validation. That's how you earn focus. That's how you enter Musashi mode. And once you do, you'll never go back. Because silence, power, they're more addicting than any vice this weak world can offer. Now ask yourself one question. Are you ready to become the weapon, or will you stay soft, distracted, and forgotten? The way is simple, the way is brutal, but the way is yours if you're willing to suffer for it. Let them scroll, let them chase girls, let them gossip. You'll be sharpening in the shadows, and when you return, they won't even recognize you. There's a certain type of man who walks into a room and everyone turns, not because he's loud, not because he's rich, not because he's flashy, but because his presence demands it. He doesn't need to raise his voice. He doesn't need to prove himself. He doesn't even need to speak. And yet, everyone knows that man is not to be messed with. This isn't about fake confidence. It's not about puffing your chest or putting on an act. It's about a deeper force, a silent gravity that pulls attention and commands respect. It's what the legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi mastered centuries ago. And today, we're going to rip open his mind, dissect his teachings, and pull out the raw principles you can use, starting now, to get respect without saying a single word. If you've ever been overlooked, if you've ever felt invisible in a room full of noise, this is your blueprint for becoming the kind of man who nobody ignores. Let's begin. The silent force of presence. By the time of his death, Musashi was a living legend, but what made him feared wasn't just his sword. It was the aura that surrounded him. This is a way of being. Musashi cut away every excess, every weakness, every drop of hesitation. And what remained was a presence so focused, so centered, that men would often refuse to fight him. This is the first truth. Respect doesn't come from how much you say. It comes from how much you are. Your presence, your energy, your stillness, that's your silent weapon. Let me show you how to sharpen it. 1. Craft the stillness that breaks nerves. There's a psychological edge in stillness. Most people fidget. They tap their foot, adjust their shirt, look around the room. You know why? Because they're unsure, unstable. But when you can stand still, calm, composed, relaxed, you send a signal that your emotions are under your control, not the world's. This is how predators move. Watch a panther stalk its prey. No wasted motion, no insecurity leaking through their body language. Sometimes Musashi arrived at duels hours early, sitting in absolute stillness, hiding and studying the battlefield. The lesson? Your control over yourself makes others feel out of control. Start practicing this in conversation, at work, in a crowd. Say less, move less, observe more. You'll see people start to adjust themselves around you. 2. Carry the invisible sword. Musashi wasn't all about swordsmanship. He was also about power and mastery over your life. You don't need a real blade. You need internal weight. Musashi trained endlessly, not just with swords, but with calligraphy, strategy, philosophy, and art. He built a world within himself that made him unshakable. When you walk through life with depth, people can feel it. They can't explain it, but they sense there's something about you they don't understand. And that mystery breeds respect. So here's what you do. Pick a skill, master it, become terrifyingly good at something, train when no one's watching, build your edge in silence, move with purpose. Every step, every action is chosen, not reactive. This builds your invisible sword, and even if no one sees it, they feel it. 3. Dominate the room without speaking. There's a moment when you walk into a room where everyone decides what you are. Most people blow it. They fumble their posture. They talk too soon. They try to blend in, or worse, impress. But power doesn't introduce itself. It lets others feel it first. When Miyamoto Musashi entered a space, he didn't need a title. He didn't need charm. His silence took up space. His stillness made others restless. He owned the frame before he even spoke. In modern life, this is rare, but devastatingly effective. You don't speak to get attention. You speak to shift gravity. You don't laugh to fit in. You let others adjust to your presence. Respect is rooted in perception, and perception begins before words. Here's how to own the room like a ghost with a blade. Enter slowly, calmly. Let the room adjust to you. Say nothing at first. Let people feel the silence around you. Let them wonder what you're thinking. Keep your shoulders relaxed, eyes focused, body still. Nervous energy is weakness. Calm energy is control. Listen like a predator, not a participant. Not to respond, but to read people, to spot weakness, to understand power dynamics. People instinctively fear what they can't read. Become unreadable. When you walk into a room with quiet confidence, measured stillness, and nothing to prove, people feel your presence. They don't know why they respect you, but they do, because real power doesn't speak first. It waits and makes everyone else talk themselves into submission. 4. Strip away everything unnecessary. Musashi lived like a ghost. No house, no family, few possessions, not because he couldn't have them, but because he chose to walk light. In his Dokudo, he wrote, "Do not hold on to possessions you no longer need, and be indifferent to where you live." In a world of noise, flash, and vanity, minimalism is power. When you strip away the distractions, the fake status symbols, the loud clothes, the empty talk, you begin to radiate clarity. People don't respect noise, they respect substance. So here's a brutal truth. If you feel the need to talk too much, show too much, brag too much, it's because your presence isn't doing the talking. Silence exposes who you really are, and that's why most people are terrified of it. Start choosing simplicity over excess. Let your actions whisper louder than their words ever could. 5. Look death in the eye. One of Musashi's most powerful philosophies was meditating on death. He didn't fear it, he studied it, because when you accept death, you become untouchable. Musashi knew a man who has nothing to lose can't be intimidated, and that's the real source of his silent power. The reason most people beg for respect is because they're afraid of rejection, afraid of loss, afraid of being ignored. But when you've stared your fears in the face, when you've trained your mind to stay calm in chaos, when you become friends with pain and indifferent to praise, you become something very rare in this world. A man who doesn't need respect and gets it anyway. The dark mirror. Are you ready to disappear? Here's the part nobody talks about. To gain this kind of respect, you have to disappear first. You have to burn the fake parts of yourself in silence. You have to isolate, cut comforts, strip your identity down to the bone. No more pretending, no more chasing, only training, only refining. And then, one day, you'll walk into a room and people will feel something different, something cold, something focused, something dangerous. You won't need to speak. You won't need to prove anything. You'll be like a blade tucked in a sheath, silent, sharp, and ready. That's the Musashi way. Practical steps to walk the path. Let's bring this down from legend to action. Here's how you start building silent respect today. Daily stillness training. Sit in silence for 15 minutes every day. No phone, no noise. Just sit. Learn to own stillness. Master a skill in the shadows. Choose one craft, martial art, instrument, writing, coding, whatever. Obsess. Train like a ghost. Say 50% less. Catch yourself oversharing, explaining, trying to prove. Stop. Let your silence speak. Dress with intention, not noise. Wear simple, sharp, clean clothes. No logos, no flexing. Power is in minimalism. Visualize death every morning. Remind yourself, today I could die, Then act like a man who doesn't fear it. Walk alone. Sometimes not out of bitterness, but strength. Walk without music, without distraction. Let your mind harden. Make eye contact like you're already dead. Don't look away. Don't smile too quickly. Let your gaze say, "I am here, and I do not fear you." Final words. You don't get respect by demanding it. You get it by becoming the kind of man who doesn't need to ask. Musashi didn't win because he had better swords. He won because he became the sword. Cold, clean, unforgiving, and yet calm, precise, disciplined. In a world of noise, be silence. In a world of lies, be principle. In a world of weakness, be edge. That's how you get respect without saying a word. Now disappear and train. There's a part of you that you've been taught to ignore, a shadow, a force society warns you against, whispers to suppress, and teaches you to fear. But that shadow, it holds immense power, the kind of power that can shape destinies, bend outcomes to your will, and separate you from the masses sleepwalking through life. Today, we're diving into how to tap into that force, and we're doing it with lessons from one of history's most enigmatic and lethal figures, Miyamoto Musashi. This isn't your typical self-help video about gratitude and morning affirmations. This is about unleashing the part of yourself that is raw, untamed, and unapologetically ambitious. It's about learning to dance with your darker instincts and channeling them into a weapon for success. Because let's face it, playing nice doesn't always get you the win. Miyamoto Musashi, samurai, philosopher, and undefeated swordsman, knew this better than anyone. In an era of strict codes of honor, he broke the mold. Musashi wasn't just a warrior, he was a strategist, a thinker who mastered the art of controlled chaos. His life was a balancing act between discipline and savagery. He didn't shun his darker side, he mastered it. If you're ready to do the same, let's begin. Step 1. Acknowledge the shadow. Musashi's life was steeped in bloodshed, but it wasn't mindless violence. He understood that his darker impulses were not a weakness, but a reservoir of strength. To harness your dark side, you first have to acknowledge it. And no, this isn't about becoming evil or abandoning your morals. It's about facing the parts of yourself that you'd rather deny. Think about it. How often do you bury your anger, your ambition, or your desire for power because you're afraid of what it says about you? You've been conditioned to believe these emotions are wrong, but Musashi would argue otherwise. He believed that true strength comes from integrating all parts of yourself, the light and the dark. Musashi's duels weren't won by strength alone. They were won by cunning, by his willingness to embrace strategies others deemed dishonorable. He fought dirty when he had to, using psychological warfare to unnerve his opponents before they even drew their swords. By acknowledging his shadow, he wielded it as an advantage. Ask yourself, what's holding you back from confronting your own shadow? Fear of judgment? Fear of losing control? Start by naming the parts of yourself you've kept hidden. Anger, envy, ruthlessness, whatever it is, give it a name. Because what you name, you can control. And what you control, you can use. Step 2. Discipline the chaos. Your dark side left unchecked is like a wildfire. It consumes everything, but controlled, it's a forge. Musashi's mastery wasn't just in acknowledging his shadow, it was in disciplining it. From an early age, Musashi's life was chaos. He killed his first opponent at 13. He lived as a vagabond, constantly fighting to survive. Yet despite the chaos, he imposed discipline upon himself. He studied relentlessly, not just the sword, but also calligraphy, painting, and Zen philosophy. He didn't just train his body, he trained his mind. This duality, chaos and discipline, was Musashi's secret weapon. His dark side gave him the edge, but his discipline ensured it didn't consume him. The same applies to you. Harnessing your dark side doesn't mean indulging every impulse, it means channeling that raw energy into something productive. Are you angry? Use it as fuel to outwork everyone else. Feeling envious? Let it drive you to surpass your competition. The key is structure. Without discipline, your shadow will control you. With discipline, it becomes your ally. Start small. Create rituals that ground you. For Musashi, it was relentless practice. For you, it might be a daily workout, journaling, or studying a skill until it becomes second nature. These rituals act as guardrails, keeping your darker impulses focused and productive. Step 3. Embrace ruthlessness when necessary. This is where things get uncomfortable. Modern society tells us to be kind, cooperative, and avoid conflict at all costs. But Musashi's life was a testament to the power of ruthlessness, strategic ruthlessness. Let's be clear, ruthlessness doesn't mean cruelty. It means clarity of purpose and the willingness to do what others won't. Musashi didn't win 60 duels by being nice. He studied his opponents, exploited their weaknesses, and struck decisively. He once arrived late to a duel, forcing his opponent to wait in the scorching sun, mentally unraveling him before the fight even began. Was it fair? No. Was it effective? Absolutely. In life, there will be moments when you need to be ruthless, with others and with yourself. Maybe it's cutting ties with someone who's dragging you down. Maybe it's outmaneuvering a competitor in business. Or maybe it's pushing yourself harder than you thought possible. Ruthlessness is about prioritizing what matters most. It's about removing the obstacles, internal and external, that stand in your way. And sometimes that requires tough choices. Step 4. Master the art of change. Musashi didn't just stick to one way of fighting, he adapted. His most famous work, The Book of Five Rings, emphasizes the importance of fluidity. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain, he wrote. In life, rigidity is a weakness. Your dark side thrives when you're adaptable because it allows you to exploit opportunities as they arise. Musashi often used unconventional tactics in his fights, catching his opponents off guard. He understood that victory isn't about following the rules. It's about understanding the game and bending it to your will. The same applies to your goals. Are you so fixated on one plan that you're blind to other opportunities? Flexibility doesn't mean a lack of commitment. It means being open to change and willing to pivot when the situation demands it. Step 5. Cultivate inner stillness. Here's the paradox. To fully harness your dark side, you must also cultivate inner stillness. Musashi was a master of this balance. Despite his ferocity in battle, he was deeply introspective. He meditated, practiced Zen, and sought solitude. Why? Because inner stillness tempers the chaos. It allows you to act, not react. When you're grounded, your dark side becomes a tool, not a master. Take time to disconnect from the noise. Reflect on your actions, your motivations, and your goals. This isn't about becoming soft. It's about sharpening your focus. The sharper the blade, the deadlier the strike. Step 6. Accept the consequences. Tapping into your dark side comes with a cost. Musashi's life was one of isolation. His relentless pursuit of mastery left little room for personal relationships. He died a legend, but also alone. This path isn't for everyone. It's demanding, uncomfortable, and at times lonely. But if you're willing to embrace it, the rewards can be extraordinary. Success, mastery, and the satisfaction of knowing you've lived on your terms. The question is, are you willing to pay the price? The warrior within. Miyamoto Musashi's life is a blueprint for those willing to walk the razor's edge between light and dark. He wasn't bound by convention, nor was he afraid of his darker impulses. Instead, he embraced them, disciplined them, and used them to carve out his destiny. It's about reclaiming the parts of yourself that society tells you to hide. It's about wielding your shadow as a tool for growth, mastery, and success. So what will you do? Will you keep suppressing your shadow, pretending it doesn't exist, or will you face it, harness it, and use it to get ahead? The choice is yours. Just remember Musashi's words. You can only fight the way you practice. Start practicing now. The battlefield of life awaits. There's a moment, just before disaster, when your mind betrays you. Your instincts scream to act, but your thoughts trap you like quicksand. Should I move left or right? What if I'm wrong? What if I fail? And in that hesitation, you're already dead. Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated sword saint of Japan, knew this brutal truth. The moment you start thinking, you lose. He wasn't the strongest. He wasn't the fastest. But he was the deadliest because he trained himself to move without thought, to fight without fear, to exist without hesitation. In a world where most people are prisoners of their own minds, Musashi's secret is like forbidden knowledge, the power to think without thinking, the power to act without fear. Today, you'll discover this hidden code, the state of Mushin, and how mastering it will turn you into a weapon in a world full of victims. But be warned, this isn't some fluffy, feel-good lesson. It's about killing the part of you that hesitates, doubts, and dies before even taking a step. If you dare to keep watching, you'll never see yourself the same way again. Part 1. What is Mushin? Mushin literally means no mind or without mind, but don't misunderstand it. It's not about being empty. It's about being full of pure presence, without the interference of overthinking. You don't think, you don't hesitate, you become. Psychologists today call this flow state. Athletes call it the zone. Fighters call it killer instinct. But Musashi called it what it really is, the state where you finally become free. The way is in training. One must always seek the spirit of the way and never stop practicing. Mushin isn't born, it's forged. Through struggle, through danger, through exposure to death itself. The modern world sedates us with endless distractions, but Musashi's world was brutal, and he thrived because he knew the secret. In chaos, you don't survive by thinking, you survive by becoming instinct itself. Part 2. How thinking destroys you. The mind is a double-edged sword. It's your greatest tool and your greatest curse. When you overthink, you hesitate, second-guess, choke under pressure, miss the opportunity, let fear creep in and paralyze you. Psychology has a term for this: paralysis by analysis. Your brain floods with options, possibilities, dangers, and you freeze. And in freezing, you die. Not just on the battlefield, but in everyday life. You miss the opportunity to speak up. You fail to act on a business idea. You don't defend yourself when you should. You hesitate when the woman looks at you, and the moment evaporates. You let opportunities rot because you were thinking about it. The tragedy? Most people die without ever truly living because they spent their lives trapped inside their own heads. Part 3. How to forge Mushin in the modern world. Mushin isn't something you hope to feel. It's something you train ruthlessly into your bones. Here's how you begin. Exposure to stress. You must seek discomfort. Musashi didn't train by sitting under a tree humming mantras. He threw himself into fights where death was one mistake away. You must do the same, metaphorically. Put yourself in high-pressure environments, sparring in martial arts, public speaking under pressure, launching projects without perfect preparation, cold approaches, taking real risks where your ego can die. Each time you survive discomfort, your body learns, I can trust myself without overthinking. Eliminate attachment to outcomes. Musashi entered every duel expecting to die, and in doing so, he became fearless. Modern psychology calls this self-distancing. When you detach from the outcome, your mind stops fearing it. Fear clouds your instinct. Kill the fear, and you free the blade inside you. Musashi said, "Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Do not, under any circumstances, depend on a partial feeling. Detach, move, strike. Train your body first." Mushin is not a theory, it's a physical reality. You must train your body until actions happen automatically, drilling movements until your body memorizes them, practicing speeches until your voice flows without notes, repeating new skills until your muscles, not your mind, take over. Musashi didn't plan where to strike, he struck because the blade knew where to go. Kill the inner voice, the whisper that says, "What if I fail? Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe tomorrow. What will they think?" It must be silenced, because that voice isn't you. It's the scared little animal inside your brain, obsessed with survival, terrified of the unknown. You are not here to survive. You are here to conquer. The voice must die so that you can finally be born. Part 4. Real-life applications. How Mushin will save your life. Let's get brutally real. Here's how Mushin will change you. In relationships. When arguments break out, normal people panic. They react emotionally, say things they regret, and destroy trust. But the man of Mushin, he stands calm in the storm. He listens. He speaks clearly and decisively. He reads the chaos like a battlefield and commands it. Result, he earns respect, not regret. In business, opportunities are blades flying at your face. The slow thinker hesitates and misses. The man of Mushin, he moves with speed. He launches the product. He makes the call. He acts without needing every variable known. And the world bows to action, not intention. In danger, whether it's a street fight, a robbery, or a sudden accident, the slow thinker dies. The man of Mushin doesn't wait to figure it out. He strikes, he protects, he escapes. Survival doesn't belong to the smartest. It belongs to the fastest who move without hesitation. Part 5. The dark truth. Mushin is war against yourself. Let's not romanticize it. Forging Mushin is brutal. You will have to kill the needy child inside you, Destroy your addiction to comfort, shatter your illusions of safety, tear down your false self built on hesitation. You will lose parts of yourself you thought you needed. You will bleed psychologically. You will scare yourself. But what is left will be something the world fears, something the world respects, something free. Musashi said it best. You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor. The soft parts of you must die, so the blade inside you can finally breathe. Walking the path of no mind. Most people spend their entire lives enslaved to their own minds, second-guessing, hesitating, drowning in fears they created. They die 1,000 deaths before ever taking their first true action. But the path Musashi walked is not for them. It's a brutal, lonely road where you must kill your hesitation, gut your fears, and strip yourself down to something pure, a force that does not tremble, a mind that does not waver. Mushin, the no mind, is not about becoming empty. It's about becoming unbreakable. When you walk into chaos, your hands will move before your mind even speaks. When opportunity appears, you'll strike without blinking, while others are still doubting. When life throws you into hell, you'll move like a shadow through the fire, untouched. You won't just become the blade, you will become the silent force that ends battles before they even begin. This is not about being fearless. It's about being beyond fear. It's about understanding that fear, doubt, hesitation, these are luxuries for people who can afford to lose. You won't be one of them. In modern life, Mushin is the silent weapon you carry into negotiations, fights, breakups, job interviews, business deals, betrayals. You won't flinch. You won't think yourself into weakness. You will move, deadly and precise, while the world around you drowns in hesitation. This is the curse and the blessing of awakening. Once you taste what it feels like to act without thinking, once you realize you were always meant to move like lightning, not rot like a prisoner, you can never go back to who you were. You will look around and see them, the sleepwalkers, the people who die daily in the cage of their own minds, and you'll know you're no longer one of them. Musashi didn't win because he was lucky. He didn't win because he prayed for victory. He won because he became the embodiment of pure action, because when the world paused to think, he had already decided. And now, you must do the same. Kill the hesitation, move without mercy, let your mind fall silent, and move through life like a ghost through walls. That is the true path. That is the way. Most people think they need complex strategies to fix their problems. They read self-help books, attend seminars, and overanalyze everything, hoping for a breakthrough. But in reality, most problems, whether in life, business, or relationships, boil down to a few core principles. Strip away the noise, and the solution is often brutally simple. Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated samurai, understood this. He didn't win duels through sheer talent or superior weapons. He won because he mastered a few fundamental principles that made him unstoppable. These same principles don't just apply to sword fighting, they apply to your entire life. If you internalize them, they will solve 90% of your problems before they even begin. Here's the catch. These principles are not easy. They demand a level of discipline and mental toughness that most people are unwilling to develop. That's why so many people struggle. But if you're tired of running in circles and want real power over your life, pay attention. Because once you understand what Musashi knew, you will see the world differently. You will move differently, and you will win over and over again. Let's begin. Principle 1, be unpredictable. The fastest way to lose in life, be predictable. Musashi understood this better than anyone. His opponents studied traditional swordplay, relying on techniques that were rigid and predictable. Musashi, on the other hand, was unconventional, adaptive, and impossible to anticipate. He abandoned fixed stances, broke the rules of combat, and changed his fighting style mid-battle. His enemies expected one thing, and he gave them something entirely different. That's why they lost. Most people live their lives trapped in patterns. They wake up at the same time, follow the same routines, react to problems the same way, and wonder why nothing changes. They become easy to read, easy to manipulate, and easy to defeat. Predictability is a weakness. If your boss, competitors, or enemies can predict your next move, they can control you. If people know exactly how you'll react, they can exploit you. Musashi's approach: be a ghost, be unreadable, be adaptable. If people expect you to react emotionally, remain calm. If they assume you'll give up, push even harder. If they think they've figured you out, change the game entirely. Most people are like machines, following the same scripts over and over. They complain about their lives but never change their patterns. They are stuck in the same habits, the same routines, the same failures, and they don't realize that their predictability is why they keep losing. If your reactions are predictable, you can be controlled. If your enemies know you'll panic under pressure, they'll put you in high-stress situations. If they know you'll always take the safe route, they'll corner you. If they know you'll lash out in anger, they'll provoke you and make you look like the fool. Musashi never allowed himself to be this weak. He was fluid, unreadable, untouchable. One fight, he'd be aggressive. The next, he'd be defensive. One opponent, he'd fight at close range. The next, he'd use a wooden sword and defeat them from a distance. No one ever knew what was coming next, and that's why they always lost. This isn't just about fighting. This is about every aspect of life. Your career, your relationships, your ability to win in a world that rewards those who adapt and destroys those who don't. If the world shifts, shift with it. If your old strategies stop working, change them. If people think they've figured you out, evolve into something new. Be the one who moves in the shadows, the one they can never pin down, the one who never stops evolving. The moment you become unreadable, you become unstoppable. Principle 2, control yourself, control the world. Weak people are controlled by impulse. They react emotionally, chase instant gratification, and let external forces dictate their actions. This is why their lives are chaotic. They are slaves to their own desires and fears. Musashi was the opposite. He controlled himself completely, his emotions, his reactions, his desires. He understood that true power doesn't come from dominating others. It comes from mastering yourself. Think about it. How many people sabotage themselves daily because they lack self-control? They know they should exercise, but they skip workouts because they don't feel like it. They know they should save money, but they waste it on useless things. They know they should walk away from toxic people, but they stay because of emotional attachment. Weakness is self-inflicted. It comes from lack of control. Musashi believed that if you can master your own mind and impulses, you can master any situation. He never let anger, fear, or distractions control him. Even in the middle of a duel, with death inches away, he remained calm, calculating, fully in control. This is what separates the strong from the weak. If you want to fix 90% of your problems, start here. Discipline yourself mercilessly. Train your mind to act based on what is necessary, not what is comfortable. Control your emotions so they serve you, not the other way around. Stop being a slave to your weaknesses and take command of yourself. The moment you do, the world bends to your will. Principle 3, move first, think later. Most people hesitate, they overthink, they analyze, and in doing so, they lose. Musashi had a simple rule: act first, think later. This doesn't mean acting recklessly. It means trusting your instincts, making a decision, and moving forward without hesitation. Hesitation is death, not just in sword fights, but in life. Opportunities vanish, relationships decay, your potential rots while you sit there thinking about it. You want to start a business? Start. You want to get in shape? Go to the gym today. You want to approach someone? Do it now. Most problems in life are solved not by thinking, but by doing. Action forces clarity. The more you move, the clearer things become. But if you sit still waiting for certainty, you will never escape mediocrity. Musashi knew that the person who moves first has the advantage. His enemies hesitated. They tried to predict his movements, strategize, or analyze his technique. But by the time they thought about what to do, Musashi had already struck. Hesitation is a disease that eats away at your potential. Every second you delay, someone else is making moves, taking opportunities, and getting stronger. The world does not wait. It moves forward without mercy. If you wait for the perfect moment, you will be left behind. The ones who win are the ones who act first and adapt as they go. You don't need to have everything figured out. You don't need to know every step. You just need to move. The more you act, the faster you learn. The faster you learn, the better you get. And the better you get, the more power you have over your life. So stop hesitating. Move now. The Musashi mindset: become untouchable. These 3 principles, being unpredictable, mastering yourself, and acting without hesitation, will eliminate 90% of your problems. They are simple but brutal. They demand discipline, self-honesty, and relentless action. And that's exactly why most people will never apply them. They will read this, nod in agreement, and then go back to their predictable, impulsive, hesitant lives. They will remain trapped in their own weaknesses, forever wondering why things never change. But those who embrace these principles, they become untouchable, because once you master yourself, no one can control you. Once you move without hesitation, no obstacle can stop you. And once you become unpredictable, no enemy can defeat you. Now you have a choice. You can continue doing what most people do, complaining, waiting, and making excuses. You can keep postponing the life you want, drowning in hesitation, and letting fear dictate your every move. Or you can do what Musashi did. You can break free from the patterns that trap you. You can control your emotions instead of being a slave to them. You can take action without waiting for the right time, because there is no right time. You can take absolute control of your fate. No more waiting, no more excuses, no more hesitation. The world belongs to those who move, adapt, and dominate. Your move. Let's start with a question that might sting a little. What are you running from? Not the kind of running that gets your heart pumping on a treadmill, but the kind that keeps you up at night. The kind that whispers in your ear, "You're not good enough," or "What if you fail?" The kind that makes you hesitate when you should act, retreat when you should advance, and settle when you should strive. That's cowardice. And if you're reading this, chances are you're tired of it. But here's the good news. Cowardice isn't a life sentence. It's a habit. And like any habit, it can be broken. To do that, we're going to turn to one of history's most fearless minds. Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai philosopher and author of the Book of Five Rings. Musashi didn't just fight battles. He fought fear itself, and his teachings can help you do the same. But this isn't just a history lesson or a self-help pep talk. This is a deep dive into the psychology of courage, the art of self-mastery, and the raw, unfiltered truth about what it takes to stop being a coward. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to conquer fear, you'll feel it in your bones. So get ready. This is going to be a wild ride. The anatomy of cowardice, why you're stuck. Before we can fix the problem, we need to understand it. Cowardice isn't just about fear, it's about surrender. It's the moment you let fear dictate your actions instead of your values, goals, or instincts. Think about it. When was the last time you avoided a difficult conversation, passed up an opportunity because you were scared of failing, let someone walk all over you because you didn't want to rock the boat? That's cowardice in action. But here's the kicker. Cowardice isn't natural. It's learned. Society, upbringing, and even your own mind have conditioned you to play it safe, to avoid risk, to prioritize comfort over growth. And while that might keep you alive, it won't make you feel alive. Musashi understood this. Born in 1584, he lived in a time when survival wasn't guaranteed. He learned how to fight at a very young age. But Musashi wasn't just a killer, he was a thinker. He spent his life studying the nature of fear, strategy, and the human mind. And his insights are as relevant today as they were 400 years ago. The Musashi mindset, embrace the grind. Musashi's first lesson is simple but brutal. Stop looking for shortcuts. In the Book of Five Rings, he writes, "You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. But here's the catch. No matter which path you choose, it's going to be steep, rocky, and exhausting. There's no elevator to greatness. This is where most people fail. They want the rewards without the struggle, the confidence without the battles, the success without the scars." But Musashi would call that delusional. Courage isn't something you're born with. It's something you earn through relentless effort and discipline. Take the story of Musashi's most famous duel, his fight against Sasaki Kojiro, a swordsman considered unbeatable. Musashi didn't win because he was stronger or faster. He won because he outworked Kojiro. While Kojiro was busy perfecting his swallow cut technique, Musashi was studying every aspect of combat, strategy, psychology, even the terrain of the battlefield. When the day of the duel arrived, Musashi arrived late, unarmed, and carved a wooden sword from an oar. He used Kojiro's own arrogance against him, striking him down with a single blow. The lesson: courage isn't about being fearless. It's about being prepared. It's about putting in the work when no one's watching so that when the moment comes, you're ready. The red pill truth: fear is a liar. Now let's get into some dark psychology. Fear is a master manipulator. It doesn't just warn you of danger, it exaggerates it. It takes a small risk and turns it into a life or death scenario. It makes you believe that failure is the end of the world when in reality it's just a stepping stone. This is where the red pill mentality comes in. Taking the red pill means facing the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And the truth is this: fear is a liar. It's not trying to protect you, it's trying to control you. Musashi knew this. Remember this quote: "Do not let your mind be swayed by the enemy's movements. You must remain calm and detached, even in the midst of chaos." In other words, don't let fear dictate your decisions. Observe it, analyze it, but don't obey it. Let's bring this into the modern world. Imagine you're terrified of public speaking. Your heart races, your palms sweat, and your mind goes blank. But here's the red pill truth. The fear isn't about the speech. It's about your ego. You're not scared of speaking. You're scared of looking stupid, of being judged, of failing. But what's the worst that could happen? You stumble over your words. So what? You're not going to die. And every time you face that fear, you chip away at its power over you. The strategy of no escape. One of Musashi's most powerful teachings is the concept of mushin, or no mind. It's the state of being fully present, free from doubt, hesitation, or distraction. To achieve mushin, you must eliminate all escape routes. You must commit fully to the moment, knowing that there's no going back. This is where most cowards falter. They keep one foot in the door, always looking for a way out. But Musashi would tell you that hesitation is death. Whether you're in a sword fight or a boardroom, indecision will cost you. Let's apply this to modern life. Say you're in a toxic relationship. You know it's bad for you, but you're scared of being alone. So you stay, hoping things will get better. But deep down, you know they won't. Musashi's advice: burn the boats, cut ties, commit to the decision no matter how painful it is, because the only way out is through. The power of detachment. Here's where Musashi's philosophy gets really interesting. He believed that true courage comes from detachment, not the kind of detachment that makes you cold and emotionless, but the kind that frees you from the need for approval, validation, or success. In Dokodo, he writes, "Do not seek pleasure for its own sake, and do not, under any circumstances, depend on a partial feeling." In other words, don't let your happiness depend on external outcomes. Whether you win or lose, succeed or fail, your worth remains the same. This is the ultimate red pill truth. Most people are addicted to external validation. They need likes, compliments, and trophies to feel good about themselves. But Musashi would call that weakness. Real strength comes from within. It comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for, regardless of what anyone else thinks. The final lesson: live like you're already dead. Another one of Musashi's teachings is the Stoic concept of memento mori, remembering that you will die. He believed that the fear of death is the root of all cowardice, but if you can accept your mortality, you can transcend it. In his later years, Musashi lived as a hermit, meditating on death daily. You must understand that life is fleeting and that every moment is a gift. Do not waste it on fear or regret. This might sound morbid, but it's incredibly liberating. When you realize that your time is limited, you stop sweating the small stuff. You stop caring what people think. You stop playing it safe, because what's the point? You're going to die anyway, so why not live boldly? The call to action: stop being a coward. So what's the takeaway? How do you stop being a coward? Face the grind. Stop looking for shortcuts. Put in the work, even when it's hard. Call fear's bluff. Recognize that fear is a liar. It exaggerates risks and downplays rewards. Burn the boats. Commit fully to your decisions. Eliminate escape routes. Detach from outcomes. Don't let your happiness depend on external validation. Embrace mortality. Live like you're already dead. Stop wasting time on fear and regret. This isn't easy, it's going to hurt. But as Musashi would say, the way is in training. You don't become fearless overnight. You become fearless by facing your fears, one battle at a time. So what are you waiting for? The mountain isn't going to climb itself. Start today. Start now. And remember, the only thing worse than failure is regret. Your mind is a battlefield and the enemy is cunning. Doubt creeps in like a shadow, whispering, "You're not enough." Fear grips your chest, chaining you to mediocrity. Most men surrender, letting their thoughts run wild like a pack of wolves. But not you, not today. Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated samurai, didn't just master the blade, he mastered himself. His philosophy, raw and unyielding, isn't about soft affirmations or morning routines. It's about forging a mind so sharp it cuts through chaos. Musashi once said, "Do not let the enemy see your spirit. Your enemy? Your own weakness. Your spirit. The fire that burns for greatness." Take Jake, a 29-year-old mechanic I met years ago. He was drowning in his own head, bills piling up, a dead-end job, and a mind that wouldn't shut up. He'd lie awake at night, his thoughts a storm of, what if I fail, and why even try? Jake wasn't weak, he was just fighting the wrong battle. Like him, you've probably tried every hack, self-improvement apps, productivity gurus, forced cold showers, yet the chaos persists. That's because control isn't only about tricks. It's about wielding Musashi's principles like a weapon, striking at the root of your inner turmoil. Step 1. See the unseen. Musashi taught us to look beyond what's in front of our eyes. This isn't some mystic riddle. It's a command to look beyond the surface. Your mind is a labyrinth of triggers, habits, and emotions, but most men never stop to map it. They react, lash out, or numb themselves with distractions. To control your mind, you must first understand it. Start small, like Jake did. He began by noticing his triggers. Every time his boss barked an order, his chest tightened and his thoughts spiraled into anger. Instead of reacting, he took Musashi's advice. Observe. For 1 week, Jake carried a small notebook, jotting down every time his mind went rogue. Anger, anxiety, self-doubt. No judgment, just awareness. By day 7, he saw patterns. His rage spiked at work. His anxiety surged at night. This was his map, his battle plan. You can do the same. Grab a notebook or your phone. Track your thoughts for a week. When do you lose control? What sparks the chaos? This isn't about fixing anything yet. It's about seeing the enemy clearly. As Musashi said, in strategy, it is important to see distant things as if they were close. Your distant goal is mental mastery, but the close step is awareness. Master this, and you've drawn first blood. Step 2, the art of non-reaction. Here's where most men fail. They let emotions drive the chariot. Anger hits and they snap. Fear strikes and they freeze. Musashi didn't. He stood in the face of death. 60 duels, never defeated, because he mastered non-reaction. Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love, he wrote. Not just romantic love, any emotion that clouds your judgment. Think of the movie Gladiator. Maximus, betrayed and broken, stands in the Colosseum, blood dripping, crowd roaring. Yet he's calm, focused, a storm of rage contained. That's non-reaction. He doesn't let the chaos dictate his actions. You can do the same. When your mind screams, "You're failing," or "You'll never make it," don't fight back. Don't argue. Just watch. Let the thought pass like a cloud. Jake tried this when his boss chewed him out. Instead of clenching his fists, he took a deep breath and let the anger wash over him. He imagined it as a wave crashing, then receding. It wasn't easy. His blood boiled. But each time he practiced, the wave lost power. Soon he could face his boss's rants with a smirk, his mind untouched. This is power. This is control. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, whose ideas echo Musashi's, taught us, we need to control our thoughts, not the world. That's where true power lies. Try it now. Next time you're pissed off or anxious, pause, breathe. Watch the emotion like it's a movie. Don't engage. You're not suppressing it. You're choosing not to be its slave. This is the warrior's way. Step 3. Forge discipline through small victories. Musashi didn't become a legend overnight. He forged his mind through relentless, incremental discipline. Your biggest competition? The person you were yesterday. That is the philosophy of Musashi. Forget grand transformations. The path to mastery is built on small, brutal victories. Take John, for example, a broken man who felt crushed by life's weight. He wasn't a warrior, but he wanted to be. Inspired by Musashi, he started with one task: 5 minutes of focused breathing each morning. No phone, no distractions, just him and his breath. It sounded pathetic, but that was the point. Small enough to win, big enough to matter. Within a month, those 5 minutes became his anchor. He added 5 more, then 10. His mind, once a screaming mess, began to quiet. He wasn't Musashi, but he was becoming a warrior. You don't need to overhaul your life. Pick one small act, 5 push-ups, a page of reading, a minute of silence. Do it daily, no excuses. Each time you show up, you're carving a piece of your mind into steel. As the red pill mantra goes, discipline equals freedom. Every small win is a middle finger to the chaos trying to drag you down. Step 4. Face the abyss. Here's the brutal truth. The path to mental control isn't a straight line. There's a moment, maybe months into your journey, when the abyss stares back. Doubt, fear, and failure will hit harder than ever. This is your crucible. Musashi faced it in every duel, staring death in the face. "Do not fear death," he wrote. "An inadequate life is letting your mind win." For me, this hit 2 years ago. I was grinding, writing, training, chasing my goals, but one night it all crashed. A business deal collapsed, my confidence tanked, and my mind turned traitor. "You're a fraud. Give up." I was ready to quit. Then I remembered Musashi's words. "Perceive that which cannot be seen." The unseen was my strength, buried under the noise. I forced myself to sit still, breathe, and face the storm. I journaled every dark thought, not to wallow, but to confront. Slowly, the chaos lost its grip. I didn't win that night, but I didn't lose either. I kept going. You'll face your abyss, maybe a job loss, a breakup, or just a day when your mind feels like a prison. Don't run. Stand and fight. Journal, breathe, or just sit in the discomfort. As Tyler Durden in Fight Club says, it's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. Your abyss is your forge. Face it and you'll emerge stronger. Step 5, the relentless pursuit. Musashi's final lesson isn't about reaching some perfect state. It's about the grind. The way of the warrior is the resolute acceptance of death. Maybe not literal death, but the death of your old self. Lazy, unfocused, weak. Mental control is a lifelong war, and every day is a battle. You don't win by being flawless. You win by showing up. Look at real life. Kobe Bryant, a modern samurai, didn't become a legend by talent alone. He woke at 4 a.m., trained when others slept, and outworked everyone. His mind was a fortress because he embraced the grind. You can too. Stack your small wins. 5 minutes of focus, 1 less reaction to anger, 1 more day of discipline. Over time, they compound into a mind that bends to your will. The Warrior's Code. You're not Jake or John or me. You're you, and your battlefield is unique. But Musashi's teachings are universal. See the unseen, master non-reaction, forge discipline, face the abyss, and never stop grinding. This isn't a feel-good pep talk, it's a challenge. The world doesn't care if you fail, but you should. As Musashi believed, you need to understand there are many ways to reach the mountaintop. Your path starts now. Pick up your sword, face the chaos, and carve your mind into something unstoppable. The war is on. Will you fight? Addiction is like an invisible chain. It starts small, a harmless habit, a little indulgence here and there, but before you know it, that chain wraps tighter and tighter until it feels impossible to break free. Whether it's smoking, excessive screen time, binge eating, or even deeper struggles, addiction has a way of taking over your life and stealing your freedom. But here's the thing, no chain is unbreakable. To shatter it, you need strategy, discipline, and a mindset that refuses to surrender. And who better to guide us on this journey than one of history's most disciplined warriors, Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi wasn't just a samurai. He was a master of self-control, strategy, and focus. He was undefeated in over 60 duels and lived a life guided by principles that can teach us how to face our toughest battles, including the battle against addiction. So, let's dive into the Musashi method, a framework inspired by his life and philosophy to help you conquer your addictions and reclaim your life. For those who are new here, I'll explain again who was Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi wasn't your average swordsman. Born in 1584 during Japan's feudal era, he was a ronin, a samurai without a master, who became legendary for his undefeated record in duels. But Musashi's greatness wasn't just about his skill with a sword, it was about his mindset. He was a thinker, a strategist, and the author of The Book of 5 Rings, a timeless masterpiece on martial arts, philosophy, and life. In his writings, Musashi emphasized discipline, clarity of purpose, and the importance of mastering oneself, qualities that are crucial when battling addiction. The parallels between addiction and combat. Musashi viewed life as a series of battles against opponents, against circumstances, and most importantly, against oneself. Addiction is no different. It's an internal war, a constant tug of war between the part of you that craves instant gratification and the part that longs for freedom. In addiction, your mind becomes the battlefield, and like any battle, winning requires strategy, preparation, and resilience. As Musashi wrote, "You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain." This means that quitting an addiction isn't a one-size-fits-all process. It's about finding what works for you, guided by principles that have stood the test of time. The Musashi method to quit addictions. Let's break down Musashi's philosophy into actionable steps to help you conquer your addictions. 1. Know your enemy. Musashi believed that to win any battle, you must first understand your opponent. Addiction is no different. You can't fight what you don't fully understand. Take a moment to reflect. What triggers your addiction? What emotions or situations make you vulnerable? What does your addiction give you that you think you need? For example, if you're addicted to social media, is it the dopamine rush of likes and comments? If it's smoking, is it the sense of relief during stress? Identify the root cause, not just the surface-level habit. As Musashi thought, know your opponent's sword as you know your own. Understanding your addiction is the first step to defeating it. 2. Commit to the path of discipline. Musashi lived a life of unwavering discipline. He understood that greatness doesn't come from fleeting motivation, but from consistent effort. When it comes to quitting an addiction, discipline is your greatest weapon. This isn't about relying on willpower alone. It's about creating systems and habits that make success inevitable. Set clear boundaries. Decide what quitting looks like for you. Is it going cold turkey, or is it gradual reduction? Define your path and stick to it. Build routines. Replace your addictive behavior with healthier habits. For instance, if you're quitting alcohol, replace your evening drink with a calming tea or a walk. Musashi's principle of discipline was simple. Do nothing which is of no use. If a habit doesn't serve your higher purpose, it has no place in your life. 3. Embrace the power of small wins. Musashi didn't become a master swordsman overnight. His success was the result of countless small victories. Each duel, each practice session, each lesson learned. Quitting an addiction is no different. It's not about being perfect from day one. It's about celebrating progress. If you go a day without indulging, that's a win. If you say no to temptation once, that's a win. If you replace one bad habit with a good one, that's a win. These small wins build momentum, and momentum is the key to transformation. 4. Face discomfort with courage. Musashi was no stranger to discomfort. He lived a minimalist life, often choosing to sleep in caves or fields rather than seeking comfort. Why? Because he understood that comfort breeds complacency. Addiction often thrives on the avoidance of discomfort. We indulge because it's easier than facing stress, boredom, or pain. But growth requires stepping into discomfort and confronting it head-on. When you feel the urge to give in to your addiction, pause, sit with the discomfort, breathe through it. Remind yourself that this moment is temporary, but the freedom you're working toward is forever. As Musashi wrote, "Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men." 5. Master your environment. Musashi understood that the environment shapes the outcome of any battle. He was a master of using terrain, timing, and positioning to his advantage. When battling addiction, your environment plays a crucial role. Remove temptations. If you're quitting junk food, don't keep it in the house. If you're quitting smoking, avoid places where you used to smoke. Surround yourself with supportive people. Find friends or groups who encourage your growth, not your downfall. Create a space that inspires discipline, a clean, organized environment that reflects the person you want to become. 6. Develop a warrior's mindset. Musashi's greatest strength wasn't his physical prowess, it was his mindset. He approached every battle with focus, confidence, and detachment from the outcome. Adopting a warrior's mindset means focusing on the process. Don't obsess over the end goal. Instead, focus on winning each moment, each decision, each day. Detaching from relapses. If you slip up, don't let it derail your progress. A relapse doesn't define you. How you respond to it does. Believing in yourself. Musashi entered every duel expecting to win, not because of arrogance, but because of preparation and belief. Trust that you have the strength to overcome your addiction. 7. Follow the way of the void. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi describes the way of the void as a state of clarity and freedom. It's about letting go of attachment, whether to material possessions, emotions, or outcomes. Addiction thrives on attachment to the high, the comfort, the escape. To quit, you must let go of these attachments and find fulfillment within yourself. Meditation, mindfulness, and reflection are powerful tools to cultivate this state of inner peace. Remember, the void is that which stands right in the middle of this and that. What freedom feels like. Imagine waking up and feeling light. No cravings pulling you in different directions. No guilt from yesterday's indulgence. No chains. This is the freedom that awaits you when you commit to quitting your addiction. It won't be easy, but as Musashi teaches us, nothing worth achieving ever is. The battle is within you, and the warrior you're becoming is stronger than any addiction. Miyamoto Musashi lived by a simple yet profound principle. Mastery over oneself is the ultimate victory. He didn't rely on external forces to shape his life. He shaped it with his own hands, his own mind, and his own spirit. Your addiction doesn't define you. It's just an opponent, a formidable one, yes, but not invincible. By applying Musashi's principles, you can become the master of your life, unshackled and unstoppable. As you embark on this journey, remember these words from the legendary samurai. The ultimate aim of martial arts is not having to use them. The ultimate aim of quitting your addiction isn't just to stop the behavior. It's to become the kind of person who no longer needs it. The battle is yours. Fight well. There's a reason you feel stuck, a reason your life drifts while others seem to blaze forward with purpose. It's not because you're weak. It's because no one taught you how to take the wheel. You've been riding in the passenger seat of your own damn life, letting fear, distractions, other people's opinions, and the invisible pressure of a broken society dictate your every turn. But there was once a man who refused to live like that. His name was Miyamoto Musashi, a ronin, a master swordsman, a philosopher of chaos. He didn't just fight battles, he became the blade. He carved his own path through war, isolation, and death. And from his solitude, he wrote down rules, simple, brutal truths, forged from blood and silence, not motivational fluff, not polished quotes, but weapons for the soul. These 10 rules are not suggestions. They are commands for those who are ready to rise. Each one will shift your reality if you're willing to pay the price. 1. Recognize lies and illusions. Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love. We live in a world of smoke and mirrors. Influencers selling fake lifestyles, corporations selling fake dreams, people pretending to be happy while their souls rot behind screens. And you're caught in it, trapped in the illusion that comfort is happiness, that more followers means more worth, that if you just wait long enough, life will sort itself out. It won't. Musashi teaches us to rip the mask off the world and ourselves. He saw reality for what it was, raw, brutal, unfiltered. He trained his mind to see through deception because clarity is a weapon. Start cutting through the noise. Spend a week observing every lie you tell yourself. I'll start tomorrow. I need their approval. This relationship is fine. Write them down. Confront them, because until you see the lies, they own you. 2. Mastery comes through discipline. Talent is a seductive lie. You think greatness is gifted, that it's born, that someone like Musashi must have had something you don't. Wrong. He won all those duels not because he was born lucky, but because he bled more in practice than in battle. While others slept, he trained. While others chased women and wine, he sharpened his sword and his mind. Discipline is the ultimate rebellion. It's choosing pain over pleasure, boredom over dopamine, reps over rest. It's doing what must be done when you least feel like it. Set a 30-day vow. No excuses, no comfort, no skipping. Choose one area: gym, writing, diet, business. Track every day. When it hurts, do more. Watch who you become when you force yourself to stay the course. 3. Progress over perfection. It may seem difficult at first, but everything is difficult at first. Perfection is fear in disguise. It's a coward's prison dressed in gold. You wait for the perfect idea, the perfect moment, the perfect plan, and while you wait, life moves on without you. Musashi didn't wait. He fought with broken blades. He wrote when he was nearly blind. He started messy and refined through fire. What matters is motion, not flawlessness. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be relentless. Make ugly art, post imperfect content, launch the unfinished project, fail fast, learn faster. Don't chase excellence, grow into it. Remember, a moving sword cuts more than a perfect one still in its sheath. 4. Enjoy your own presence. You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor. Most people fear solitude because in silence they meet the person they've been running from, themselves. So they drown in noise, parties, feeds, distractions, because being alone feels like death. But Musashi lived in isolation. He trained in mountains, slept in caves, and dueled without comrades. And in that loneliness, he found power. Because when you're comfortable in your own presence, no one can control you. You become your own anchor. Try the 7 days of silence challenge. No social media, no music, no Netflix. Each night, journal your thoughts. Face the mirror. Learn to sit with your own shadow, and you'll stop fearing abandonment, rejection, or boredom. Solitude isn't punishment, it's purification. 5. Live in the moment. The present moment is the only battlefield that exists, but most people fight ghosts of the past or fantasies of the future. They're paralyzed by yesterday's regrets or tomorrow's anxieties, and they wonder why they feel powerless. Musashi trained to be present in every breath, because in combat, even a second of distraction meant death. He learned to anchor his soul in the now. Living in the moment is not peace, it's war. It means cutting ties with your past. It means not fantasizing about who you could be and instead becoming what you are right now. Adopt the combat mindset. At random moments ask, if I was in battle right now, where would my attention be? Train yourself to return to the moment, even in boredom. Use every action, washing dishes, walking, breathing, as a way to sharpen presence. This isn't meditation. This is warrior awareness. 6. Equilibrium is essential. Perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. In battle, overreaction is death. If your mind breaks under pressure, you're already defeated. Life is no different. You're surrounded by emotional traps, triggers, insults, betrayals, fake praise. The masses live in emotional whiplash, slaves to praise, broken by criticism, addicted to mood swings. Musashi didn't seek happiness. He sought balance. He didn't crave highs or fear lows. He moved like water, calm on the surface, violent when required. Equilibrium isn't peace, it's power under pressure. Every time you feel overwhelmed, pause, breathe deep, ask yourself, what would a swordsman do? Not what feels good, not what makes you look cool, what is strategic. Train this like a muscle, because when your mind stays steady, you can't be moved. 7. Adjust and thrive in any situation. Fixation is the way to death. Fluidity is the way to life. Rigidity kills. The man who clings to how things should be is crushed when reality changes. Relationships end, markets crash, plans fail, people betray, most freeze. Musashi adapted. He fought samurai with spears, archers with swords, even battled 2 opponents at once. He changed styles, weapons, rhythm, whatever the moment demanded. This wasn't luck, it was mindset. He didn't expect the world to bend to him. He became shapeless. Expose yourself to discomfort weekly, cold showers, new skills, random challenges. And when something goes wrong, don't whine. Smile and ask, how do I bend and still strike? Flexibility isn't weakness, it's mental weaponry. 8. Stay emotionally strategic. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. There is nothing noble about being a slave to emotion. Anger, fear, jealousy, they cloud the blade. Musashi wasn't emotionless, he was in control. He understood that emotions can be weapons, but only if wielded with precision. He didn't lash out, he calculated. He could fake weakness to lure opponents, fake calm to disarm fear. Can you do the same? Or do you let your emotions broadcast your weakness to the world? You must become emotionally strategic. Try the poker face reps challenge. Next time you feel triggered, don't react. Instead, observe it like a warrior watching his enemy. Feel the burn, but do nothing. Train yourself to be calm under fire. When others break, you remain unreadable, and in that silence, you win. 9. Death is part of life's cycle. Meditate on death daily. This is where most people flinch. They hear the word death and instinctively turn away. Musashi ran toward it. He didn't just accept death, he made it his companion. Every day he walked with it, trained with it, thought about it. Because when you strip away the illusion of immortality, you stop wasting time. You stop caring about opinions. You stop delaying your dreams. You become fearless. Try the last breath exercise once a week. Sit in silence. Close your eyes. Imagine this is your final day. What would you regret? What have you been putting off out of fear? Now go do it. Death isn't your enemy. Fear of it is. 10. The earth's harmony is sacred. Respect Buddha and the gods without counting on their help. This isn't about religion, it's about reverence. Musashi understood that the warrior must be grounded in something greater than himself, not in a soft spiritual way, but in a deep, primal awareness that life is not just survival, it's sacred. He respected nature, rhythm, the dance of life and death, because he knew if you live only for yourself, your power dies with you. But if you align with something bigger, you become timeless. Spend time in raw nature, alone. No headphones, no distractions. Observe, breathe, listen. This is not touch grass advice. This is about returning to the source. The earth doesn't lie. It humbles the ego. It reminds you, you are a piece of something eternal. Live in rhythm with it, and you'll move with the force of storms. Now you drive. 10 rules, each one a blade, each one a death to the old you. You asked how to take control. This is it. No more waiting, no more blaming, no more hoping things get better. Musashi didn't wait for a savior. He carved himself into one, alone, in silence, covered in scars. And now, centuries later, his rules still echo through time, waiting for someone like you to hear them, feel them, and finally live them. You're not a victim. You're not a passive passenger. You are the storm behind the wheel. Get up, take the blade, and drive. There's a quiet war inside you. One voice whispers, "Be happy, just relax, find peace." The other voice growls, "No, keep going, get stronger, win." Most people listen to the whisper. They chase comfort, pleasure, smiles, likes. They think happiness is the goal, the purpose, the highest ideal. But Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated swordsman who walked alone, would have spat on that idea. He didn't choose happiness, he chose power. And he was right. This isn't some cozy video where I tell you to breathe deeply and journal your feelings. This is another war. The world doesn't reward the peaceful. It rewards the dangerous, the disciplined, the obsessed. And Musashi knew it. So let me take you into the dark, cold mindset of a man who mastered death. Because if you want a life that actually matters, you'll have to kill the part of you that craves easy joy. The lie of happiness. Musashi's life was forged in blood. He wasn't born to privilege. He wasn't handed peace. He fought his first duel when was just a boy, and he won. Not by luck, by ruthlessness, by obsession. He understood something most people today are terrified to admit. Happiness is fleeting. Power is eternal. We live in an age of soft lies. Follow your bliss. Do what makes you happy. These are the mantras of the week. Happiness fades the moment life punches you in the face, which it always will. It's a mood, not a strategy. And moods make terrible gods. But power bends reality. Power protects. Power builds the life others only dream of. And here's the dark twist. When you become powerful, you gain access to a deeper happiness. One built on dominance, not dopamine. Musashi's way: walk alone, die unshaken. Musashi never married, never settled, never softened. He lived with a blade in his hand and death in his mind. In his final writings, the Dokudo, The Way of Walking Alone, he wrote 21 principles for life. Not one of them says be happy. Instead, he says, do not pursue pleasure for its own sake. Do not fear death. Resentment and complaint are appropriate neither for oneself nor others. That's a man who stripped away the childish layers of comfort and stared directly into the abyss. And what did he find? Not despair, clarity. When you remove the illusion that life is supposed to be pleasant, you see the truth. Life is a battlefield, and the only ones who survive with their soul intact are warriors. Why power matters more. Power isn't just physical, it's inner control, it's emotional dominance, it's spiritual sharpness. It's the ability to walk through chaos with unshakable calm. When you choose power, You choose mastery over your mind, command over your time, the strength to face loss, betrayal, failure without crumbling. Happiness can't give you that. Happiness is fragile. Power is resilient. Power says, even if everything burns, I remain. In a world where softness is glorified, where weakness is disguised as virtue, the Musashi mindset is dangerous, and that's exactly why it's needed. The trap of pleasure. Here's what happens when you chase happiness. You become a slave to food, sex, validation, comfort. You stop growing, you shrink, your edges dull, and eventually you rot, slowly, silently. Musashi chose the opposite. He chose a life of solitude, of battle, of mastery. He slept on the floor, ate little, trusted no one. Why? Because every distraction weakens the blade. You want to feel better? That's your problem. You should want to become better. Because the only real pleasure comes when you've earned it with blood, sweat, and silence. And Musashi bled more than most ever will. Becoming dangerous is the point. This isn't about becoming cruel. It's about becoming dangerous. A man who cannot fight is not peaceful, he's harmless, and harmless men are disposable. Musashi understood that life doesn't ask you for permission. It strikes, it steals, it tests you. And if you're not dangerous, if you haven't forged yourself into something untouchable, you'll break. Your happiness won't save you, your habits will, your discipline, your edge. Imagine standing in a duel, just you and another man. No one's coming to help you. No second chances. No likes, no pity, just the cold breath of death on your neck. What saves you then? Your smile? No. Your skill, your will, your power. That's the core of Musashi's code. A story of obsession. In his final years, Musashi isolated himself in a remote cave, Reigondo. No comforts, no followers, no distractions, just stone walls, silence, and the relentless pursuit of mastery. While other men sought titles and luxuries, Musashi wrote Dokudo, The Way of Walking Alone. 21 brutal principles carved from a life of war, solitude, and self-discipline. He wasn't seeking happiness. He was purging weakness. He denied pleasure, avoided possessions, and trained even as his body aged. Because obsession doesn't retire, purpose doesn't expire. He didn't die chasing dopamine. He died sharpened like a blade, unbroken in mind and undefeated in spirit. And you think motivation videos and gym selfies will get you there? Musashi's strength wasn't born from noise. It was born from silence, from walking away, from comfort, from applause, from anything that dulled his edge. Obsession made him immortal. What's making you forgettable? Why you need to choose power today? Look around. Most people are soft, addicted, lost, chained to their emotions. They think happiness is a latte and a playlist. But they cry when life gets hard. They fold when pressure builds. They whine when things don't go their way. You weren't born for that. You were born to sharpen, to hunt, to build. You were born to walk alone if needed, not out of bitterness, but out of purpose. When you choose power, you choose to train instead of complain, to build instead of blame, to cut away weakness until all that remains is something dangerous, something beautiful, something like Musashi. The reward, peace through power. Ironically, when you stop chasing happiness and choose power instead, true peace finds you because you don't fear anymore, you don't chase anymore, you own your life. Musashi died undefeated, not just in combat, but in spirit. He didn't sell out, he didn't bend to the world, he didn't dilute himself to be liked or accepted. He became the sword, cold, focused, pure. A man who refined himself through pain, through war, through isolation, until peace wasn't something he sought. It was something he became. Can you say the same about yourself? You can't buy that kind of peace. You can't fake it. You forge it through fire, discipline, and brutal self-honesty. The modern samurai mindset. You don't need to carry a katana to live like Musashi. You need to wake up with purpose. Cut what weakens you, ruthlessly. Train until you scare your former self. Choose silence over noise. Walk alone if you must. And always, always stay sharp. Forget comfort. It's the poison that rots warriors from the inside. Forget applause. It's a leash. You can lose comfort. You can lose friends. You can lose everything. But if you never lose your edge, you'll never truly be defeated. That's the way of Musashi. That's the way of power. That's the way of the man who does not fold. In the Book of 5 Rings, he wrote, "From one thing, know 10,000 things. Remember this. Happiness is the candy the world uses to sedate you. Power is the medicine that will resurrect you. One makes you soft, the other makes you dangerous. You can either chase moments of pleasure or forge a legacy of strength, but not both. So choose. Will you die smiling and soft, or dangerous and remembered? The blade is waiting. The path is clear. Now all that's left is you." There is a common lie whispered into our ears from the moment we first experience fear, that anxiety is a weakness, that the gnawing sense of unease, the restless energy keeping us awake at night, is something to be medicated, buried, or ignored. But what if that very tension, that internal storm, was the force that separates the ordinary from the legendary? What if anxiety is not a curse, but the catalyst for greatness? No man embodies this brutal truth more than Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated samurai, the wandering swordsman who carved his way through Japan with nothing but a blade, an unshakable mind, and an obsessive drive for mastery. Musashi did not seek comfort. He thrived in the fire of uncertainty, and it was his anxiety that forged his invincibility. If you've ever felt the weight of fear pressing down on you, if you've ever lain awake at night questioning yourself, then you are standing at the same crossroads Musashi once did. The only question is, will you let it destroy you, or will you let it transform you? Let's start. The restless mind of a warrior. Miyamoto Musashi was not born great. He was not gifted with divine strength. He did not have noble blood. What he had was something far darker and more relentless, an unquenchable fire that never let him rest. From childhood, Musashi's life was defined by conflict and solitude. Orphaned young, he had no guidance, no structure, only the cold realization that in a world ruled by the blade, survival meant victory, and victory meant never letting his guard down. At 13, he fought his first duel against an armed warrior. He didn't win with skill or finesse. He won by sheer ferocity, by the refusal to hesitate. That was the first moment Musashi understood something most people never grasp. Hesitation is death. Anxiety is only dangerous if you freeze, but if you move through it, if you let it sharpen your instincts instead of paralyzing them, it becomes your greatest weapon. He spent decades refining this lesson, wandering Japan, challenging and defeating every swordsman he encountered. But Musashi wasn't fighting them to prove his strength. He was fighting them because he couldn't stop. The unease, the relentless tension in his mind, never let him rest. And that is exactly why he became unstoppable. Anxiety creates obsession, and obsession creates mastery. The difference between the average and the exceptional is simple. Most people fear their anxiety. The greatest men lean into it. Musashi was consumed by an obsession for improvement. He wasn't content with being good. He wasn't content with being the best. He wanted to reach a level of skill so untouchable, so untamed, that no man would ever stand a chance against him. And this obsession came from his anxiety, an anxiety that told him, "You are never good enough." Most people hear that voice and shrink away. They drown it in distractions, in comfort, in meaningless pleasures. But Musashi, he listened to it. He let it push him forward, make him sharper, make him deadlier. He trained relentlessly, developing a dual sword fighting style that had never been seen before. He refused to settle for convention, constantly questioning, refining, adapting. His mind was never at peace, and that is precisely why he achieved what no one else could. The battle between comfort and greatness. Most people seek comfort. They want security, stability, the illusion of peace. But Musashi understood something critical. Comfort is the death of greatness. Anxiety is uncomfortable. It forces you to look at your weaknesses, to acknowledge your flaws. It makes you restless, uneasy, always questioning yourself. But that is exactly what leads to growth. Musashi spent his life in discomfort. He refused to settle in one place, choosing instead to live as a ronin, a masterless samurai. He slept in caves, trained in isolation, lived with nothing but the weight of his own expectations. Because he knew that the moment he became comfortable, the moment he felt safe, he would lose his edge. Think about your own life. How often do you seek comfort instead of challenge? How many times have you felt the pull of anxiety, the deep knowing that you should be doing more, that you should be pushing harder, only to silence it with distractions? The weak drown that feeling. The strong listen to it. How anxiety forces you to see reality. One of Musashi's greatest strengths was his ability to see things exactly as they were, without illusion, without arrogance, without self-deception. Most people lie to themselves. They tell themselves they're doing enough. They surround themselves with comforting illusions. They avoid the painful truth that they are not as skilled, as disciplined, or as prepared as they need to be. Anxiety, when embraced, strips away those illusions. Musashi called this seeing things as they really are. It is what allowed him to anticipate his opponent's moves, to stay 3 steps ahead in every duel, to know when to attack and when to wait. If you embrace your own anxiety, you too can see reality with brutal clarity. You will stop making excuses. You will stop lying to yourself. You will start seeing the gaps in your skills, the weaknesses in your mindset, and the hard truth about what you need to do to become exceptional. Turning anxiety into power. Anxiety is a force. It can paralyze you, or it can propel you forward. It can crush your confidence, or it can sharpen your instincts. Every man who has achieved greatness has felt the weight of anxiety pressing down on him. The difference is that he learned to harness it instead of letting it control him. So how do you take the anxiety in your own life and transform it into something powerful? Stop running from it. Most people try to escape their anxiety. They drown it out with social media, mindless entertainment, or endless distractions. But the more you run from it, the more power it has over you. Instead, sit with it. Face it head on. Let it expose your weaknesses and show you where you need to grow. Anxiety is a signal. It's trying to tell you something. Maybe you're not as prepared as you should be. Maybe you're not living up to your potential. Maybe you're afraid of failure because deep down you know you haven't done the work. Instead of suppressing it, listen to it. Let it fuel you. Let it push you forward instead of holding you back. Use it to create obsession. The greatest minds in history were often plagued by anxiety, but they didn't let it consume them. They turned it into obsession. When you feel anxious, your mind is searching for control. It's grasping for certainty. The best way to silence the chaos is to replace it with mastery. Pour that restless energy into something meaningful, into skill building, into relentless practice, into perfecting your craft. The more you improve, the more your fear transforms into confidence. The better you get, the less you have to doubt yourself. Anxiety doesn't have to be a burden. It can be the fire that pushes you to become unstoppable. Embrace discomfort. Growth only happens in discomfort. Every great warrior, every master, every legend became who they were because they refused to shy away from the struggle. They stepped into the fire willingly, knowing that true strength is only forged in pain. Miyamoto Musashi lived a life of constant challenge. He didn't seek comfort, he sought refinement. He didn't fear pain, he embraced it because he understood that suffering is the path to mastery. Your anxiety is trying to keep you safe, but greatness doesn't come from playing it safe. It comes from stepping into the unknown, from pushing beyond your limits, from facing your fears and emerging stronger. See reality clearly. Anxiety has a way of distorting reality, making things seem worse than they are. But if you learn to control it, it becomes a tool for clarity. Instead of letting it overwhelm you, use it as a lens to strip away illusions. Let it reveal where you are weak. Let it show you the brutal truth about your skills, your habits, your mindset. Are you really working as hard as you claim? Are you truly prepared for the challenges ahead? Is your fear valid, or is it just the result of inaction? See the truth, accept it, then act on it. The choice between weakness and greatness. Miyamoto Musashi was not exactly fearless. He was not superhuman. He felt the same tension, the same unease, the same crushing weight of uncertainty that every ambitious man feels. The only difference is that he refused to let it break him. Instead, he let it sharpen him. The anxiety you feel right now is not your enemy. It is the same force that forged warriors, thinkers, and legends. It is the same energy that has driven men to greatness for centuries. So, like I asked you at the beginning, will you let it destroy you, or will you use it to become something unstoppable? Imagine the rain-slicked streets of feudal Japan, where a lone swordsman stands under a blood moon, his blade dripping with the remnants of his latest duel. No crowds cheer him, no glory awaits, just the cold whisper of wind through bamboo and the ghosts of fallen enemies clawing at his mind. But he feels nothing, no regret for the lives taken, no dread of the dawn's next challenge. This is Miyamoto Musashi, the undefeated Ronin who carved his legend not just with steel, but with a mindset forged in fire. Carry no guilt, carry no fear. What if I told you this ancient warrior's code could shatter the chains holding you back today? Buckle up, brother, because we're diving deep into the shadows of the soul where true power hides. By the end, you'll crave that same unbreakable edge, feeling the surge of raw potential uncoiling in your veins like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Musashi's legend was built, not bestowed at birth. He clawed his way from a brutal childhood, orphaned young and thrust into a world where hesitation meant death. When he was just a child, he had already been victorious in a deadly duel. 60 victories later, he retired undefeated, penning the Book of Five Rings as his brutal testament to strategy and spirit. But beneath the tactics lies this raw truth. Guilt and fear are the real assassins. They creep in like poison, paralyzing warriors mid-strike. Let no action be without purpose, Musashi growled in his writings. Waste no energy on what-ifs or should-haves. In a life of constant combat, he learned that carrying guilt is like lugging a corpse on your back. It slows you down, makes you vulnerable. Fear? That's the invisible blade that stabs you before the enemy even draws. To truly embody this, you must strip away the illusions society feeds you, the soft lies that keep men weak and compliant. Let's tear into guilt first. It's that gnawing beast in your gut replaying failures like a looped nightmare. Remember that time you botched a crucial deal at work, watching your team's respect evaporate, or the relationship you torpedoed with one stupid decision, leaving you alone in the dark with a bottle? Guilt whispers you're unworthy, chaining you to the past. But Musashi, he slew men in honorable combat and walked away clean. No shrines to the dead, no self-flagellation. Accept everything just the way it is, he advised. Not some fluffy acceptance. This is aggressive surrender. You strike, you learn, you move. Carry guilt, and you're fighting two battles. One external, one in your head. Drop it, and you're free to conquer. It's about reclaiming your mental fortress, turning inward scars into unyielding strength that no external force can breach. Picture Steve, a guy I knew, or hell, maybe invented from the fragments of a dozen broken men I've crossed paths with. Steve was a mid-level exec, grinding in a soulless corporate cage. Years ago, he cheated on his wife during a booze-fueled conference trip. The marriage imploded. She took the kids, the house, his dignity. Guilt became his shadow, turning him into a ghost at work, afraid to lead, second-guessing every call. Promotions passed him by. One night, staring into the abyss of his empty apartment, Steve stumbled on Musashi's teachings. It hit like a katana to the chest. Steve didn't beg forgiveness. He owned the wreckage. He hit the gym at dawn, rebuilt his body like armor, pitched bold ideas at meetings, risking ridicule. Within a year, he launched his own firm, turning that old guilt into fuel. No apologies to ghosts, just forward momentum. That's the red pill. Guilt isn't penance, it's paralysis. Swallow it down and watch your life ignite. Steve's transformation wasn't overnight. It was a gritty grind, day by day, forging habits that drowned out the echoes of regret with the roar of progress. But guilt's twin, fear, is the slyer killer. It doesn't roar, it slithers, planting doubts before the fight begins. Fear of failure, rejection, the unknown. It's what keeps men small, huddled in comfort zones, while the world burns opportunities around them. Musashi faced death daily, but he taught that different paths can take you to the same height. Aggression here isn't blind rage, it's calculated boldness. Fear tells you to dodge the strike. Musashi says parry and counter. In battle, he moved like water, fluid, unstoppable, because fear rigidifies, makes you predictable. To conquer it, you must embrace the discomfort, turning every tremor into a signal to advance, not retreat. Ever seen The Revenant? Hugh Glass crawls through frozen hell after betrayal and near death, mauled by a bear, abandoned by his comrades, family long gone. Guilt could have buried him for not protecting them sooner. Fear should have let the wilderness claim him, but watch him, eyes burning with feral determination, no pause for pity. He stitches his own wounds, eats raw flesh, defies the storm. As long as you can still grab a breath, you fight. The film echoes in its brutal silence, mirroring Musashi's ethos. Glass carries no guilt for the vengeance he unleashes. It propels him. No fear of the endless miles. He turns pain into purpose. By the raw, visceral end, he's not just survived, he's reborn, a testament to unyielding will. That's your cue. Fear isn't the enemy, it's the test. Pass it, and dopamine floods your veins like victory wine, addicting you to the thrill of pushing limits. Now I'll tell you another tale to hammer this home. Meet Tomas, a street-tough kid from the wrong side of the tracks, dreaming of MMA glory. But fear gripped him tighter than any submission hold. Flashback to his first big fight, crowd roaring, lights blinding. He froze, got TKO'd in round 1. Guilt piled on, wasted training, disappointed coach. He quit, sank into odd jobs and regret. Years later, a battered copy of Musashi's book lands in his lap. The ultimate aim of martial arts is not having to use them, but Thomas reads deeper. Master the mind first. He trains in shadows, visualizing strikes without mercy. No guilt for past losses, their lessons etched in scars. No fear of the cage, it's just another duel. Comeback fight, he charges like a demon, submits the champ in under 2 minutes. Crowd erupts. Thomas feels that rush, pure and primal. Red pill drop, the world doesn't owe you anything. Forge your path or get trampled. Tomas did, and now he's the one inspiring the next wave. His story a beacon for those still caged by their own shadows. This philosophy isn't ancient dust, it's a weapon for today's chaos. In a society peddling victimhood like candy, carrying no guilt or fear is rebellion. Masculine? Hell yes. Aggressive pursuit of self-mastery? No excuses. Think about it. Every empire builder, from Alexander to those who dare redefine industries, ditched emotional baggage. They understood that true dominance starts in the mind, where you dismantle weaknesses before they dismantle you. But let's get psychological. Dropping guilt triggers that sweet dopamine hit because it frees mental bandwidth. No more rumination loops draining your energy. Studies, yeah, I've pored over them in my writing cave, show regret activates the brain's pain centers, like physical hurt. Cut it loose and you're wired for action, rewards flowing. Fear, it's amygdala hijack, fight or flight gone wrong. Musashi's way reprograms you. Face the void aggressively, and it becomes addiction. Each conquered fear spikes endorphins, hooking you on growth. Emotional triggers, this taps primal urges. Survival, dominance. You're not just reading, you're awakening the warrior within, feeling that electric pull toward greatness that makes quitting impossible. Of course, it's not easy. Shadows resist the light. Start small. Next time guilt creeps in over a missed gym day, shrug it off. Today is victory over yourself of yesterday, Musashi said. Fear a tough convo with your boss? Charge in, blade drawn. Build that habit and life transforms. No more half measures. Full throttle existence. Expand this to your relationships, your ambitions, apply it relentlessly, and watch barriers crumble under your assault. As the moon sets on our journey, remember Musashi under that crimson sky, unburdened, unbreakable. Carry no guilt, carry no fear, and you'll carve your own legend. The world's a battlefield. Arm yourself with this code. What's your next duel? Step up, brother. The rush awaits. What does it mean to become truly strong? Not just to lift heavy weights, not just to spit clever words, not just to look intimidating, but to become a man so complete, so integrated that nothing can break him. Miyamoto Musashi was that man. 0 defeats, the greatest swordsman Japan ever produced. But he wasn't just a killer, he was a painter, a poet, a philosopher. He lived in caves, trained under freezing waterfalls, carved art out of wood, and wrote wisdom so sharp it still cuts through time 400 years later. Musashi wasn't chasing balance, he wasn't chasing comfort, he was chasing completion, and completion is dangerous. Completion makes you untouchable. Here's the truth no one told you. You've been living at half capacity, half a man. The world programmed you that way. And today, I'm going to tear that programming apart, piece by piece, so you can rebuild yourself into something terrifying, powerful, and whole. Part 1. The lie you were fed. Think back to the stories you grew up on. The same characters appeared again and again. The big dumb jock and the weak smart nerd. One had muscles but no brain, the other had brains but no strength. And the message was drilled into you. You can't have both. But here's the brutal truth. That wasn't entertainment. That was programming. Society needed you smart enough to work, but weak enough to obey, sharp enough to solve their problems, but not strong enough to challenge their system. They sold you the lie that if you trained your body, your mind would suffer, that if you got strong, you'd lose intelligence, and you believed it. But look at history. Plato, the philosopher you quote, was a competitive wrestler. His nickname meant broad-shouldered. Socrates wasn't just a thinker, he fought as a soldier in brutal campaigns. Leonardo da Vinci could bend horseshoes with his bare hands, and Musashi, he wrote poetry while sharpening blades. For thousands of years, the greatest men were complete men, warrior and thinker, killer and creator. It's only in the last century that the split was forced on you. Weak body, restless mind, and you wonder why you feel like something's missing. Part 2. The hidden cost of weakness. Let me give you a story. A man named Aaron, brilliant strategist. People came to him for answers, for ideas, for vision. But Aaron thought strength was beneath him. I don't need to be strong, he'd say. My mind is my weapon. Except every time he had to present his ideas, his voice cracked, his hands shook, his chest tightened like a cage around his lungs. He knew his thoughts were powerful, but his body betrayed him. He lost promotions, lost respect, lost battles, not because his mind was weak, but because his vessel was. Here's the biological truth. A weak body strangles your brain. Low testosterone, high cortisol, poor blood flow, less oxygen. Your focus collapses. Your confidence rots. You think you're saving time by skipping the gym, but you're killing the one weapon you rely on most, your mind. Musashi understood this. That's why he wrote, "The way is in training, not thinking, not talking, training, because the body is the forge where the mind is sharpened." Part 3. Musashi's method. Musashi didn't train like the others. He didn't practice sword drills in polished dojos. He lived in caves. He fought with 2 swords when everyone else used one, doubling the pain, doubling the effort, doubling the mastery. He trained in mountains. He let freezing rivers tear at his skin. He built strength not for vanity, but for survival. He understood the brutal equation. Weak body means a dead samurai. Strong body means a clear mind, ruthless spirit, unshakable will. Now back to Aaron. One night, a friend handed him the Book of 5 Rings. Inside was a note. "You're trying to fight battles with half an army." That cut deep, so Aaron started small. Day 1, 10 push-ups. He failed at 7. His arms shook, his chest collapsed. The man everyone came to for solutions, destroyed by gravity. But something strange happened. His mind felt sharper, cleaner, almost electric. The fog lifted. Weeks turned into months. His body adapted. Problems that used to take hours, he solved in minutes. His thoughts gained weight. His presence shifted. The boardroom was no longer his battlefield. His battlefield was under the barbell, under crushing squats, in the silence of discipline. And every rep he won there, he carried into life. Part 4. The war inside your head. When you train hard, you face the real enemy, the voice. You know the one. Quit now. You've done enough. Why suffer? Every rep, every set, every mile is a duel with that whisper. And when you silence it in the gym, you silence it in life. That voice is the same one that stops you from asking for what you deserve, from standing up when disrespected, from taking risks. Musashi fought that voice under waterfalls, in mountains, in blood-stained duels. You fight it under a barbell, in the mirror, in the cold shower. The battlefield changes, but the enemy never does. And here's the secret. Once you conquer that voice, you become untouchable, because no man, no boss, no enemy can break you if you've already broken the voice inside. Part 5. Transformation. By the 10th month, Aaron was unrecognizable. He didn't just look different, he was different. Same intellect, same IQ, but now his body was the amplifier. His voice was steady, his posture demanded respect. His ideas weren't just theory, they carried force. This is what the warrior monks understood. Why do you think they carried stones up mountains? Why stand under freezing waterfalls? They weren't chasing abs, they were chasing transcendence. Physical suffering is the doorway to spiritual strength. Musashi lived this truth. His training wasn't about comfort or vanity. It was about forging a mind that could cut through fear and a body that could execute without hesitation. He understood that the weapon is never the sword, never the brush, never the tool. The weapon is the man who wields it. That's power. That's integration. Part 6. The Complete Man. Musashi died undefeated at 61. His final years weren't filled with blood, but with art, Paintings, poetry, wisdom, the same hands that killed warriors carved beauty, the same mind that wrote strategy wrote philosophy. He became complete. He wrote, "In all things, have no preferences." People misunderstand this line. They think it means indifference, passivity, detachment, but it doesn't. It means rejecting false choices. It means refusing the cages the world tries to trap you in. Don't choose between mind or body. Don't choose between warrior or artist. Don't choose between creator or destroyer. Take both. Be both. Become the man who can write with ink or with blood and excel in either. Because here's the truth. The division was invented to weaken you, to keep you manageable, to split you in half so you'd never be dangerous, never be whole. But Musashi's life proves the opposite. You are meant to be entire, to carry death in one hand and beauty in the other, and to wield both with mastery. That's what makes a man unstoppable. That's what makes him complete. Part 7. The challenge for you. So here's the question. How much of your potential is locked away right now? How many ideas die in your head because your body can't execute them? How many opportunities slip through your fingers because you don't have the strength to seize them? You're operating at 40%, maybe less. And the most dangerous part is, you think it's normal. You've accepted anxiety as your baseline. You've accepted weakness as your identity. You've accepted fatigue as just life. But it's not. These are symptoms of being incomplete. Symptoms of living split in half. The choice in front of you is brutal, but simple. Keep living as half a man, a hollow echo of what you could be, or unite mind and body into a weapon this world cannot ignore. Musashi left the blueprint: 60 victories, 0 defeats, master of war, master of art, master of self. He became a man who could not be defined by one role, one label, one limitation. The only question is whether you'll follow his path or stay broken, obedient, and hollow. Don't just exist. Don't just survive. Become complete. Become dangerous. Become the strongest version of yourself. There's a silent killer that's destroying more dreams than failure ever could. It doesn't come with pain or blood. It comes dressed as logic, as preparation, as thinking it through. You call it overthinking. Musashi called it hesitation, and in his world, hesitation meant death. You think you're protecting yourself by thinking, but in reality, you're bleeding time, energy, and confidence through every thought that leads nowhere. Musashi's mind was forged in a furnace most modern men can't even imagine. Yet what he mastered isn't swordsmanship, it's mental execution. He discovered how to move when others freeze, to strike while others think, to act without waiting for certainty. That's what this video is about. Once you master this internal discipline Musashi built in himself, overthinking disappears. Not because you stop thinking, but because your thinking becomes movement. Let's begin. 1. The trap of the mind. Let me tell you about Rio, not a samurai, not a monk, just another man stuck in the loop. Rio wakes up early, goes to work, stares at spreadsheets, scrolls through motivational quotes on his breaks. He's got plans, a business idea, a book to write, maybe a YouTube channel. But every time he sits down to start, the storm begins. What if it fails? What if people laugh? What if I'm not ready yet? He calls it planning. Musashi would call it self-deception. In the Book of 5 Rings, Musashi wrote, "There is timing in everything. Timing is the essence of strategy." Overthinkers don't understand timing. They're always early or always late, never now. Rio's problem isn't fear of failure, it's addiction to certainty. He wants the path perfectly lit before he takes a step. But the truth is, the path only appears after you start walking. The mind convinces you that by waiting, you're preparing. But waiting doesn't prepare you, it weakens you. You lose the sharp edge that only action gives. Every day you hesitate, someone less qualified moves. And that's how overthinking wins. Not by breaking you all at once, but by dulling your blade until you no longer believe you can cut. 2. The mind of no mind. Musashi had a principle, mushin no shin. It means the mind without mind, a state where thought doesn't delay action, where thought and action merge into one. That's what kills overthinking, not trying to silence your thoughts, but moving with them before they turn into hesitation. Think of it like this. You're standing in front of 2 doors. One is marked certainty, the other action. Everyone waits in front of the first door their whole lives, hoping it'll open. Musashi walks straight through the second. He didn't trust certainty, he trusted movement. In battle, you can't calculate every outcome. You can only trust your rhythm, your training, your intuition. Life's the same way. Overthinking happens when you rely on the brain and ignore the body, when you're all logic and no instinct. But here's what Musashi knew. Intuition is intelligence in motion. You build it by doing, not by doubting. When he trained, he didn't study what worked in theory. He moved, observed, adjusted, moved again. He didn't think his way to mastery. He moved his way there. And that's where overthinking dies, in the rhythm of decisive motion. 3. The distance shift. Musashi once wrote, "In strategy, it is necessary to treat distant things as if they were close and to take a distant view of close things." Sounds poetic, but it's a psychological weapon. Here's what it means in modern terms. You overthink because you're too close to your fears and too far from your vision. Your fears feel like they're breathing down your neck, while your goals feel galaxies away. Musashi flipped that. He treated fear like background noise, acknowledged it but never obeyed it. He brought his vision close enough to feel it in his hands. That's how he entered duels with a calm mind and lethal precision. Rio starts applying this. Every time fear speaks, he visualizes pushing it back, like fog drifting away. And he pulls his mission closer, imagining it as something he's already living, not something he hopes to reach. The mental distance shifts, and with that shift, overthinking loses its grip. Because when your goal feels close, your brain stops theorizing and starts preparing to strike. 4. The fire of motion. There's a brutal truth Musashi teaches that modern self-help hides. You don't need more clarity, you need motion. He wrote in the Fire book, "You can only fight the way you practice," meaning your thoughts in battle reflect your behavior in life. If you train your mind to pause, to hesitate, to analyze endlessly, you'll freeze when it matters most. Rio decides to act, not tomorrow, not after another research phase. He sets a 30-day rule. One goal, one mission, zero switching, no backups, no maybe later. He picks the ground like Musashi did, his own terms, his own focus. The first few days are chaos. The fear doesn't vanish, it screams louder. But he keeps moving anyway. Then something strange happens. The fear doesn't disappear, it becomes silent because fear feeds on inaction. And once you start moving, you starve it to death. Musashi once said, "Perception is strong and sight weak." In strategy, it is important to see distant things as if they were close. Most people overthink because they confuse sight for vision. They only move when they see results. But Musashi moved because he perceived victory long before it appeared. That's what separates warriors from worriers. Warriors move, warriors wait. 5. The strike of now. Every overthinker is waiting for the perfect moment, the right time to start, the right conditions to act. The timing of the strike is the timing of life itself. The right moment is never coming. There's only now and never. You're either striking or hesitating. There's no in-between. Musashi mastered the art of acting before the perfect conditions arrived. He understood that delay is decay, that hesitation is the death of momentum, and Rio learns that the hard way. He waits to feel ready, but readiness never comes. So one night, exhausted from thinking, he decides to strike. He doesn't know if it'll work. He doesn't need to. He launches his project at midnight, raw, imperfect, alive. The results, nothing special. But the shift inside him, massive. He finally realizes certainty is earned through movement, not waiting. That's when his overthinking disappears. Not because he silenced the thoughts, but because he moved faster than they could keep up. 6. The way of walking alone. When Musashi retreated into the cave of Reigondo, he wasn't escaping the world. He was dissecting it. There, in complete solitude, he wrote his final text, Dokodo, The Way of Walking Alone. It wasn't about swordsmanship, it was about liberation, from noise, from ego, from dependence on the world. One of his precepts reads, "Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love." At first it sounds cold, but Musashi wasn't warning against emotion, he was warning against attachment. Attachment is the root of overthinking. You obsess because you care too much about how things turn out, what others will think, who will approve. You're guided not by truth, but by emotion. By your craving for validation, approval, belonging. That's why your thoughts spiral, because you've handed over control of your mind to external forces. Musashi understood that clarity doesn't come from having all the answers. It comes from cutting away everything that doesn't matter. He trained alone, ate alone, walked alone, not out of bitterness, but precision. Because focus dies in the crowd, noise kills instinct. When you walk alone, the world becomes quiet enough for you to hear your own command. You stop explaining your vision, you embody it. You stop seeking validation, you start seeking mastery. Overthinking thrives in noise, but it cannot breathe in solitude. Once you detach from approval, the mind stops begging for permission and starts obeying your will. That's the modern way of the warrior. 7. The modern samurai code. If Musashi lived today, his sword would be your mind. His battles would be fought in your indecision, your distractions, your endless what-ifs. But his philosophy hasn't aged a day. Here's the modern code distilled. The distance flip. Push your fears far, pull your goals close. The motion proof. Action creates clarity. Thinking multiplies doubt. The now strike. Move now or never. The alone path. Silence the world to hear your own command. These aren't just ideas, they're disciplines. Each strike you make against hesitation sharpens your focus. Each moment of silence carves away the noise of weakness. Once you practice these, overthinking doesn't just fade, it becomes irrelevant, because you'll be too busy moving, cutting through life with precision while everyone else hesitates. The end of the path. Musashi's power wasn't in his sword, it was in his ability to turn thought into action faster than anyone else. That's what makes a warrior in any age. Speed of execution. You'll never escape the noise. You'll never feel completely ready. But when you move through the noise anyway, you become something dangerous. And that's what the world fears most. A man who doesn't hesitate. A man who moves without permission. A man who acts. Overthinking dies the moment you stop negotiating with fear and start commanding your reality. So pick your ground, sharpen your mind, and strike now. Because as Musashi taught, the true warrior acts before the mind has time to doubt. There was a time I stood in front of the mirror at 2:47 a.m., sweat dripping from my forehead, fists clenched, mind spinning. No one was watching, no applause, no rewards, just the silence of a dark room and the raging storm inside me. That night I realized something that changed my life forever. Discipline is the weapon that never dulls. Not motivation, not inspiration, not luck. Discipline. Let me take you deep into the mind of a man who understood this better than anyone who ever lived. Miyamoto Musashi, a man who walked through blood and fire, mastering not only the blade but the battlefield of the mind. And if you think this video will be another cliché self-help piece filled with sunshine and soft words, you're dead wrong. This isn't about feeling good, it's about becoming dangerous. 1. The man who chose the path of pain. Miyamoto Musashi was no ordinary samurai. He didn't wear shiny armor. He didn't care about appearance, status, or approval. He walked the path of solitude. But Musashi's real war wasn't with swords. It was with himself. He lived a life of brutal self-denial, sleeping without comfort, often on the cold ground, refusing even to bathe before duels because he didn't want to be mentally softened by luxury. He deliberately chose discomfort, pain, stillness, and it wasn't because he was trying to be tough. It was because he knew the truth. You can only fight the way you practice. And so he practiced suffering daily. Why? Because suffering isn't your enemy. Lack of control is. 2. Motivation is for the weak. There's a dark truth most men don't want to face. You will not always feel like doing the right thing. The gym won't always call your name. The grind won't always feel glorious. The business won't always grow. She won't always love you. Life won't always clap for your efforts. So what will keep you going? Discipline. Musashi didn't win because he was talented. He won because he was consistent. While others were celebrating, he was sharpening his blade. When others were chasing comfort, he was embracing the void. He once said, "The way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death." He didn't mean just physical death. He meant the death of ego, the death of convenience, the death of excuses. To follow Musashi's path is to bleed for your future self, in silence, without witnesses, without rewards. 3. The enemy within. Let me tell you a story. It's not flashy, but it's real. There was a week in my life when everything collapsed. My girl left. My bank account was in the red. My business flopped. And the worst part? I wanted to give up. Not in a dramatic way, but in that slow, rotting way. The kind where your soul starts to whisper, "What's the point?" I was one bad day away from quitting everything. But then I remembered something Musashi said, "Perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye." So I asked myself, what can't I see right now? The answer hit me like a punch in the gut. The man I would become if I kept going. That's when I realized discipline is not about punishment. It's about faith. Faith in your future self. Faith that the pain will forge something unbreakable. And so I got up. Not because I wanted to, but because the warrior in me demanded it. 4. Romanticizing the pain. People today want to feel good all the time. Musashi didn't care about feeling good. He cared about becoming unstoppable. He trained alone. He lived in caves. He fought dirty. He won by being unpredictable, uncomfortable, and inhumanly consistent. He knew that if you romanticize the pain, you make it yours. You take back control. Musashi wrote, "You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor." Pain is not a punishment. It is the proof that you are on the edge of transformation. When you choose to endure pain that no one sees, you separate yourself from average men, from mediocrity, from weakness. The gym, the business, the meditation, the reading, none of it is about self-care. It's about self-mastery. 5. Red pill. You're either dangerous or disposable. Here's the part no one tells you. If you are not disciplined, you are easily controlled by your cravings, by women, by the system, by your emotions. The undisciplined man is a slave to everything. The disciplined man, he's a threat. A man who controls his mind, his body, his habits. That man is rare. That man can't be bought, can't be manipulated, can't be broken. Here is another quote from Musashi that I talked about in my previous videos. If you wish to control others, you must first control yourself. We live in a world that wants you soft, distracted, addicted, fat, weak. Because weak men don't build empires. Weak men scroll. Weak men beg for approval. Musashi wasn't interested in being liked. He was interested in becoming a force of nature. You want power, respect, legacy, then bleed for it in silence. 6. The formula. Decide, detach, discipline. Let me make it simple. There are 3 steps to becoming disciplined. Decide who the hell you want to be. Not wish, not fantasize, not maybe someday. Clarity is power. A man without a clear target is just a distracted boy in a grown body. Know what you're chasing, or you'll spend your life running in circles. Detach from comfort. Start loving the early, empty mornings, the cold showers that shock you into presence, the loneliness that forces you to face your inner demons. Make discomfort your ritual. Get addicted to the burn. And finally, discipline means freedom. Do the work every damn day, when you're tired, when you're doubting, when it hurts, especially then. You don't need another podcast or self-help book. You need brutal consistency. You need to make your actions louder than your thoughts, because thoughts lie, but action reveals who you are. 7. The shadow behind the blade. People forget. Musashi didn't just master the sword. He mastered art, calligraphy, strategy, philosophy. He was a warrior, yes, but also a poet of war, a sculptor of self, a ghost who painted death with ink and steel. But here's what's terrifying. He reached mastery in every domain with one thing: discipline. No hacks, no luck, no secret sauce, no dopamine-driven productivity tricks. Just brutal, lonely repetition, just showing up when it was hard, boring, cold. He didn't follow a system. He was the system. He became the blade. He carved greatness into his bones. And you have that same fire. But right now, it's buried under TikTok loops, comfort food, weak friendships, cheap dopamine, and silent resentment. So light a match, burn it all of it, and rebuild yourself, brick by brick, one disciplined day at a time. No applause, no shortcuts, just quiet domination. 8. Be your own weapon. Let me leave you with something I whisper to myself every morning when it's still dark and I don't feel like moving. Discipline is doing what must be done, even if you're bleeding, even if you're exhausted, even if no one claps for you, because no one's coming to save you. Not God, not your parents, not your friends. They can love you, but they can't fight for you. That's your job. You want to become legendary? Then suffer, intelligently, repeatedly, silently, without posting about it. Discipline is not just a trait. It's a rebellion against your lower self. It is the war cry of the few who refuse to live soft. It is the sword that cuts through distraction, doubt, and comfort. Musashi didn't become a legend by being balanced or well-rested. He became a legend by walking through hell with stillness in his eyes. So stop chasing motivation, stop begging for permission, stop waiting for signs, start walking the lonely path, because that's where warriors are made. Not in the comfort of light, but in the silence of the shadows, where no one sees you, and discipline becomes the only voice you listen to, until eventually you don't just carry the blade, you become it. They say a man doesn't truly conquer the world until he conquers himself. But what if the enemy you're fighting isn't out there, it's inside your own skull? Addiction isn't just drugs or porn or scrolling your phone at 2 a.m. It's that invisible chain you keep pretending you can break next time. But every next time ends the same way. You lose again. And the worst part, it's not because you're weak. It's because you've been fighting the wrong war. Let me take you back to 1604, Kyoto. A man stands alone on a blood-soaked battlefield. His name, Miyamoto Musashi. He was the most dangerous swordsman Japan had ever seen. 60 duels, undefeated, unmatched. But here's what history doesn't tell you. Musashi wasn't addicted to killing. He was addicted to winning. The praise, the fear in other men's eyes, the sense of power. Every duel wasn't about survival anymore. It was about ego. He needed it, just like you need that dopamine hit, that escape, that false control. For 17 years, Musashi's sword didn't just cut down enemies, it fed his addiction to validation. Until one day, he realized something horrifying. The blade that had made him powerful had also made him empty. Let's dive in. 1. Your addiction is your identity. This is the truth most people never face. You're not fighting a habit, you're fighting yourself. Musashi wasn't someone who liked dueling, he was a duelist. That was his entire identity. His name, his purpose, his reason to wake up every morning. Every move, every decision, every heartbeat served that one role. I am the undefeated warrior. Sound familiar? You don't struggle with porn. You are someone who regulates emotion through lust. You don't struggle with social media. You are someone whose existence is tied to validation. You don't struggle with procrastination. You are someone who avoids pain through distraction. It's not weakness, it's structure. Your identity has been built around it, and that's why willpower never works. Because every time you resist, you're fighting your own architecture. You've been trying to stop being you. That's not discipline, that's suicide of identity. Every relapse doesn't prove you're weak. It proves your current identity is still alive and in control. That's why every day one feels harder than the last, because every failure reinforces that identity even deeper. I am someone who struggles with this, and that belief alone chains you tighter. 2. Musashi's dark realization. After years of blood and fame, Musashi stood surrounded by corpses from the Yoshioka massacre, a school of dozens of skilled fighters he'd killed in a single day. The crowd saw glory. Musashi saw decay. He looked at his hands, stained not just with blood, but with the proof that his addiction had become a god that demanded constant sacrifice, more opponents, more fights, more validation. He was winning externally, but losing internally, and that's when it hit him. You don't destroy addiction by fighting it. You destroy it by becoming someone it doesn't recognize anymore. So, he did something no warrior of his kind had ever done. He disappeared. He vanished into the mountains. No duels, no fame, no audience, just silence. For years, Musashi stripped away every layer of who he was. The duelist died slowly, not through resistance, but starvation. He began painting, sculpting, meditating, writing. His sword collected dust. His ego starved. And what emerged from those mountains was not a killer, but a philosopher. A man so calm, so precise, that even death couldn't shake him. He didn't quit dueling, he outgrew it. 3. The real battle isn't quitting, it's evolving. You can't quit an addiction, you can only outgrow it. Because quitting means tearing a part of yourself away, but outgrowing means building something bigger. The question isn't, how do I stop this habit? It's, who must I become so this habit becomes irrelevant? Think about it. When you were a child, maybe you were addicted to cartoons. Now, you don't even crave them. Why? Because you outgrew that phase. You became someone else. Musashi didn't say, I will stop fighting. He said, I will become more than a fighter. He expanded, he added new identities, artist, strategist, teacher, and one by one, the old pieces of himself crumbled. This is the secret path of all transformation. You don't delete identities, you crowd them out. If 90% of you right now is the addict, then your mission isn't to fight that 90%. It's to build 9 other identities that slowly crush it into 10%, then 5%, until it's irrelevant. That's how Musashi won his final battle, the one inside his mind. 4. The inner war of every addict. Let me tell you a story. A man once came to me and said, "I've tried to quit porn for years. I've deleted apps, blocked websites, prayed, cried, nothing works." I asked him, "Who are you when you're not fighting the urge?" He looked confused. "What do you mean?" That's the problem. He didn't know. His entire existence revolved around fighting the addiction, not building a new identity beyond it. So every time he resisted, he was still orbiting the same center, the addiction itself. That's why nothing changed, because fighting keeps you chained to the battlefield. You don't win by fighting harder, you win by changing the terrain. 5. The battlefield strategy. The warrior chooses the battlefield. The coward fights wherever he's told to. That line isn't about dueling, it's about control. Musashi knew that if you fight in an environment that feeds your enemy, you lose before you start. It's the same with addiction. If your environment feeds your triggers, your battle is already lost. You're trying to resist temptation while bathing in it. You're trying to fast while surrounded by food. You don't fix addiction through strength. You fix it through strategy. 6. Musashi's system of transformation. Musashi's transformation wasn't spiritual fluff. It was tactical, and it had 3 phases. Phase 1. Detach from identity. He stepped away from the duelist's world, physically and mentally. No more duels, no more applause. He broke the loop of validation. For you, this means distance from the environment that keeps you weak. If it's lust, remove the access. If it's social media, strip the colors, delete the apps, break the pattern. Don't fight in the same terrain where you keep losing. Phase 2. Replace the void. Musashi didn't just sit in silence. He replaced fighting with painting. He redirected his obsessive energy into creation. He didn't quit intensity, he repurposed it. You must do the same. Take the same energy you waste chasing dopamine and build something. Hit the gym, build a skill, learn a craft. Your addiction isn't the problem. It's a misdirected strength. You just haven't pointed that fire at the right target yet. Phase 3. Become unrecognizable. By his 50s, Musashi was a different being. He wrote the Book of 5 Rings, a masterpiece of clarity, discipline, and strategy. He spoke of combat, not as bloodshed, but as a metaphor for life itself. The duelist identity had vanished. The addiction had nothing left to grab onto. That's the end game. You don't defeat addiction, you make it irrelevant. 7. The shadow within. There's a line from the movie Fight Club. It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. Addiction makes you afraid to lose, afraid to be without it. But freedom only begins when you let that part of yourself die. Musashi had to kill the duelist inside him before he could find peace. You'll have to do the same. Every addiction is a ghost whispering, "Don't leave me." And most men never do. They cling to it until it becomes their coffin. But those who face it, those who burn it, they rise from the ashes sharper than steel. 8. Musashi's mental war against desire. Musashi didn't fight addiction the way modern people do, with temporary restraint, guilt, or positive affirmations. He fought it like he fought an opponent with a sword, with precision, control, and strategy. To him, addiction was not about alcohol, comfort, lust, or distraction. It was about attachment. And attachment, in Musashi's eyes, was the true enemy of mastery. He understood something most men never realize. You don't conquer addiction by suppressing it. You conquer it by reprogramming your instincts until your very nature rejects weakness. Let's break down how he did that and how you can do the same. 9. Control the environment like a battlefield. Musashi treated his surroundings like a battlefield. He knew every environment shapes the mind, just as a battlefield shapes a warrior's moves. He never allowed himself to live in a place that softened him. No luxury, no excess, no comfort that would dull his spirit. He lived in caves, temples, remote areas, places where distractions died. This was deliberate. He was designing an environment that aligned with his mission. Because here's the truth. You can't escape addiction if your environment keeps feeding it. You can't stop scrolling if your phone is the first thing you see when you wake up. You can't stop eating garbage if your fridge is full of it. You can't find focus if you live surrounded by noise, screens, and people who glorify mediocrity. Musashi learned this lesson centuries before we were even born. You must design your world to support your discipline. He didn't rely on willpower, he relied on structure. He knew that even the strongest warrior becomes weak if he lives in a palace of pleasure. So ask yourself, would your environment make Musashi proud, or would it disgust him? If you want to kill addiction, first remove the weapons your enemy uses against you. Delete, distance, disconnect. Make your world a temple, not a trap. 10. The single deadly mental technique, cutting attachment. Musashi wrote in the Book of Five Rings, "Do nothing which is of no use." These words were his blade against addiction. He trained himself to cut everything that didn't serve his purpose, instantly, without hesitation. He called this mindset cutting attachment. Every time he felt desire pulling him, whether for comfort, ego, or pleasure, he imagined it as an opponent drawing a sword, and he cut it down in his mind. No emotion, no debate, no negotiation, just a clean mental slice. Modern people fail because they argue with their urges, they wrestle with temptation, they delay, they rationalize. Musashi didn't argue, he executed. If something weakened his discipline, he cut it. If a thought distracted him, he cut it. If a person pulled him away from purpose, he cut them out too. To practice this, he lived like a ghost. He trained alone, he walked alone. He became addicted not to comfort, but to clarity. This is the technique you must learn, to treat every useless craving like an enemy in battle. Don't hesitate, don't question, don't feel sorry for it, just cut it down. Each time you do, you reclaim a piece of your power. 11. Rewiring the mind, the Musashi reversal. Musashi's genius was not just in denial, it was in reversal. He understood that the mind can't live in a void. If you remove an addiction but don't replace it with something stronger, the void pulls you back in. So he reversed his cravings. When others sought pleasure, he sought pain. When others ran from discomfort, he ran toward it. When others chased excitement, he chased stillness. He rewired his brain to associate pleasure with discipline and disgust with indulgence. That's why he could train for days without food. That's why he could meditate for hours without moving. He wasn't fighting his urges anymore. He had transformed them. You can do the same. When you feel the craving rise, don't run. Observe it, study it, feel it burn, and then tell yourself, this is my training. Every craving becomes a test. Every discomfort becomes a dojo. Every temptation becomes a lesson in control. This is the Musashi reversal, turning addiction into a weapon that strengthens your mind instead of weakening it. 12. The death of the old self. At the core of Musashi's transformation was death, not physical death, but the death of the old self. He believed you must die to your former identity to become invincible. He said that there are many different ways to reach your goal. For Musashi, this meant killing every version of himself that was attached to weakness, the man who needed validation, pleasure, or routine. Only then could he be reborn as something unbreakable. When you're trying to kill addiction, you're not just changing habits, you're performing a death ritual. You are destroying the old identity that was addicted, the one who needed dopamine to survive. If you truly want freedom, you must let that version of you die. Burn it, bury it, walk away, and never look back. And every time that old self whispers, just one more time, you silence it with the words, that man is dead. 13. Living as the blade. Musashi taught us that the highest goal of learning to fight is to live a life where you never need to. In the same way, the goal of self-mastery is not constant resistance, it's freedom. When you cut enough attachments, when you control your environment, when your mind no longer bends to impulse, you don't need to fight addiction anymore. It dies on its own. You stop craving, you stop chasing, you stop depending on external stimulation to feel alive. Because now, you are the stimulation, you are the fire. That's what Musashi became, a man who needed nothing, a man who could walk into any world, any battle, any moment, untouched by temptation. That's the level you must reach, where your habits, your focus, and your inner peace are unshakable, because your entire being has been forged in the flames of discipline. 14. The final cut. Musashi didn't conquer his addictions with comfort or kindness. He conquered them through ruthless self-mastery. He turned his environment into armor, his mind into a weapon, and his will into steel. And that's the lesson for us. You don't fight addiction by being gentle with yourself. You fight it by becoming dangerous enough to destroy what's destroying you. Musashi's path wasn't easy, but it worked because it was built on truth. You don't need more motivation. You need control. You don't need healing. You need war. And when that war is over, when the smoke clears and the cravings die, you'll realize something powerful. You didn't just kill an addiction. You killed the weakest version of yourself, and what remains is the blade. There's a reason why Miyamoto Musashi never lost a single duel. While others sharpened only their blades, he sharpened his entire existence. Mind, body, spirit. Every second of his life was war, and he didn't just play to win. He lived in a way where losing was never even an option. But here's the truth most won't tell you. This kind of strength, the unbeatable kind, doesn't come from motivation or luck or reading feel-good quotes on the internet. It's forged in darkness, in discipline, in obsession, in thinking like a killer in a world full of prey. If you want to be unbeatable, if you want to walk through life like a storm no one dares to cross, then this isn't just philosophy. It's war strategy. It's code. It's the Musashi way. Let's break it down. 1. The way of goal setting, cut like a sword. Musashi didn't just have goals. He became his goals. That's what made him dangerous. He didn't set vague dreams like get stronger or be better. He chose a direction like a blade chooses its target, and he cut through everything between him and the outcome. Most people waste their time setting weak, feel-good goals. Musashi believed that every goal should feel like a life-or-death decision, not something you want, but something you die for. His goal was clear. Master strategy, defeat every opponent, and understand life through the sword. Ask yourself, are your goals vague? Do they inspire war or make you yawn? If you're not chasing something that makes your blood boil, then you're not chasing anything worth having. Set goals like a warrior. They should scare you, they should demand your transformation, and they should cut. 2. The warrior's path to inner strength, burn away weakness. Musashi lived as a ronin, a masterless samurai. No comfort, no safety net, no one to rely on. And that was the source of his strength. He chose the hard path on purpose. Because in Musashi's world, weakness was death. Comfort was the enemy. Emotion was a luxury he couldn't afford. Inner strength isn't built from therapy sessions and bubble baths. It's carved out by facing darkness with no one holding your hand. Musashi meditated in caves, slept outdoors, trained alone, and fought real battles, not for attention, but to destroy every trace of softness within him. Today's world is full of emotionally fragile men and women who collapse under pressure. That's not strength, that's spiritual suicide. Musashi's code: burn your excuses, seek the fire, build a mind so cold it cuts deeper than steel. 3. The Niiten Ichi-ryu approach to thinking, master duality. Musashi invented his own fighting style, Niiten Ichi-ryu, the two-sword technique. One in each hand, offensive and defensive, aggression and calculation, yin and yang, all at once. Most people only think one dimension at a time. They're either aggressive or passive, focused or distracted, calm or emotional. But Musashi, he was both. He taught that to be unbeatable, you must learn to hold contradictions, to be calm in chaos, to think like a philosopher but act like a killer, to stay grounded while swinging with rage. This is where most men fail. They're either too emotional or too robotic, too soft or too cold. Musashi understood that real power comes from embracing both sides of the blade, logic and instinct, strategy and savagery. In your life, practice holding both. Stillness and speed, gentleness and ferocity. You're not meant to be balanced. You're meant to be dangerous. 4. The samurai's approach to adaptability. Flow like water, strike like fire. Musashi never fought the same way twice. He didn't rely on routines. He studied everything, different weapons, terrains, opponents. He said, you must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Adaptability is lethal. Predictability gets you killed, literally and metaphorically. In a world that changes every second, the man who adapts survives. The man who clings to his old ways He dies inside his own comfort zone. Ask yourself, are you stuck in a rigid identity, a fixed way of thinking? Do you fear change? Musashi would have used your predictability to bury you. He moved like water but struck like fire. That's what makes you unbeatable. Fluid motion with violent execution. 5. The art of winning through planning. Prepare like death is coming. Musashi didn't wing it. Every move he made was calculated, and he believed that every man who dies in battle dies because he failed to plan. Musashi wrote, "The ultimate aim of martial arts is not having to use them. You win the war before it begins. You plan so deeply, your opponent's moves are irrelevant." In modern life, people drift like leaves in the wind. No long-term strategy, no vision, no depth. Musashi, he studied the art of war, architecture, calligraphy, strategy, Zen. He was obsessed with understanding. He didn't fight blindly. He read his opponents. He broke them psychologically before ever swinging a sword. To become unbeatable, you must live with intentionality. Nothing random, nothing wasted. Every hour should serve your vision. Every action must be a chess move. You either plan your life like a general or get played like a pawn. 6. The samurai's code for habit mastery. Become a weapon. Musashi didn't believe in motivation. He believed in rituals, systems, repetition so intense it rewired your entire nervous system. He trained every day, without fail, without excuses. And this is what most modern men ignore. Discipline isn't a trend, it's a religion. Musashi didn't need accountability partners. He didn't need journaling apps. He became a machine. He trained the same strikes until his muscles bled. He practiced with such intensity that when the moment came, he didn't need to think. He just executed. Habits aren't supposed to be easy. They're supposed to break you, then remake you. Forget hacks. Forget feel-good routines. Real mastery is boring, it's painful, and it makes you unstoppable. 7. The Warrior's Guide to Influential Speech. Musashi wasn't just a fighter. He was a writer, a philosopher, a teacher, and when he spoke, his words hit like a sword. Do not speak of inconsequential matters. To be unbeatable, your voice must carry weight. Every sentence should cut. Most people talk too much and say too little. Their words are cheap, their tone is weak, and their presence is forgettable. Musashi believed in controlled silence and purposeful speech. When he spoke, it was strategic. When he was silent, it was powerful. The modern man who masters speech, who controls his tone, his words, his timing, can move minds without ever lifting a hand. Study rhetoric, train your voice. Speak less, but say more. Let your words echo like footsteps in an empty dojo. Rising above defeat. Miyamoto Musashi wasn't just a samurai. He was a walking philosophy, a man who turned his entire existence into a weapon. His legacy isn't just about sword fights. It's about living in a way that leaves no room for weakness, no gaps, no hesitation. He didn't flinch in chaos. He thrived in it. In a world growing softer, more addicted to comfort, where people scroll endlessly and seek dopamine from screens instead of from purpose, the man who chooses discipline becomes a god among mortals, a shadow among sheep, a predator in a land of prey. Musashi didn't wait for clarity. He became clarity through action. You want to be unbeatable? Then kill the version of you that wants things easy. Destroy comfort like it's an enemy. Burn the distractions. Forge your own way. Think like a killer. Train like you're being hunted. Speak like a general. Adapt like water. And execute like thunder. When others panic, you remain still. When others hesitate, you strike. Miyamoto Musashi said the next words, "The way is in training. Walk the path, or get walked over." This world doesn't bow to the weak. It kneels before the relentless. Your move. If you have to explain yourself, you are already losing. The very instant you feel compelled to open your mouth, to justify your choices, defend your worth, or clarify why you deserve a seat at the table, you've surrendered ground you can never fully reclaim. You've shifted from sovereign to supplicant, subtly begging for validation in a world that bows only to the undeniable. And worse, you sense it immediately, that faint erosion of authority, that hollow echo when your carefully crafted words fall flat, met with indifference or polite dismissal. It stings quietly, doesn't it? That lingering frustration as your effort evaporates, unseen and unacknowledged. Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary swordsman of feudal Japan, never wasted breath on explanations. He fought more than 60 duels and emerged undefeated, not through luck or brute force alone, but through an unbreakable mastery of self. He deliberately arrived late to challenges, dressed in ragged clothes, and shattered every sacred tradition of samurai etiquette, not out of childish rebellion, but because he refused to be confined by anyone else's script. He understood that true power lies in refusing to perform for an audience. He let his actions, his precision, his unrelenting skill do the speaking. When the clash ended and the opponent lay defeated, no one dared demand justification. His results were the only testimony required. This isn't merely a tale of ancient swords and blood-soaked duels. It's a timeless blueprint for becoming so undeniably complete, so forged in discipline and purpose, that words of self-defense become obsolete. Picture a man much like you, living in the modern world. Let's name him Alex. Alex is no ordinary soul. He's sharp, capable, even quietly dangerous in his potential. He devours books on strategy, history, and human nature. He trains his body relentlessly in the gym before dawn. He observes the world with a piercing clarity, spotting subtle patterns and inefficiencies that others blindly stumble through. Yet, despite all this inner strength, every room he enters feels oppressively heavy. Professional meetings sap his vitality like slow leaks. Casual conversations turn into subtle interrogations. Every innovative idea he offers is met with skepticism, watered down by committee, or outright appropriated by someone more vocal. Time and again, he finds himself trapped in cycles of explanation, clarifying his motives, defending his approach, proving his inherent value. And the deepest wound isn't the disagreement, it's the absence of impact. People don't feel the gravity of his presence. They don't register the depth behind his eyes. So they probe, they challenge, they demand more evidence, more words, more concessions. Alex convinces himself that the fix lies in refinement, better articulation, more persuasive arguments, flawless explanations delivered with perfect timing. But that's the seductive deception so many intelligent men fall for. In his masterpiece, The Book of Five Rings, Musashi taught that genuine strategy isn't boisterous or declarative. It's silent, fluid, and overwhelmingly decisive. When a thing is truly perfected, whether a strike, a plan, or a life, it flows without resistance. It doesn't proclaim its arrival. It simply manifests, whole and unassailable. Weakness pleads and rationalizes. Strength simply arrives. Consider the most magnetic, intimidating figures in fiction and film, the ones who command respect before uttering a syllable. John Wick doesn't deliver monologues about his grief or skill. He acts, and the world recoils. Madara Uchiha in Naruto doesn't negotiate his superiority. His aura alone silences opposition. Thomas Shelby of Peaky Blinders doesn't scramble for understanding. He moves with such calculated certainty that others bend to his rhythm. Their mere presence warps the atmosphere. When they do speak, every word lands like a verdict, concise, unyielding, final. This isn't arrogance born of insecurity. It's the quiet confidence of profound completeness. Musashi embodied this as a ronin, a masterless samurai wandering a hostile era. In rigid feudal Japan, lacking a clan or lord was tantamount to exile, a deliberate plunge into vulnerability. The establishment viewed ronin as outcasts, savages unworthy of respect. Musashi was ridiculed, underestimated, and repeatedly tested. Yet instead of seeking alliances or pleading his case, he retreated into relentless self-sharpening. While others politicked for favor and polished their reputations, Musashi honed his edge in solitude, perfecting footwork under moonlight, studying the psychology of fear, mastering the invisible rhythms of combat and life. He grasped a truth that eludes most. The world doesn't celebrate untapped potential. It yields only to the inevitable force of realized mastery. One fateful evening, Alex reaches his own breaking point. After yet another soul-draining meeting, where his brilliant suggestion is ignored until a charismatic colleague parrots it and claims applause, he returns to his quiet apartment. No distractions, no scrolling, just the weight of unspoken resentment pressing on his chest. In that raw silence, a harsh yet freeing revelation crystallizes. No one is coming to anoint him, not his bosses, not his peers, not the system itself. Recognition isn't bestowed as a gift, it's seized through unshaken unshakable presence, and irrefutable results. So Alex makes a silent vow: no more explanations. He doesn't broadcast this shift. No dramatic declarations or passive-aggressive emails. He simply withdraws the energy he once poured into justification. At work, he ceases over-defending decisions. He delivers excellence instead. He stops debating misinterpretations. He executes with precision. He allows misunderstandings to stand unaddressed. As Musashi cautioned centuries earlier, do nothing which is of no use. And futile explanations, to those determined to misread you, are the ultimate waste. Human energy is a precious, finite resource. Every ounce spent rationalizing your existence is stolen from the forge of self-improvement. As Alex reallocates that vitality, transformation begins subtly but profoundly. His workouts intensify, pushing boundaries he once avoided. His reading deepens, connecting disparate ideas into powerful insights. He builds side projects in stolen hours, compounding skills without fanfare. His mindset sharpens. His demeanor grows heavier, more grounded. He starts perceiving the hidden currents in every interaction. Who dominates conversation to mask insecurity? Who dodges responsibility behind buzzwords? Who quietly fears rising competence? Musashi described this as perceiving what cannot be seen with the eye, the true art of strategy. Months roll by. Change isn't announced, it's felt. Colleagues notice how projects accelerate under Alex's influence. Obstacles vanish swiftly rather than fester. Discussions resolve cleanly, without endless loops. Then comes the inevitable backlash, the real crucible. Whispers circulate. Bruised egos manifest in subtle sabotage, excluded invitations, nitpicking feedback, sudden demands for more collaboration that feel like control. They aren't reacting to arrogance, they're unsettled by the unspoken mirror Alex now holds up, reflecting their own mediocrity. Here lies a truth many men dodge. Raw competence offends the insecure. It disrupts comfortable hierarchies. Musashi endured identical scorn from the samurai aristocracy. They loathed him not for rule-breaking, but for demonstrating that their cherished codes were optional crutches. His very existence undermined the fragility of their privileged status. The temptation surges for Alex to revert, to clarify intentions, smooth ruffled feathers, shrink himself for communal comfort. But he recalls another line from Dokodo: think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. It strikes like lightning. His lingering craving for external validation, applause, understanding, respect from unqualified judges was the last tether binding him. That egoic hunger rendered him predictable, containable, so he releases it, letting the need for approval wither. Many misinterpret this path, assuming no explanations means adopting cold detachment or rude defiance. That's merely inverted weakness, reacting to rejection with bitterness. Authentic completeness radiates calm assurance. It's grounded, observant, unreactive. Criticism glances off like rain on stone. Praise registers as pleasant but inessential. Actions align solely with inner compass, impervious to outer static. Musashi didn't withdraw into isolation from resentment. He sought the clarity that only solitude provides. He trained alone on wind-swept beaches, dueled alone against multiple foes, and ultimately penned his profound philosophy alone in a remote cave, staring down mortality without regret. Not because society finally embraced him, but because he'd transcended the need for it. Alex arrives at his own fearless crossroads. He recognizes the current arena is rigged to reward compliance over excellence. So he exits, not with explosive resignation or scorched earth drama, but with quiet resolve. No farewell speeches, no bridge-burning rants. He redirects his formidable energy toward arenas that prize pure output, launching his own ventures, assembling alliances with fellow builders, carving a path defined by results alone. Those who once overlooked him continue their familiar dances, endless meetings, office politics, chasing titles amid noise. Alex, meanwhile, is immersed in creation, too focused to glance backward. This is the unspoken essence Musashi embodied fully. When you achieve true completeness, explanation dissolves into irrelevance. You no longer convince, debate, or prove. Your lived reality speaks volumes. Your accomplishments carry undeniable weight. Your presence resolves disputes before they ignite. Some will forever withhold acknowledgement, not from your shortcomings, but because your radiance exposes the fragility of their self-narratives. Let them grapple with that discomfort. The aim was never universal comprehension. It was forging such profound alignment with your path that misunderstandings become mere background static, unable to derail you. Cultivate danger through relentless skill. Temper discipline until approval seems superfluous. Grow so utterly complete that entering any space conveys everything essential without a word. People won't inquire who you are. They'll already sense the depth, the resolve, the quiet thunder. That is the eternal way of Musashi. Walk alone when necessary, sharpen in steadfast silence, and when the world inevitably turns to notice, you'll stand beyond the need for any explanation at all. There is a moment every man experiences that quietly breaks him. You decide to wake up early. Your mind says no. You obey. You decide to focus. Your mind wanders. You follow it. You decide to change. Your mind delays. You accept it. And slowly, without realizing it, you teach your own mind a dangerous lesson, that it outranks you. Most people live their entire lives like this, issuing commands they never enforce, making promises they never back up, living under the authority of impulses, moods, and cravings. They call it being human. It is not. It is being untrained. Miyamoto Musashi would have called it weakness, not moral weakness, structural weakness, the kind that gets you killed in a duel and ruined in life. Musashi lived in a reality where hesitation meant death, where doubt was fatal, where fear was not something you discussed, but something you crushed, or it crushed you. And because of that, he developed something modern men desperately lack: an obedient mind, not a motivated mind, not a positive mind, not a calm mind, an obedient one. And once you understand how he trained it, you will realize something uncomfortable. Your mind does not ignore you because it is broken. It ignores you because you trained it to. Let me tell you a short story. A few years ago, I worked with a guy who looked disciplined on paper: gym membership, productivity apps, books on stoicism stacked on his desk. But every day, I watched the same pattern. He would say he was going to start at 8. He started at 8:20. He would say he was cutting junk food. He would eat clean until stress hit. He would say he was serious this time. He never was. One day, during a late shift, he laughed and said something that stuck with me: "I cannot trust myself." That sentence is a quiet form of self-hatred. Musashi would have never allowed that relationship to exist. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi does not talk about motivation. He talks about command, about posture of authority toward your own inner world. He understood something modern psychology is only now catching up to. You are not your mind. You are the one who gives it orders. And if it does not obey, the fault is not in the mind. The fault is in the training. Musashi treated the mind like a weapon, a sword that must be sharpened, tested, corrected, and disciplined. A dull blade does not complain. It is reshaped. Most men do the opposite. They negotiate with their mind. They plead. They hope. They bargain. That is not leadership. That is surrender. Musashi began with a ruthless principle: no command without enforcement. If he decided to train, he trained. If he decided to fight, he fought. If he decided to endure pain, he endured it fully. Every enforced decision strengthened the chain of command. Every hesitation weakened it. Think about your own life. How many commands have you issued and then ignored? Wake up early. Start tomorrow. Focus after this video. Just one more hit. Just one more scroll. Each time you let that slide, you teach your mind something: that your words mean nothing. Musashi understood the mind like a wild horse. You do not ask a wild horse to obey. You break it in slowly, methodically, without emotion, without cruelty, without negotiation. He began with small victories: sit still longer than the urge to move, hold eye contact when discomfort rises, finish the task even when boredom burns. Not heroic acts, controlled acts. That is where obedience is forged. There is a reason monks sit in silence. There is a reason warriors train under discomfort. There is a reason anime characters like Guts or Vegeta become terrifying, not because of talent, but because they refuse to retreat internally. The mind learns through experience, not intention. Musashi knew that if he gave his mind commands it could not yet obey, he would weaken his authority. So he scaled difficulty like a blade being forged. Heat, strike, rest, repeat. 1 minute of stillness became 5. 5 became 20. 20 became hours. Every successful command hardened the structure. Here is where most people fail. They rely on willpower alone. Musashi relied on environment. He removed escape routes before giving commands. If retreat is visible, the mind will run. If comfort is nearby, the mind will reach for it. So he designed conditions where obedience was easier than disobedience. This is not weakness. This is strategy. When Musashi prepared for duels, he controlled timing, terrain, reputation. He made running cost more than standing. In life, the same law applies. If your phone is next to your bed, your mind will grab it. If junk food is in your house, your mind will find it. If nobody knows your commitments, your mind will betray them. Cut off exits. A trained general does not fight chaos. He removes it before battle. Then comes the most brutal rule Musashi lived by: immediate execution. Decision and action must collapse into the same moment. The gap is where weakness lives. You see this in elite soldiers, fighters, athletes. The moment the decision is made, the body moves. No delay, no internal discussion. Musashi trained this ruthlessly. If he hesitated, he punished delay with repetition. Action became cheaper than resistance. I tested this myself years ago with something small. Every time I decided to stand up, I stood up immediately. No counting, no bracing, no internal buildup. At first, my body resisted, then it adapted. Now hesitation feels unnatural. Your mind does not want authority. It wants consistency. When you enforce commands instantly, the mind stops testing you. Then comes the deepest layer, the one most people never fix: internal division. Part of you wants growth, part of you wants comfort. As long as those two have equal rank, you will lose. Musashi eliminated internal democracy. He established hierarchy. Some values outranked others permanently. Growth over comfort, commitment over mood, truth over approval. Once hierarchy is clear, conflict disappears. There is no debate when a private outranks a recruit. There is no confusion when command structure is absolute. Your mind rebels when it senses weakness at the top. Unify it, choose what matters most, and make it law. I once wrote my hierarchy on paper and kept it in my wallet. When temptation hit, I did not argue with myself. I checked rank. Comfort lost every time, and slowly the rebellion stopped. This is the final truth Musashi lived by. Your mind is always training. Every time you give in, you train disobedience. Every time you enforce, you train obedience. There is no neutral moment. Over time, the pattern locks in. That is why discipline feels impossible to some and effortless to others. It is not genetics, it is history. Musashi trained obedience for decades. That is why fear could not touch him. That is why doubt had no authority. That is why his final words carried no regret. He did not live arguing with himself. He lived commanding himself, and that is available to you. Not through motivation, not through inspiration, through enforcement. Stop negotiating with your mind. Stop asking it nicely. Stop waiting until it feels ready. Train it, command it, correct it. And one day, quietly, you will notice something change. You decide, you act. No friction, no drama, an obedient mind. And once you have that, the world becomes very hard to stop you. If you made it this far, you already know what your first command is. Give it and enforce it. Here's a truth that makes people uncomfortable. If your strength depends on comfort, you are not strong. You are renting discipline from your environment. And the moment the environment changes, you collapse. Miyamoto Musashi did not collapse. He fought 61 duels and walked away alive from everyone. Not because he was born special, not because he trained in luxury. He lived like a ghost, homeless, hunted, cold, hungry, sleeping under trees and inside caves. He wrote his final philosophy while his body was failing, alone, preparing for death. No motivational quotes, no perfect setup, no safety net, only a mind that could not be shaken. And that is what this video is about. Not inspiration, not theory, a system for building mental toughness that works anywhere, when life is quiet, when life is brutal, when nobody is watching, when everything is against you. If you are waiting for the right conditions to become strong, stop watching now. This is not for you, but if you want a mind that holds steady when pressure hits, stay with me, because the first enemy you must defeat is already inside your head. Most people think toughness is about force, grinding harder, pushing more, forcing motivation. That approach burns out fast. Musashi went in the opposite direction. The first principle is brutal in its simplicity. Accept reality completely, not emotionally, practically. Think about how much energy you waste every day arguing with what already happened. Traffic, noise, delays, bad timing, people disappointing you. Your mind starts complaining. This should not be happening. Why now? Why me? That inner argument feels intelligent. It feels justified, but it is poison. Musashi wrote, "Accept everything just the way it is." People misunderstand this line. They think it means surrender. It does not. It means stop bleeding energy over facts you cannot change. Before every duel, Musashi faced unfair conditions, bad terrain, inferior weapons, opponents with advantages. While other fighters obsessed over what should be fair, Musashi focused on what was real. Rain, use it. Mud, use it. Disadvantage, find the angle inside it. His enemies lost the fight in their heads before blades ever crossed. Your life works the same way. Complaining does not protect you. It weakens you. Acceptance is not giving up. Acceptance is clearing the fog so you can actually move. Say it clearly. This is the situation. Now what? That single question builds toughness faster than motivation ever will. But most people stop here and still fail, because they fall into a more subtle trap. They become dependent. They need the right tools, the right mood, the right environment to function. I cannot focus without my setup. I cannot train without proper equipment. I cannot work unless everything feels right. That is not discipline. That is fragility pretending to be standards. Musashi warned against this centuries ago. He said, "You should not have a favorite weapon." He was not talking about swords. He was talking about attachment. There is a famous duel that proves this better than any theory, one that you should already know by now from my other videos. Sasaki Kojiro was considered unstoppable. His blade was legendary, long, elegant, deadly. His entire identity was built around it. Musashi arrived late on purpose, let Kojiro stew in anger, and when Musashi finally stepped onto the shore, he carried no sword. He had a wooden oar that he carved. Kojiro was insulted, distracted, furious. His mind was screaming that this was not how it should be. Musashi was calm. The duel ended quickly. Kojiro died. The wooden oar split his skull. The lesson is uncomfortable. Tools do not make you dangerous. Dependency makes you weak. Look at your own life. How many excuses are disguised as preferences? How often do you delay action because conditions are not perfect? Once a week, strip it all away. Work tired. Train without music. Focus in noise. Perform without comfort, not to suffer. To prove to yourself that you do not need permission from circumstances to show up. That is real toughness. Now comes the part most people completely miss: perception. In a sword fight, staring at the blade gets you killed. You fixate on the steel and miss the body, the shoulders, the hips, the intent. Musashi taught seeing without staring, awareness without tension. Modern life trains the opposite. You walk into a room and immediately look down. Phone out, mind gone. You are present physically but absent mentally. This is not focus, it is sedation. Every app you use was engineered to hijack your attention, to pull you out of your body, to narrow your perception until you miss what actually matters. Musashi said to perceive what lies beyond sight, not mystical, not spiritual, practical. It means noticing patterns, energy, timing, what is unsaid. You miss opportunity not because you are unlucky, but because you are blind. Start small. When you enter a space, resist the phone. 2 minutes. Observe. People, tension, movement, your own breath. The discomfort you feel is withdrawal. Push through it. Awareness is a weapon. Most people leave it unused, but awareness without endurance collapses under pressure. This is where discipline separates men. Musashi said 1,000 days to develop, 10,000 days to polish. No shortcuts, no hacks. Most people live in cycles. Motivation, intensity, quit, repeat. That cycle destroys self-trust. The problem is not laziness, it is unrealistic intensity. You do not need dramatic effort. You need non-negotiable repetition. Musashi trained on bad days, sick days, injured days, boring days. Your worst days matter more than your best ones. Anyone can perform when inspired. Strength is showing up when nothing inside you wants to. Pick one small action, daily. No debate, no emotion, just execution. That is how identity is built. But even discipline is not enough without the final piece: stillness under pressure. Musashi trained to remain unchanged while everything around him shifted. Calm before the duel, calm during the duel, calm after. He called it the void, not emptiness, stability. Most people are thermometers. Their mood reflects the environment. Stress creates stress. Chaos creates chaos. Musashi was a thermostat. The environment did not set him. He set himself. This is where everything connects. Acceptance stops wasted energy. Detachment removes fragility. Awareness sharpens perception. Discipline builds endurance. The void holds it together when pressure hits. When noise rises, do not match it. Return to breath. Let chaos move through you without sticking. This is how you become unshakable. The dojo was never a physical place. It was never wood floors, paper walls, or a quiet room away from the world. The dojo was always internal, a mental territory you claim and defend. You carry it into traffic when impatience rises and you choose control instead of reaction. You carry it into conflict when egos clash and you refuse to be pulled into chaos. You carry it into loss when something important is taken from you and you do not collapse. You carry it into opportunity when pressure hits and others freeze. Once this inner dojo is built, no environment can steal it. Not noise, not stress, not unfair conditions, not bad timing. That is real mental toughness. It is not loud. It does not announce itself. It does not need validation, applause, or perfect circumstances. It moves quietly, adapts instantly, and endures without complaint. It is portable, it is silent, it is relentless. And when you build this, you stop asking if you can survive what comes next. You already know nothing can break you. Let me tell you a story. It begins in silence. Not the peaceful kind. No birds, no wind. Just that eerie stillness before violence. Imagine two warriors staring at each other across a frozen field. One blink, one twitch, and someone dies. One of them is Miyamoto Musashi. The other doesn't matter. He's already dead. He just doesn't know it yet. Musashi doesn't flinch, doesn't blink, doesn't breathe, because Musashi isn't fighting with a sword. He's already won inside his mind. The battlefield isn't outside, it never was. It's inside your skull. That's where the real war happens. And that's where Musashi dominated. Not with strength, not with speed, but with something far more terrifying: an iron mind. Musashi fought over 60 duels and always dominated. Some of his opponents were armed, some were trained, some were desperate. All of them were sure they'd win. Every single one ended up bleeding into the dirt. And here's what most people miss. Musashi wasn't born a genius. He wasn't blessed. He wasn't touched by the gods. He was just willing to walk deeper into the darkness than anyone else. He understood something that most men never even question. Your mind is a weapon. Sharpen it or be cut down by someone who did. I didn't really understand this until I hit my own breaking point. A few years ago, I was stuck. Not in a movie kind of way, with rain on the window and sad music. No, I mean really stuck. Waking up with a pit in my chest, looking at myself in the mirror, and feeling like a fraud. I had big goals, big dreams, but my actions didn't match. I kept saying, next week I'll fix it. I just need some motivation. But the truth is, I was mentally weak. I was soft. My mind was a circus of excuses. I'd scroll through my phone instead of working. I'd lie to myself and call it rest. One night I stumbled across a quote from Musashi that hit me like a slap. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. I always talk about this quote in my videos. That's how important it is. No shortcuts, no half efforts, just brutal, focused intent. That night, something clicked. I stopped waiting for motivation. I started training my mind like a weapon. Cold showers, early mornings, discipline over dopamine, and I realized something insane. The world bends for the man who controls his mind. Musashi lived by a code, not just with his sword, but with his mind, his focus, his detachment. He didn't care about luxury, comfort, or status. He didn't slept in a comfortable bed. He trained alone in the mountains. He stripped away everything that made him weak. Today, we do the opposite. We chase comfort like addicts, likes, Netflix, validation. We let the world chew up our attention and spit it out, and we wonder why we feel empty. Musashi would have laughed at us. He believed that the mind must be forged like steel, by pain, by silence, by war. He once said, "The primary thing when you take a sword in your hands is your intention to cut the enemy, whatever the means." Translation? Be ruthless with your purpose. Eliminate everything else. Musashi didn't care if you were stronger. He didn't care if you were faster. He cared about one thing. Can you stay composed when death is 2 inches from your throat? That's power. Not fake confidence. Not fake grind-set tweets. Real power. The kind that lives in your bones. You don't build that by reading books and repeating quotes. You build it by walking into the fire willingly, by sacrificing comfort, by confronting the darkness within yourself. Let me be brutally honest with you. Most people will never make it, not because they're stupid, not because they're unlucky, but because they never learn to control their mind. They keep handing over their power to distractions, to women, to their past, to other people's opinions. They live like beggars when they were born to be warriors, but if you're still reading this, you're not like most people. There's a reason you're drawn to Musashi. There's a reason you feel this in your chest right now, because deep down, you know you're not living at your full capacity, not even close. Musashi mastered something I call mental violence. That doesn't mean rage. It means a relentless, emotionless clarity, a refusal to be moved by fear, lust, pride, or doubt. Do not let your mind be clouded by desire for victory or the fear of defeat. That's deeper than it sounds. Most of us chase success with desperation. We chase money to feel secure, women to feel wanted, status to feel alive. But Musashi didn't chase. He walked with stillness like a ghost. He knew, the man who moves the least controls the game. Here's something I never told anyone. One morning, I woke up and felt like I couldn't breathe. No reason. Nothing happened. Just this crushing weight on my chest, like life was mocking me. I sat on the edge of my bed and said out loud, "I'm tired of being weak." That day I went to a park and stayed there until sunset. No phone, no food, just a notebook. I wrote down every lie I had been telling myself, every excuse, every tomorrow. Then I burned that page. That was the day I decided I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Musashi wasn't just a swordsman, he was a mirror that shows you exactly how far you are from greatness. Not in skill, not in talent, but in discipline, focus, self-control. You think you're strong? Try staring into silence for 6 hours straight with no phone, no food, and no one to impress. You think you're wise? Try killing the part of yourself that needs validation. That's what Musashi did, and that's why he became unstoppable. Musashi wrote, "To win any battle, you must fight as if you are already dead." That quote is the key to everything. The man who is willing to die becomes the most alive. You stop fearing embarrassment. You stop fearing failure. You stop begging the world to approve of you. You simply act with brutal clarity and calm aggression. That's what makes you magnetic. That's what makes you dangerous. This world doesn't reward the smartest, it rewards the most disciplined, the most focused, the most mentally unshakable. If you want to be powerful, don't chase power, chase clarity, chase detachment. Train your mind to endure hell and come out smiling. The modern world is full of fake warriors, guys who lift but can't sit alone for 10 minutes. Guys who talk about discipline but crack the moment life gets inconvenient. Don't be one of them. Be the man who moves in silence, thinks with precision, and acts with lethal intent. The battlefield isn't out there, it never was. It's not in the office, not in the gym, not in some imaginary arena filled with applause and adoration. The real fight, it's right between your ears. It's your fear whispering that you're not good enough. It's your comfort seducing you to stay soft and safe. It's your excuses, elegant and persuasive, telling you tomorrow will be different. It's your doubts, those well-dressed liars wearing the mask of logic, asking you who you think you are to try. And Musashi? He beat that enemy in the dark, in solitude, in silence. Before he ever picked up a sword, he sharpened the weapon within. So now the question is, can you do the same? Can you sit with your demons long enough to stop flinching at their presence? Can you suffer on purpose, bleed on purpose, lose on purpose, until you learn to walk with death on a leash? Because in the end, it's not about winning. It's about becoming a man so still that chaos steps around him. A man so mentally forged that the universe would rather bend than break him. Not defeated by others, not broken by failure, not shaken by the gnawing jaws of life itself. Become that man or die trying. And if you're not ready yet, at least stand up straight and look like you are. Musashi's ghost is watching, and he's unimpressed by slouching. There's a voice inside your head that never shuts up. You lie in bed at 2 a.m., replaying old conversations, imagining worst-case scenarios, trying to solve problems that don't even exist yet. You scroll, you breathe, you distract yourself. But that damn voice keeps whispering, louder and louder, until it becomes a scream. What if I fail? What if I'm not enough? What if they're judging me? Most people try to silence this voice with fake positivity, shallow distractions, or cheap dopamine. They tell you to just relax, meditate, or think positive thoughts. But that doesn't work, does it? Because overthinking isn't just a mental glitch, it's a spiritual war. And to win that war, you don't need soft advice from therapists in pastel offices. You need the mindset of a killer. You need the discipline of a warrior. You need Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi was a ghost in flesh. A man who walked into battles outnumbered, outmatched, and still left his enemies broken. He wasn't born with clarity. He forged it. Through blood, through war, through a deep understanding of the mind. Musashi didn't conquer overthinking with affirmations or journaling. He conquered it by killing the part of himself that feared the unknown. And if you're sick of being trapped in your own head, this is the only way out. Let's go deep. 1. The silent enemy inside you. Overthinking is the art of dying without doing. You analyze every possible path, so you walk none. You obsess over perfection, so you never start. You imagine so many problems that you become one yourself. Overthinking is cowardice wearing the mask of intelligence. You think you're being smart by preparing for every possible scenario, but really, you're just avoiding action because you're afraid. And fear, as Musashi said, is the enemy of clarity. I will tell you again this quote from Miyamoto Musashi. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. He didn't mean that to sound poetic. He meant it literally. There is no perfect path. There is only forward. 2. My own war with the mind. When I was 25, I wasted nearly 7 months trying to launch my first online project. I had the skills, I had the vision, but every day I'd ask myself, what if it fails? What if people think I'm stupid? What if it's already been done better? So I did nothing. I tweaked fonts, I brainstormed names, I redesigned the website 14 times, but I didn't launch. I was overthinking myself into a coma, until one night I read something that slapped me in the face. A quote by Marcus Aurelius. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. That hit me like a punch in the chest. I realized I was acting like I had infinite time, like I could afford to wait for perfect. I launched the next day. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't ready, but it was real. Within a year, it had made over $30,000, and all of that was waiting behind a door I didn't open because of fear disguised as thinking. 3. Musashi's cure. Kill with action. Musashi killed overthinking by becoming obsessed with motion. He trained daily. He fought dozens of duels. He slept in caves, walked alone, and wrote the Book of 5 Rings, a philosophical war manual so sharp it cuts through your excuses. He believed thinking was only useful when paired with execution. You think briefly, then you move. The way is in training. Read that again. The way is in training, not in thinking, not in planning, in doing. Overthinking is like trying to sharpen a blade with your breath. You need grindstone, you need friction, you need movement. Every time you overthink, you're turning the blade inward. You're cutting your own future to pieces. But when you act, you forge it. 4. Dopamine versus discipline. Let's be brutally honest. Most of the overthinking today is caused by your addiction to comfort. Your mind is overstimulated. Every scroll, every notification, every what if is a hit of dopamine. You get high on thought loops, but those highs come with a crash, and then you wonder why your life doesn't move. Musashi didn't have Instagram. He didn't scroll himself into analysis paralysis. He faced death at 13 and realized something you still haven't. Your time is bleeding out. So let me ask you directly, how many opportunities have you killed with your own mind? How many paths have you abandoned before even taking the first step? How many versions of you have died in the fog of overthinking? You don't need another morning routine. You need a reason to live like a warrior. 5. Life applications. Practice instant execution. Here's something I do every single day that changed my brain chemistry. If I think of a task that takes less than 5 minutes, I do it immediately. No second guessing, no inner debate. This rewired my brain to trust my own impulses. Over time, it made me faster, bolder, and more confident in my decisions. You train your brain like a dog. Reward action, and action becomes your default. Reward hesitation, and hesitation becomes your cage. Create controlled chaos. Once a week, I purposely throw myself into something uncomfortable. Cold showers, talking to strangers, publishing something raw online. Why? Because the mind becomes calm through exposure to storms. Musashi never avoided chaos. He walked into it. He fought with wooden swords against steel blades. He put himself in positions where overthinking would mean death. You don't need to duel samurai, but you do need to feel alive again. Your thoughts are loud because your life is quiet. Stimulate your body, and your mind will follow. 6. The dark edge of clarity. Here's the part no one tells you. Once you stop overthinking, you'll lose the excuse to stay safe. You'll start moving, you'll start building, you'll start becoming dangerous, but that also means you'll feel the weight of reality again. People will criticize, you will fail, you'll lose friends, you'll face setbacks, and that's the point. Overthinking is a padded room. Clarity is a battlefield. Which one do you want to live in? 7. The cave. Musashi spent his final days in a cave called Rigando, alone, writing, meditating on death. He had killed dozens, fought wars, tasted glory, but he chose solitude to face his final enemy, himself. In that silence, he wrote the Dokodo, 21 precepts for living and dying like a warrior. One of them hits like thunder. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Think about that next time you overthink a decision because it's not fun or not comfortable. Pleasure is not the goal. Power is, purpose is, discipline is, and overthinking has no place in a warrior's mind. 8. Burn this into your skull. Overthinking is fear pretending to be smart. Action kills anxiety. A quiet mind is not found in stillness but in motion. Every second you hesitate is a second you lose forever. Overthinking creates imaginary battles while life passes you by. Doubt is the dream killer wearing your voice. You don't need more advice. You don't need to feel ready. You need to move. You need to strike. You need to kill the part of you that hesitates before it kills you, before it rots your potential in silence, before it convinces you that comfort is safety when it's really decay. So, pick up the sword, make the call, launch the idea, speak the truth, face the fear, embrace the chaos, take the step while your hands are still shaking. You will never be ready, and that's exactly why you must begin, right now. There's something sick about the way we're taught to live. We're told that happiness is a reward at the end of a long chain of achievements, a job title, a perfect relationship, a certain number in your bank account. But deep down, you already know, no matter what you win, the hunger never stops eating you from the inside. You get the car, and then it's just a car. You get the girl, and soon, you wonder if she's enough. You get the money, and somehow, you still feel poor. The ancient swordsman Miyamoto Musashi lived a life most people today couldn't even stomach for a day. No luxuries, no trophies, no rewards. Yet he reached a level of peace and mastery most modern kings could only dream of. He was happy with nothing, and he became a living weapon because of it. This is not a story about smiling while being poor. This is a story about something far more dangerous and far more powerful. This is the art of becoming unbreakable. Let's walk into the darkness together. 1. Understanding the emptiness that controls you. Accept everything just the way it is. The first rule Musashi lived by was brutal. Stop expecting life to entertain you. When you expect life to make you happy, you set yourself up to be its slave. Every advertisement, every politician, every scammer knows how to yank your chain. Buy this, vote for me, choose this, you'll feel better. Musashi's answer was simple and terrifying. Choose to feel nothing. Choose not to crave. Choose not to hope. Choose not to depend. Because the truth is, the man who feels nothing cannot be controlled. And once you realize that the world is not built to fulfill you, you start building yourself. Actionable step. Spend one full day without chasing pleasure. No social media, no junk food, no meaningless dopamine. Just exist, just observe, watch how much you're addicted, and start breaking the chain. 2. The power of voluntary suffering. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Musashi did not wait for life to crush him. He crushed himself first. He lived in caves. He wore ragged clothes. He slept in the dirt. He trained until his hands were torn and bleeding, not because he had to, because he chose to. While other men begged the world to be soft to them, Musashi became sharp. The only man who can survive the storm is the man who already lives inside it. Most people today are trying to buy comfort at any price, but comfort is a drug that makes you weak, blind, and soft. Comfort is how they kill lions and turn them into house cats. Musashi's secret: he chose the harder path every time, and that choice became his freedom. Actionable step. Every morning, ask yourself, what is the hardest thing I could do today that would make me stronger? Then do it, before you have time to bargain with yourself. 3. Detachment from all things. It may seem difficult at first, but everything is difficult at first. When you own nothing, nothing owns you. Musashi didn't cling to weapons, homes, lovers, or comfort. He didn't even cling to life itself. This made him invincible. You could not scare him with death, because he had already died to all attachments. You could not bribe him with gold, because he had already found wealth inside himself. And here's the twist: when you stop needing anything, you finally enjoy everything. You see beauty without clinging. You feel joy without fear of losing it. The modern mind is so twisted that we think happiness is about addition, getting more. Musashi teaches happiness is about subtraction. Actionable step: pick one thing you can't live without. Your phone, your comfort food, your favorite distraction, and abandon it for a week. Observe the cravings, observe the fear, then realize you're stronger than both. 4. Facing death without flinching. Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Musashi meditated on death every day. He didn't run from it. He stared it in the face until fear itself grew tired and shrank away. Most people live like they're immortal. They waste time. They betray themselves. They beg for cheap pleasures because they believe there's always later. But when you live knowing you could die at any moment, your life becomes pure. You stop lying to yourself. You stop wasting your breath on things that don't matter. You move with the urgency and power of a man on fire. Musashi understood. To conquer death, you must live as if you are already dead. Actionable step. Tonight, before you sleep, sit alone in the dark. Imagine with vivid detail that tomorrow you will die. Ask yourself, what lies would I regret living? What strengths have I never used? Who would I have been if I was not so afraid? Then wake up and live accordingly. 5. Forge yourself into the storm. You must understand that the path leads nowhere but to yourself. Most men build their lives like castles made of sand. They pray for calm weather. They panic when the tides change. Musashi built himself like a storm. Wild, untouchable, alive. He didn't beg for easy days. He became a man who could walk through fire and laugh. He didn't demand life to change. He became the thing that could survive any life. You must forge yourself the same way. Not into a blade, but into a force of nature. A walking storm. A man who doesn't need anything from the world because he is his own world. When you are a storm, no man can predict you. No loss can cripple you. No betrayal can break you. You become the only constant in a world of collapse. Final actionable step. Every day, act like the storm is coming, because it is. Harden your mind with silence and solitude. Harden your body with discipline and pain. Harden your soul by letting go of everything you fear losing. Storms don't apologize. Storms don't beg. Storms just move and change everything in their path. Last breath of truth. There's a kind of happiness that doesn't look like a smile. It doesn't look like parties, followers, or gold coins stacked in vaults. It looks like waking up before the sun, alone, in a cold room, and smiling anyway. It looks like standing in the ruins of your former life and feeling the sharp pulse of life still beating in your chest. It looks like loving nothing, needing nothing, fearing nothing. When you learn to be happy with nothing, you inherit a power that terrifies the world. You are no longer a customer. You are no longer a slave to promises. You are no longer vulnerable to loss, betrayal, or even death itself. You walk like a ghost through the world of desperate men. You move like a wolf among sheep. You live with a wild, sovereign flame in your chest that no man, no system, no disaster can extinguish. You are not happy because you won. You are happy because there was nothing they could ever take from you to begin with. That's what Musashi discovered, walking alone with the sky as his roof and the dirt as his bed. That's what you can discover too, but it won't come easy. It won't come from a weekend retreat or a motivational speaker yelling at you. It will come from walking into the darkness alone, naked, stripped of every comfort, and finding that somehow you are enough. And once you taste that kind of power, you'll never beg for scraps again. You'll never be a prisoner again. You'll never be broken again. Most people will waste their lives chasing comfort, distraction, and approval. They'll die with regret rotting inside them. But a few, the rare few, will choose the harder path. The way of the modern samurai is the blueprint for that path. If you're ready to cut away the weakness and build a mind no one can break, check the link in the description and get your copy now, before the world devours you. Have you ever looked in the mirror and seen a man you don't fully respect? Not because you're weak, not because you're stupid, but because some part of you is still a slave to lust. You've built discipline, you train, you read, you grind, but when no one's watching, when the screen lights up at midnight, you fold. Lust doesn't knock down the door with a war cry. It doesn't stab you in the chest. It whispers, it smiles, it waits, and one by one, it eats the soul of men who thought they were strong. This is the silent battle. No applause, no medals, just blood, and the enemy lives inside you. Miyamoto Musashi understood this war better than most. The greatest swordsman Japan ever produced didn't just fight men, he fought his own cravings, his own temptations, his own inner chaos, and he won. In Dokudo, The Way of Walking Alone, he wrote, "Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love." That line isn't soft. It's not spiritual fluff. It's a warning, a scarred reminder from a man who cut through his demons with silence and steel. Because Musashi knew something most men today have forgotten. Lust isn't a craving, it's a trap, and if you don't kill it, it will kill you. 1. The death of warriors begins with pleasure. Picture this, 2 men on the same road. One chooses discomfort, solitude, cold water, iron discipline. The other, he chooses softness, laughter, the warmth of a woman's skin. Fast forward a year. One is lean, sharp, brutal. The other is addicted, distracted, weak. This isn't fiction. It's what happens every day. We just pretend not to see it. Musashi walked alone, trained alone, slept in the woods. Not because he hated people, but because he hated weakness. He understood a law that today's world mocks. If you chase pleasure, you surrender power. Let that hit. It's not just about porn or sex. Lust wears many faces. It shows up in your scrolling, your Instagram habits, the way your eyes hunt for stimulation when you're bored. It pretends to love you, but it slowly dissolves your spine. 2. The craving that owns you. Lust is not just about sex, it's about the void, the emptiness, the lack of meaning, the deep gaping hunger to feel something. Men don't fall to lust because they're perverts. They fall because they're empty. You scroll, not because you want to, but because reality feels numb. You open the incognito tab, not because you need release, but because it's easier than facing your life. And that's the real poison. Lust is an escape hatch from a life you refuse to fix. You are not addicted to pleasure. You are addicted to avoiding pain. Read that again. Musashi didn't avoid women because he was a monk. He avoided them because he knew what they represented. Distraction. He wasn't afraid of lust. He disarmed it by replacing it with something more dangerous. Purpose. 3. Real strength is built in silence. No one claps for the man who says no. There's no trophy for closing the browser tab. There's no praise for going to sleep instead of texting her again. But those moments, that's where men are forged. We want the world to notice our strength. But Musashi didn't care about the world. He trained in caves while others got drunk. He bled in silence while others begged for fame. He became unstoppable because no one was watching, and he still chose the hard path. It is difficult to understand the universe if you only study one planet, Musashi said. If all you know is the dopamine hit, the flirt, the orgasm, you don't understand power. You're still orbiting weakness. 4. The spiritual warfare of modern men. Let's stop pretending this is just about morality. This is war. Modern men are being chemically castrated by their phones, their habits, their freedom. You are being programmed to never feel fulfilled. Every image is engineered to make you want, to make you chase, to make you hungry. And a man who is always hungry, he cannot lead, he cannot protect, he cannot build. Lust is not harmless. It is a spiritual bullet, fired in slow motion. You don't die instantly, you just rot, piece by piece. 5. The path of the blade. Musashi didn't just fight with swords. He fought with abstinence. He knew that if a man couldn't control his desire, he'd never survive a real fight. Imagine you're facing death tomorrow, sword to sword, no second chances. Do you think lust helps you then? No, it clouds you, it drains your energy, it poisons your instincts. Musashi refused softness because he wanted clarity. Laser-sharp mind, steel-hard focus. He didn't need pleasure, he needed to win. From one thing, know 10,000 things, Musashi wrote. If you can conquer lust, you can conquer anything. 6. The masculine code of silence. Here's the truth nobody says out loud. Every man is fighting lust. Some are losing silently, some are winning quietly, but all are in the arena. You are not weak for being tempted. You are weak if you surrender to it, because every time you say just one more time, you sharpen lust and dull yourself. You lose trust in your own mind. You stop believing your own promises. You become a man with no edge. But when you choose silence, when you choose pain, when you say no in the dark, you become a threat. You walk different. You speak with weight. People feel your discipline like a sword hidden beneath the coat. Not loud, but lethal. 7. Killing lust in the real world. So how do you kill it? You don't pray it away. You don't journal it into submission. You starve it like a beast. You cut off the source, the images, the accounts, the habits. You go cold, brutal, aggressive. Because discipline doesn't come just from balance, it comes from war. You redirect the energy. You take that hunger and you forge it into something useful. Lift heavier, run further, build more, create. Bleed for something that matters, because lust dies in the presence of purpose. 8. What you become without it. Without lust, you become terrifying. Your eyes aren't scanning for pleasure anymore. They're locked in, predator mode, focused. You don't stutter when you speak. You don't hesitate when it's time to act. You don't shrink in the presence of beauty. You stare it down with cold respect and unshakable control. People can feel it. Women can feel it. They can tell you're not starving anymore, that you're full with something they can't give you. That's power, and it's real. 9. Walk the path alone. Musashi called his final teaching the way of walking alone, not because solitude is glamorous, but because mastery requires separation. He wrote, "Respect Buddha and the gods without counting on their help," which means don't expect anyone to save you. No one will do this for you. No one will fight the battle inside your skull. You win this war with your own hands, with your own choices, with your own pain. And when you win, you walk taller, think clearer, feel lighter. You become the man others pretend to be. This is your moment. Put down the phone, close the tab, step into the dark, and fight. Not for applause, not for heaven, but because the version of you that surrenders to lust has no place in your future. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be brutal. Control is not built by emotion. It's built by discipline, by silence, by fire. And when you walk through it, you don't come out clean. You come out sharp, like a blade, like Musashi, like a man reborn, without chains, without shame, unbreakable. Miyamoto Musashi wrote, "The true science of martial arts means practicing them in such a way that they will be useful at any time. Lust is not your enemy, your reaction to it is. So sharpen yourself. This world doesn't need more men who give in. It needs more warriors who walk alone. Quiet, focused, dangerous. The choice is yours. Become the conqueror, or be consumed by your hunger. There is no middle path." Nobody cares that you are tired. Nobody cares that life was unfair to you. Nobody cares about your excuses, your backstory, your bad days, or how much potential you swear you have. And here is the brutal truth that frees you. Nobody cares, so work harder. That sentence sounds cruel until you understand it, until you realize it is not meant to break you. It is meant to cut the rope you have been hanging from. Miyamoto Musashi lived by this truth long before motivational posters, before podcasts, before self-help culture turned discipline into a lifestyle aesthetic. He lived in blood, mud, cold nights, empty stomachs, and absolute indifference from the world. When Musashi woke up each day, the world was not rooting for him. There was no audience waiting to clap, no master checking his progress, no one asking how he felt. There was only the sword and the work. That is why his name survived when thousands of other warriors vanished like dust. Let me tell you something uncomfortable right now. The world does not wake up thinking about you. Your boss does not lie awake wondering if you feel fulfilled. Strangers are not tracking your struggle. Even the people closest to you are busy fighting their own quiet wars. This is not bitterness. This is reality. And reality is power when you stop resisting it. Musashi started his life poor, wild, aggressive, and angry, not the calm philosopher people imagine. He was rough, unpolished, hated by many, mocked by others. He lost his family early. He lost his mentors early. He had no safety net. By the time he was a teenager, no one was checking if he turned out okay. And that is when the shift happened. He realized something most people never do. If nobody is coming to save me, then nobody gets to stop me. That thought is dangerous. That thought separates men from statistics. There is a scene in the anime Vagabond where Musashi wanders alone after a brutal loss. He is hungry, beaten, rejected. People look at him like trash. And in that silence, something sharp forms inside him. Not bitterness, resolve. He stops asking the world for permission. Most people die waiting for motivation, waiting for confidence, waiting for the perfect plan, waiting for someone to say you are ready. That waiting room has no exit. Musashi walked out. Here is the truth nobody wants to say out loud. Your suffering is not special. Your struggle is not unique. Your potential means nothing until it produces results. The universe does not reward intention. It rewards action taken when you did not feel ready. Musashi did not train because it felt good. He trained because if he did not, he would be weak. And weak men do not survive for long. There is a scene in Rocky where he runs before dawn while the city is asleep. No cheering, no music yet, just breathing and footsteps. That scene hits because it is real. Progress happens when nobody is watching. Musashi trained alone for years, not days, not months, years, in forests, in caves, on mountains, with wooden swords, with no validation that it was working. People thought he disappeared because he failed. In reality, he was becoming dangerous. Right now, you are living in the loudest era humanity has ever produced. Noise is constant. Opinions never stop. Everyone is broadcasting something. Everyone is branding themselves. Everyone is begging the world to look at them, validate them, confirm they matter. People are not building lives anymore. They are building exhibitions. They post gym photos instead of adding weight to the bar. They announce goals instead of finishing them. They memorize quotes instead of developing skill. They chase visibility instead of results. The feed keeps scrolling. The noise keeps growing. But nothing real is moving forward. Progress has become unfashionable because progress requires silence. Privacy is your weapon in an age addicted to exposure. When you work in silence, there is no imaginary crowd judging your early mistakes. There is no pressure to look impressive, no deadline but the one you set, no image to protect. You are free to be weak, to struggle, to fail badly, to look foolish, and to sharpen slowly. Real growth only happens when you are allowed to be unimpressive for a long time. Musashi chose that invisibility on purpose. He vanished while others chased status. He trained while others talked. He endured boredom while others entertained themselves. And when he returned, his presence alone unsettled rooms. He did not need to announce himself. His capability spoke before he ever did. There is a short story few people mention. Musashi once arrived late to a duel deliberately, not because he was sloppy, because he understood psychology. He wanted his opponent pacing, irritated, distracted, trapped inside emotion. While the other man cooked in his ego, Musashi remained still, calm breath, clear eyes. The fight ended almost instantly. That is emotional discipline, control when chaos is tempting. Most people are controlled by discomfort. Hunger makes them irritable. Fatigue makes them quit. Anxiety makes them procrastinate. Boredom makes them reach for distraction. Doubt freezes them completely. They feel resistance and pull away. Musashi felt it and pressed forward. Discomfort is not a danger signal. It is feedback that you are touching the edge of growth. Comfort is the real threat. Comfort never screams, it whispers, it convinces you to delay, it softens your timing, it dulls your instincts without ever announcing the damage. Every easy decision shapes an easier man. Every hard decision forges something sharper. There is no neutral ground. You want confidence? Earn it through action. You want respect? Become useful under pressure. You want strength? Carry responsibility and weight. The world does not reward good intentions. It rewards problems solved. Musashi was not charming. He was not polite. He did not play social games. But when it mattered, when reality stripped away manners and reputation, none of that counted. Only skill survived. In modern life, skill creates leverage. Results generate opportunities. Usefulness commands respect. Titles and likability fade quickly. Competence lasts. Look at your own life honestly. Who do people rely on when things fall apart? Who gets contacted in emergencies? Who receives real opportunities? Not the nicest, not the loudest, the most capable. You do not need universal approval. You need to be undeniable. There is a poisonous lie everywhere telling you that readiness must come first, that you need confidence before action, that healing comes before effort. That belief must precede movement. Musashi moved first, confidence followed. Discipline does not wait for motivation. Motivation follows disciplined behavior. Work first, emotion later. I once knew a man who cleaned offices at night while the city slept. Invisible work, no praise. He trained boxing after his shift in an empty gym. No posts, no audience, no encouragement. 5 years later, that same man owned the gym. The walls that ignored him now carried his name. Nobody cared when he started. Everyone respected him when he finished. That is the pattern. If you want to change your life, start doing things that give no immediate pleasure. Wake up earlier than required. Train when your energy is low. Create when scrolling feels easier. Show up consistently when silence is the only response. That is not punishment. That is conditioning. Near the end of his life, Miyamoto Musashi isolated himself in a cave and wrote the Book of 5 Rings. No publisher, no audience, no promise it would matter. He wrote because mastery demanded expression. That book survived centuries. You will never regret building skill. You will regret time wasted waiting for permission. Here is something few people warn you about. When you stop chasing validation, loneliness increases. At first, fewer messages, less applause, more silence. Good. Silence means you stopped performing and started producing. And inside that silence, something solid grows. You respect yourself more. You trust your word. You see proof of work stacking quietly day by day. That is real self-esteem. Not affirmations, evidence. Musashi never asked if life was fair. He asked what action was required. He accepted that nobody cared, and that acceptance removed every excuse. So hear this clearly. Nobody is coming. Nobody owes you belief. Nobody will clap at the beginning. Good. That means nothing stands in your way. Work harder than your mood. Train past comfort. Build long after motivation leaves. Not because the world is cruel, because freedom belongs to those who act without permission. Nobody cares. Pick up the sword anyway. There's a level of discipline that turns you into something unrecognizable, something frightening. It's the level where your eyes go cold, your movements become automatic, and people whisper that you've gone too far. They don't understand that you're not trying to be disciplined anymore. You've become discipline itself. Miyamoto Musashi called this transformation the way, not a hobby, not a practice, a way of life. He once wrote that you need to control yourself first if you want to control others. And that's exactly what he did. No man ever embodied pure, ruthless, self-forged discipline like Musashi. He wasn't born gifted. He wasn't trained in fancy schools. He was a savage, a self-taught swordsman who killed his first opponent when he was just a child and had a spotless record in over 60 matches. But his victories weren't about skill. They were about mastery over hesitation. He didn't move fast. He moved without doubt. And that's what real discipline is, the total extermination of hesitation. Let's begin. 1. The path of the Ronin. Musashi lived as a Ronin. A samurai with no master, no one to command him, no one to tell him what to do. He was bound only by his own code. Every day he practiced alone. no applause, no reward. He slept on the floor, trained until his hands bled, meditated under freezing waterfalls. Why? He had a wisdom that to this day few will ever achieve. How you train is how you'll perform. If your life is soft, your fight will be soft. If your habits are lazy, your destiny will be weak. Musashi trained with real steel, real danger, real pain. He knew that comfort creates cowardice, and so he destroyed comfort completely. He used to say that if something doesn't serve a purpose, don't do it. That was his creed. Every action had a purpose. Every movement was training. Every breath, preparation. To live like Musashi is to live with ruthless intention. To cut everything that doesn't sharpen your blade, distractions, comfort, fake friends, meaningless pleasures. 2. Killing the modern weakness. The modern man is addicted to comfort. He wants results, but not sacrifice. He wants mastery, but he still checks his phone every 10 seconds. Musashi would have looked at most people today and seen only slaves. Slaves to emotion, to laziness, to distraction. He said that fixed mindset is limiting, but a flexible mindset opens the door to growth. That means discipline isn't just about strictness, it's about adaptability. A true warrior doesn't break routine when life changes. He bends and keeps moving. If he can't train with a sword, he trains with a stick. If he can't meditate in peace, he meditates in chaos. The disciplined man adapts without excuse. He doesn't say, "I'll do it later." He says, "I'll do it anyway." That's Musashi's secret. He didn't depend on perfect conditions. He created conditions through will. When you reach that level, life itself becomes your training ground. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to strengthen the blade. 3. The loneliness of the way. There's something you have to accept before you walk this path. Discipline will make you lonely. Musashi never had a family. He had no friends, no followers, no comfort. He lived in caves, slept in temples, wandered mountains in silence. But that isolation was his forge. He wrote, "The ultimate aim of the way of the warrior is to master death." What he meant wasn't just literal death. He meant the death of fear, the death of attachment, the death of weakness. Because when you stop fearing loss, pain, and judgment, you become unstoppable. That's why people who reach the highest level of discipline seem emotionless. They've already died to everything that used to control them. When you walk this road, people will call you cold. They'll say you've changed. Good. You're not meant to remain warm and soft. You're meant to burn, to temper your soul until nothing shakes you. 4. Musashi's system of relentless practice. Musashi had a rule: practice without gaps, every single day, without exception. He would train sword forms thousands of times, even when his arms shook. He said, "Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men." That's the essence of terrifying discipline. You don't compete with others. You compete with the man you were 24 hours ago. And if he would have trained harder than you did today, you lost. Musashi's training was brutal because he understood the law of the forge. Steel only becomes sharp when it survives fire. If you avoid the flame, you remain dull forever. That's how you must train. In body, mind, and soul. You don't rest because you're tired. You rest because you've earned it. You don't stop when it hurts. You stop when the work is complete. That's the samurai's rhythm. Repetition until your movements are no longer choices but reflexes. When your mind and body move as one, when hesitation is erased, you've entered the way. 5. The internal war. The greatest duel you'll ever fight isn't against an opponent. It's against yourself. Musashi wrote that you must fight as if you are already dead if you want to win any battle. That means no hesitation, no self-pity, no retreat. The weak man lives negotiating with his own mind. The warrior kills negotiation before it starts. You know what kills progress? Thinking. Overthinking is hesitation, dressed as intelligence. Musashi didn't think, he acted. His sword moved before his brain debated. That's why his enemies never had a chance. You must train your discipline the same way. Cut the debate, cut the emotions, cut the noise. If you said you'll wake up at 5 a.m., then you wake up. If you said you'll train, then you train. The moment you start thinking about it, you've already lost. 6. When you become the way. After decades of isolation and battle, Musashi retired into a cave. He called it Reigando, the cave of spirit. There he wrote the Book of Five Rings, the most ruthless manual on strategy and self-mastery ever written. One of his final teachings was that success can be achieved through many different methods, not just one. Musashi wasn't talking about diversity of hobbies. He meant that every aspect of life is a form of training. Painting, swordsmanship, writing, strategy, all of it sharpened the same inner blade, because at the highest level, everything becomes the way. When your discipline bleeds into everything you do, the way you eat, walk, speak, breathe, you've reached the state Musashi called Fudoshin, the immovable mind. Nothing can disturb you, not pain, not loss, not failure. You've become the unmoved mover, calm on the surface, deadly underneath. That's when people fear you, because you're no longer chasing goals, you embody them. 7. The modern samurai. You want to know what the scariest level of discipline looks like today? It's not the influencer posting rise and grind, it's the man who disappears for 6 months and comes back unrecognizable. No announcements, no motivation speeches, just results. The modern samurai doesn't carry a sword. His blade is his mind. He cuts through distraction, emotion, and weakness with precision. He's not loud. He's not chasing attention. He's building power in silence. Every day, same hour, same work, same focus. That's what terrifies people, the predictability of a man who cannot be stopped. And when they ask, how do you do it? You won't need to say anything. They'll see it in your eyes. The same cold stillness Musashi had when he stood before men who were already dead and didn't know it yet. 8. The transformation. The truth is, you don't practice discipline, you become it. And to become it, something inside you has to die. Your laziness, your fear, your need for comfort, that's the price. Musashi understood that death wasn't an ending, it was purification. He died undefeated because he died every day in practice. He killed hesitation every morning. He killed excuses every night. He killed comfort in every decision. And that's what you must do too. Every day, you either kill weakness or weakness kills you. So understand this. The scariest level of discipline isn't about being perfect. It's about being inevitable. You don't need hype. You don't need motivation. You don't even need a reason. You move because that's who you are now. 9. The last step on the way. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi left a very powerful message. Step by step, walk the 1,000-mile road. That's it. No shortcuts, no magic formulas, just steps, taken every single day without fail. That's how you become a weapon. That's how you earn peace. You don't rise suddenly, you sharpen gradually. And one day when your movements are effortless and your silence is heavy, people will look at you the same way they looked at Musashi, with respect, with fear, with confusion, because they won't understand what you sacrificed. They won't understand how you survived the loneliness, the pain, the discipline, but you will. And when they ask what your secret is, you'll simply say, I walk the way. That's the scariest level of discipline you'll ever see. Not the kind that burns bright and fades, but the kind that burns quietly, endlessly, until nothing is left but mastery. There's a truth most people don't want to hear. It's this: if your life feels easy, smooth, comfortable, you're probably doing it wrong. When it came to this, Miyamoto Musashi's understanding was unmatched. He didn't just walk through hell, he sharpened his blade in it. He turned suffering into strength, chaos into clarity, pain into power. And if you're looking to build something real, discipline, character, honor, then you're going to have to walk through your own fire. Not once, not twice, every single day. This isn't motivational fluff. This is ancient wisdom, war-forged, blood-tested, real. Let me take you into the fire. Let's see why the path through hell is the only path that leads to mastery. Let's see what Musashi knew and why you need to suffer intentionally, because you're not here to feel good. You're here to become a weapon. 1. The path begins with nothing. Musashi was born into instability. His mother died early. He threw himself into brutal training by the time he could hold a blade. He fought his first duel at 13. Not play fought, and he killed another man. Let that sink in. At an age when most boys are confused about the world, Musashi had already taken a life, already felt the cold aftermath of violence, already crossed the threshold into hell. He didn't ask for comfort. He didn't beg the world to be fair. He learned to survive, and then he learned to conquer. Most people today want to improve their lives by adding things: books, courses, productivity hacks, supplements. Musashi did it by stripping everything away. He gave up luxury, slept outside, ate like a peasant, He chose to live as if every day was war, and it was. He would go on to win over 60 duels, undefeated, all in a time where one wrong move meant instant death. But what most people miss, the way he lived was hellish, on purpose, because he understood something most modern minds avoid. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain, but none of them are paved with comfort. 2. The furnace that forges the blade. Imagine this, you're walking into a duel, no armor, just your sword, no backup, just your instincts, no time to think, only time to react. And the man in front of you, he wants to kill you. This isn't a video game, there's no respawn. This is how Musashi lived on purpose. Why? Because he knew that soft men die fast, and slow, comfortable death is worse than anything hell could offer. Today, hell looks different. It's not a battlefield. It's your alarm clock at 5 a.m. It's the urge to stay in bed when no one would blame you. It's silence when you could scroll. Cold showers when the warm ones are just easier. It's restraint when pleasure is one click away. Walking through hell means walking through voluntary hardship, especially when you don't have to. Musashi's version of this wasn't metaphorical. He trained in isolation, slept in caves. He even fought using wooden swords against armed opponents just to handicap him, seal and anger them. Who does that? Only someone who understands the brutal law of growth. Comfort breeds weakness. Pain births power. 3. Death is always watching. Musashi didn't meditate to feel peaceful. He meditated to prepare for death, to keep his mind clear when the blade was at his throat. He knew fear well, but he made it a companion, not a master. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. This is what Musashi taught us. This isn't a quote for Pinterest. This is a psychological nuke. To think lightly of yourself is to kill your ego, to accept suffering without flinching, to stop negotiating with weakness. You want to become stronger? Stop believing you deserve to be treated gently. Hell isn't cruelty. Hell is the refiner's fire. Musashi's life was a symphony of hardship, but he chose it. And in that choosing, he became something most people never become: untouchable. He didn't fear rejection. He didn't fear loneliness, because he had befriended pain, and pain, once accepted, becomes indestructible clarity. 4. The art of dying every day. Musashi taught that to truly live, you must die every day. Not physically, but spiritually. You must let parts of you burn. Excuses, addictions, self-pity, weakness. If you don't choose to burn them, life will do it for you, and it'll hurt a lot more. Do nothing that is of no use. Another quote by Musashi. That means cut the noise, cut the fake friendships, cut the time wasting, cut the emotional drama. You don't need to do more. You need to do less but better. Walk through the fire of minimalism, discipline, solitude. That's the modern warrior's hell. It may not be popular, but it works. 5. Your life needs a battle. Most people today are lost not because life is hard, but because it's too easy. You scroll, you snack, you swipe, you binge. No war, no duels, no mission. You were born for more than survival, but survival is all comfort trains you for. Musashi lived as if every day was the final chapter of his life. He didn't care about money, fame, status. He cared about mastery, and mastery isn't reached by coasting. It's dragged out of you screaming by struggle. Ask yourself, what part of your life is making you soft? What addiction are you too scared to face? What comfort are you clinging to while your soul rots quietly in the background? Musashi would tell you to let it burn. 6. Pain is the portal. Here's the secret. Hell is not a place, it's a process. You're meant to pass through it, not live there forever. But you can't bypass it. Every lesson worth learning is buried in struggle. Every transformation starts with destruction. You want clarity? Walk through confusion. You want peace? Walk through war. You want strength? Walk through weakness. Musashi didn't become a legend because he was fearless. He became one because he walked into fear and kept going. That's the invitation here. Stop trying to avoid your pain. Step into it willingly, because if you don't, life will throw you into it anyway, and by then, you won't be ready. 7. Burn or be burned. There are two types of people in this world: those who burn themselves on purpose so they can rise like a blade from the forge, and those who get burned by everything: life, love, failure, and shatter like glass. Musashi didn't just walk through hell, he became one with the flame. And now it's your turn. Walk through the loneliness, the fear, the self-doubt, the criticism, the uncertainty. Every step is a cut that sharpens you. Every sacrifice is a hammer strike. Every day you choose discipline over comfort, you become a little less human and a little more weapon. 8. Your war has already started. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't wait to be ready. You're already in the fire. The only question is, are you running from it or walking straight into it like Musashi? There's a war going on inside you, between your higher self and the one who wants to stay safe, warm, numb, the one that clings to comfort, the one that fears the unknown. Which one will win? Only one of them is getting out alive. This isn't some motivational speech. This is a warning, a reminder. You already know the price of transformation, the sacrifice, the isolation, the pain, and the power on the other side of it. Now you just have to pay it. Musashi did. The greatest warriors always do. Now it's your move. Burn or be forgotten. Let me ask you something. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt like you were behind? Not because anyone said it, not because anyone did anything, but because the people around you already seemed 5 moves ahead. In that moment, you weren't in control. You were just reacting, playing defense, scrambling to catch up, and it sucks. That's the exact position Miyamoto Musashi made sure he was never in. Musashi wasn't just a samurai. He wasn't just undefeated. He was a psychological predator in a world of prey. A master of strategy, foresight, manipulation, and the long game. He thought 5 steps ahead of everyone else, not just in combat, but in life. And that's what made him untouchable. This video is not about being nice. It's not about manifesting or good vibes. This is about mental warfare, power, discipline, strategy, and how to never be caught off guard again. If you want to move like a shadow in a world of sheep, pay attention. Because by the end, you'll start seeing the world the way Musashi did. Cold, calculated, clear. 1. Stop thinking like a victim. Start thinking like a strategist. Musashi once said, "The primary thing when you take a sword in your hands is your intention to cut the enemy." Most people are aimless. They scroll, they react, they hope. They don't move with intent, they drift. Musashi, he was surgical. Every action had weight behind it. He didn't fight for fun. He fought with purpose, to win, to dominate, to survive. That mindset applies far beyond sword fighting. In business, dating, life, the people at the top aren't just more talented, they're more strategic. They anticipate moves. They study patterns, they don't react, they plan. Want to think 5 steps ahead? Burn this into your skull. Never act without knowing why you're doing it and where it leads. Most men chase women without knowing their endgame. Most people take jobs because it pays decent. They play checkers while the elite play chess. Musashi thought like a general, not a soldier. And the first rule of strategy is simple. Every move must serve a purpose. Stop acting out of emotion. Start acting out of calculated intent. 2. Weaponize observation. Read people like a blade. Musashi could see your weakness before you even touched your sword. He didn't just fight the man, he fought the man's mind. In the Book of 5 Rings, he wrote, "Know your enemy, know his sword." Translation: understand how people move, how they think, how they react. This is where dark psychology creeps in. Most people walk around completely unaware of how obvious they are. You can read them like a billboard. The guy who always brags, insecure. The woman who tests you, she's craving a leader. The nice one, usually the most manipulative. Musashi understood the art of perception. He studied the enemy before the enemy even knew they were at war. If you want to think 5 steps ahead, learn to read intentions before they become actions. Watch how people speak. Watch what they laugh at. Watch what they avoid. This gives you the edge to stay ahead, because while they're talking, you're already predicting their next 3 moves. 3. Control the frame or be controlled. Musashi didn't just fight battles, he controlled them. Time, place, weather, mindset. He dictated it all. You know what that's called? Frame control. And it's more powerful than any sword. The one who controls the frame controls reality. If you let people define the terms, you've already lost. Musashi used mind games to win before a blade was even drawn. He'd show up late. He'd insult opponents. He'd force them into anger, then exploit that anger. In today's world, frame control looks like this. You decide when and how a conversation happens. You don't react emotionally. You guide emotions. You control your presence, your pace, your pressure. Thinking 5 steps ahead requires one thing: master your frame, then bend others into it. People will test your energy, your reactions, your composure. If you crack, they own you. If you hold, you own them. 4. Delay gratification. Think like a shadow. Musashi lived in caves. He ate simply. He avoided pleasure. Why? Because pleasure dulls the blade, and a dulled blade dies fast. He understood this brutal truth. The man who chases pleasure will always be a pawn in another man's game. That's the entire system right now. Hook you on dopamine, on likes, on lust, on sugar. Keep you addicted to small hits so you never play the long game. Musashi chose the hard path, not because he liked it, but because he saw further. He thought 5 moves ahead. He didn't chase comfort, he chased power. You want to be dangerous in this world? Learn to delay gratification until it bends to your will. Don't respond right away. Don't indulge right away. Don't buy what you want right now. Hold, wait, watch. Let the world think you're not paying attention. Then strike with the force of 5 quiet years of patience. 5. Accept death to think without fear. This is where things take a sinister turn. Musashi didn't just prepare for death. He accepted it. He carried it on his back like a shadow. If you fear death, you will be unable to act with a cool mind. Most people live like they'll never die. They hesitate, procrastinate, avoid. They don't start the business. They don't walk away from the toxic girl. They don't risk anything because they're scared. Musashi had zero fear because death wasn't some distant nightmare. It was a companion. You want to think 5 steps ahead? Kill your fear of loss. Kill your fear of failure. Kill your fear of death. Once you do that, you become a ghost in a world of men, unstoppable, untouchable, unpredictable, because while others are calculating how not to lose, you've already accepted loss and are now free to win. The modern Musashi. Look, you don't need a katana, you don't need to live in a cave, but you do need to become dangerous. Because in this world, if you don't control your mind, someone else will. If you don't study strategy, you'll become a tool in someone else's. If you don't think 5 steps ahead, you'll always be a slave to those who do. Weak men wait for permission. Strong men move with intent. But warriors, they shape reality. Musashi won over 60 duels without losing a single one. Not because he was stronger, but because he was smarter, colder, sharper. He didn't rely on luck. He didn't hope. He calculated. He saw through people like glass. He trained harder in one day than most do in a year. Not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. You want to move like him? Have purpose behind every move. Read people with brutal clarity. Control the frame. Delay your gratification. Accept the worst so you can act without fear. Show no emotion when it's time to strike. Detach from outcomes. Attach to precision. That's how you stop being a piece on the board and become the one moving the pieces. This isn't about cosplay. It's not about swords or samurai movies. It's about war. Life is war. And every day you wake up unarmed, you're already losing. Welcome to the way of Musashi. And now that you see the game, what are you going to do next? Imagine a man who walks alone, wielding 2 swords, his gaze like a storm waiting to strike. A man who never clung to a home, never bowed to a master, and never feared the solitude of his own mind. A man who won over 60 duels, some of them to the death, without ever being defeated. This is Miyamoto Musashi, the man who mastered not just the sword, but the very art of existence. His power came not from following the herd, but from breaking away from it. His path was not paved with the comfort of companionship or the luxury of acceptance. It was forged in isolation, sharpened by relentless discipline, and hardened in the fires of self-reliance. Musashi's life is a testament to the power of being different. In a world that demands conformity, he stood as an unyielding force, bending to no one's rules but his own. And in doing so, he ascended to a level of mastery that remains unmatched centuries later. If you have ever felt like an outsider, like you think differently, move differently, exist differently, Musashi's life holds the key to unlocking your own greatness. His philosophy is not just about swordsmanship, it is about how to dominate in any field, any era, any battle, whether with a blade or with your mind. 1. The strength in solitude. Most men seek validation. They need a group, a master, a society that tells them who they are and what they should do. They cling to the comfort of belonging, even if it means sacrificing their independence. Musashi rejected all of this. He was born into the samurai class, yet refused to serve any lord. He chose homelessness over attachment. He chose silence over idle chatter. He lived by his own rules, answering to no one. Why? Because solitude was his crucible. Without distractions, he had no choice but to confront himself, his weaknesses, his fears, his limitations. And in that confrontation, he sharpened his mind just as he sharpened his sword. He understood what most men never do. True strength is built in isolation. Greatness is not handed down by others. It is forged in the fire of self-discipline and self-reliance. Think about today's world. The need for constant approval, the addiction to social validation, the fear of being alone. Most people are terrified of their own thoughts. They drown themselves in noise, social media, empty conversations, meaningless distractions. Because silence exposes them, they seek external validation to define their worth, never realizing that the strongest men are the ones who need no approval at all. Musashi thrived in silence. He disappeared into caves to meditate for years, emerging each time stronger, deadlier, wiser. While others sought comfort, he sought truth. And the truth he found was this: you do not become great by following the crowd. You become great by stepping away from it. The path of solitude is not for the weak, but for those who dare to master themselves. Only in isolation can a man truly discover who he is, what he is capable of, and what he is meant to become. 2. Thinking like a warrior. Musashi didn't waste his time on useless things. Every action, every thought, every movement had to serve a purpose. He lived with brutal efficiency, trimming away anything that did not serve his path to mastery. Consider how most people live today, wasting hours on things that add no value to their lives, watching meaningless content, engaging in petty arguments, scrolling endlessly with no direction. Musashi would have seen this for what it is: weakness. A warrior does not waste his time. Everything he did was deliberate. His sword strokes were not just techniques. They were expressions of absolute focus. He trained ceaselessly, refining his movements until they were pure instinct. The lesson here is simple: cut away the excess. If something does not serve your growth, eliminate it. If an action does not push you closer to your goal, abandon it. Discipline is not about suffering. It is about stripping away what weakens you so that only strength remains. 3. The art of adaptation. Musashi was not just a warrior. He was an artist, a philosopher, a strategist. He understood that rigidity is death. If you cannot adapt, you will be destroyed. In battle, he never fought the same way twice. If his enemy expected a calculated duel, he attacked like a wild beast. If they anticipated brute force, he used finesse. He won because he refused to be predictable. This mindset is just as lethal in today's world. The moment you become predictable, whether in business, competition, or life, you become vulnerable. The moment you stop evolving, you start dying. Musashi's adaptability made him invincible. He learned from every battle, every mistake, every encounter, and he never clung to a single identity. He was a warrior, but also a painter, a philosopher, but also a strategist. He refused to be defined by just one thing. If you want to dominate in any field, adopt this principle. Never allow yourself to become stagnant. Change your approach, learn new skills, stay unpredictable. Because in a world that moves fast, only those who adapt survive. 4. Embracing the path of most resistance. Most people take the easiest route. They avoid discomfort. They fear struggle. They seek shortcuts. They want rewards without sacrifice, results without effort, greatness without pain. But Musashi did the opposite. He walked the hardest road because he knew that ease breeds mediocrity. Hardship, suffering, and adversity were not obstacles to him. They were the very tools that shaped him. He could have chosen safety, predictability, and the approval of others. But he knew that true mastery comes from experience, not instruction. So he took the path of the Ronin, a lone warrior with no master to guide him. no school to protect him. He fought real duels, against real opponents with real consequences. He fought life and death duels, knowing that a single mistake meant death. There were no second chances, no controlled sparring sessions, no instructors to step in and stop the fight. It was raw, unforgiving, and deadly. And this is why he became the greatest. He put himself through the ultimate test over and over again, forging himself through fire while others stayed comfortable in their routines. The lesson here is brutal but necessary. If you want to be exceptional, you must embrace struggle. Stop looking for the easy way. Stop waiting for someone to show you the path. Take on challenges that scare you. Put yourself in situations where failure is real, where there is something at stake, where you are forced to grow or be broken. Most people will never do this. They will remain soft, avoiding hardship at all costs. But those who embrace resistance, who seek difficulty instead of avoiding it, those are the ones who achieve true greatness. Strength is not found in comfort. It is found in the fire of adversity. The question is, are you willing to step into that fire? 5. The warrior's path in the modern world. You may not carry a sword, you may not fight duels, but Musashi's path is still relevant, because the real battle is not against an enemy, it is against yourself. You live in a world that constantly tries to mold you. It tells you to fit in, to follow trends, to think like everyone else. But if you do that, you will never stand out. Musashi's life is proof that true power comes from embracing what makes you different. If you feel like you do not belong, good. Use that. If you see the world differently, perfect. That is your advantage. If you are willing to do what others won't, cut distractions, embrace solitude, adapt relentlessly, you will rise above everyone else. And one day when you look back, you will see what Musashi saw, that greatness is not given. It is taken, not by those who conform, but by those who dare to walk alone. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Choose your path, walk it alone if you must, and carve your own legend into the world. Most people are addicted to noise. They wake up and reach for their phones, scroll, click, compare. Their minds flood with distractions before they've even had a sip of water. Their calendars are packed, but their souls are starving. They talk about goals, discipline, purpose, but every action they take screams one thing: escape. They're not living. They're running from stillness, from silence, from facing the truth about who they've become. But there was one man who walked the other way. He didn't run from the void. He walked into it, alone, barefoot, with only a sword and a ruthless will to become more than just another man. His name was Miyamoto Musashi. You've heard of him. Maybe you've seen his name in a book or on a quote card. But forget the polished image. Forget the myth. This isn't about hero worship. It's about what happens when you strip life down to its bones. Because Musashi didn't just master swordsmanship, he mastered detachment, clarity, and the terrifying art of choosing less on purpose. Let's get something straight. Minimalism isn't about white walls, expensive candles, or labeling your storage bins. That's consumer minimalism. Safe, pretty, harmless. Musashi's version? It was war. It was the kind of minimalism that makes people uncomfortable, the kind that costs you friends, that makes people think you've gone mad, the kind that turns you into a weapon. Because here's the truth: the more you carry, the slower you move. The more you want, the easier you are to control. Musashi understood this at a level most people never will. That's why he lived the way he did. Alone, dirty, fierce, unattached. He wasn't interested in being liked. He was interested in being free. You have to understand the world he lived in. Feudal Japan wasn't forgiving. You didn't get to find your passion or build your brand. You either became strong or you died at the hands of someone who did. Musashi chose strength, but not the kind most pursue. He didn't just train his body. He trained his mind to need nothing. No praise, no luxury, no identity, only purpose. He fought over 60 duels and never lost. But he wasn't obsessed with killing. He was obsessed with truth, with learning, with the brutal process of discarding everything unnecessary. His philosophy was rooted in one brutal law of nature. In battle, if you make your opponent flinch, you have already won. This is what he wrote in the Book of 5 Rings. Now ask yourself, How many things in your life are making you flinch? That text you haven't replied to, that debt hanging over your head, that persona you maintain online, that desire to be seen, validated, heard, understood. You think those things don't weigh on you. They do, and that weight is costing you your edge. Musashi's entire life was a refusal to carry anything he didn't need, not just physically, but psychologically. And that's what makes his minimalism so dangerous. Look deeper, and you'll see a man obsessed with precision, not just in his strikes, but in his choices. Every day, Musashi asked himself one question: does this make me stronger or weaker? If it weakened him, even 1%, it was gone. No romantic relationships, no home, no indulgence. Even toward the end of his life, when he had status and respect, he didn't build a comfortable house or surround himself with people. He retreated into a cave, a dark, cold cave, alone. Why? Because comfort makes you forget. Comfort makes you soft. Comfort turns wolves into lapdogs. And Musashi? He wasn't here to be tame. He was here to remember what most men forget, that you don't rise by addition, you rise by subtraction. Today's world is built to keep you bloated and distracted. The more dependent you are on validation, on tech, on entertainment, the easier you are to control. You're not being enslaved with chains. You're being enslaved with options. But the minimalist path of Musashi, it's not about rejecting the world. It's about dominating it by mastering yourself. Most people are slaves to their impulses. Musashi was a slave to one thing only: principle. He called it the way, a disciplined code that stripped everything down to essentials. His book, The Book of Five Rings, wasn't some poetic spiritual guide. It was a field manual for killers, a blueprint for decision-making under pressure, a manual for clarity in the midst of chaos. Musashi didn't write it for comfort seekers, he wrote it for warriors. And here's the part most people ignore: you must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Minimalism isn't about doing less for the sake of less. It's about doing only what matters. Most people are climbing a mountain that leads nowhere. Musashi chose the mountain that breaks men and climbed it alone. Let's go deeper. He once said, "The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight, and the only reason a warrior fights is to win." To Musashi, minimalism wasn't aesthetic. It was lethal. Every unnecessary possession was a liability. Every unnecessary relationship was a distraction. Every ounce of fat on the soul could slow the blade. He didn't believe in balance. He believed in focus, pure, monastic, obsessive focus. And that's why he won. Because most people live wide, Musashi lived deep. But here's the twist most people don't expect. Minimalism wasn't about cold detachment for its own sake. It was about becoming something greater. When you strip away what you don't need, something terrifying happens. You start to see yourself clearly. No more excuses, no more distractions. Just you, your flaws, your patterns, your potential. Most people can't handle that kind of honesty, so they run. They fill the void with music, Netflix, sugar, gossip, dopamine. But Musashi walked straight into that void, and from inside the silence, he forged a new man, a man guided by principle, a man immune to flattery or fear, a man who could walk into battle without trembling because he had already conquered the war inside. His final writing, Dokodo, The Way of Walking Alone, is like a knife to the throat of modern values. Here are a few lines you should tattoo on your brain. Accept everything just the way it is. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Be detached from desire your whole life long. This is nuclear-level minimalism. Not a clean desk, not a wardrobe of 5 shirts, but the annihilation of ego, need, and delusion. And Musashi didn't write those words to inspire. He wrote them as warnings, because he knew when you walk this path, you lose the world, but you gain your soul. So here's the question only you can answer. What would your life look like if you removed everything that made you weaker? Not organized it, not managed it, destroyed it. The fake friends, the empty goals, the numbing habits, the mental clutter, the fear of being misunderstood. Musashi didn't wait for the world to give him clarity. He created it with fire, steel, and solitude. You want to be strong? Start by saying no. No to comfort. No to softness. No to anything that dulls your edge. Because when you stop carrying what doesn't matter, you start moving like a weapon. That's what Musashi understood. And that's the true hidden power of minimalism. For deeper insights, grab your copy of my ebook, The Way of the Modern Samurai, where ancient warrior wisdom meets unstoppable modern success. This isn't just a book, it's your battle plan for mastering discipline, sharpening focus, and commanding respect in every area of life. Click the link in the description to get instant access right now. Your path to unshakable strength starts today. Thank you for watching. If you want to see more videos, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one.